My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and you won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He is so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. On the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forged in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood. 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 We were born in blood. Forged in fire. We were born in blood. In blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get
this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. It's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your Dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. At 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls till the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on! Get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see a red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls till the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong.
try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I try to hide this feeling from myself, but I'm in love with you, baby. I don't want nobody else. I try to forget you, but you're always on my mind. From the minute I wake up in the morning till I lay my head at night. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I can't help but love you, all those times you said it wasn't enough. Life apart was just too tough on us now. But you know, babe, I ain't going nowhere, and you can count on me to take me there. Yes, I can't help but love you. I can't help, babe, I can't help but love you. Oh, I can't help, I can't help but love you, boy. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. When you come home late at night, I say we gotta talk now, but I have no strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you.
you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want and that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect.
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. 'Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. 'Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, 'cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, you're incredible. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
summer have to end. City of the angels, here I come. Think I wanna stay, think I'll call you home. That Hollywood sign is calling out to me. Yeah, on the strip, walking at 1 a.m. Bright light shining, and I know I am not gonna My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana We're a sweet Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret. 'Cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get
因为我也是第一次在 LPL 进季后赛嘛，所以我觉得走一轮是一轮嘛，然后每一把都会进步一点。
就是季后赛输了的话，就相当于被别人送回家了嘛。然后就是千万不能让这种事情发生吧。然后很希望送你们回家。
就虽然我们现在状态不是特别好嘛，但我觉得经过可能这几天的调整，然后季后赛我们会发挥得更好。
个人的话，就希望自己状态越来越好吧，然后也希望团队可以打得越来越好，然后可以去赢下季后赛。
我们现在已经跟之前不一样了，我们会从最下面的排名，然后争取杀到最后一轮。我们这一次会打败你们。
就我们自己当时版本理解有点错误吧，然后前4我们一个都没赢，就有点可惜。然后我希望后面能把他们全赢下来。
作为一个职业选手来说，我打职业之前和打职业打到现在的目标都是冠军。
在我看来，我们实力就是不只是30名，我们以前不是常规赛初期的我们了，希望他们谨慎一点。
我觉得 BO3 的话运气比较偏多一点吧，然后在 BO5 里面纯看硬实力。季后赛我只有一个目标，就是冠军。
就是我想对季后赛遇到我们的对手说，就是遇到我们，你们可能要提前回家了。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to round number 3 of our LPL Summer 2023 playoffs. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Lyric. And Lyric, we've got a doozy today. EDG on the miracle run, but they are up against an unmovable object in top esports.
Yeah, you know, both teams, I think, looking so stacked. The whole playoff bracket, between all of our teams left in the playoff bracket, every team has teams that have won the LPL before, as well as teams that have won an international before. So I think it's one of the most stacked, like top 4s, top 6s, however many teams, I guess it'd be top 6 that we have left in the LPL playoffs. Is crazy.
Yeah, I feel like every single one of these top 6 teams, it's believable that they go to Worlds. It's believable that they go the distance. Maybe not to finals, just because BLG and JDG are so absurdly insane right now. Let's look at what happened yesterday in the LPL, because we've had some absolutely mental series across the course of playoffs so far. But yesterday, Weibo versus NIP. NIP taking a game off of Weibo, which I don't think many people were necessarily expecting, but it was quite a turbulent series.
I mean, hell, no one expected NIP to win their round 1 matchup. So I think, you know, as the kind of kudos to NIP, quite an impressive run with the roster they have, with, you know, a lot of young players as well. But like you said, I mean, Weibo were just so strong. Some of those games, incredibly dominant. You're looking at game 1 and game 3, where they really just were able to find the upper hand. The Light being willing to bring out things like the Kalista pop-off. The following game brings out the Nila. But then you have people like Xiaohu. Keep it stock and standard, play the Azir every game, and try to bring the bit of consistency that Weibo had. But definitely were consistent yesterday, especially, I guess, pretty much everyone other than the Shy, but you know, another day in the life of Weibo.
I find it kind of funny, like you say, Xiaohu's still stock and standard in the mid lane. You've got the Shy, who very much still leading into the Shy way of playing the game. I feel like Light and Chris have gone, we'll also be the Shy down in the bottom side. We'll play super aggressive. And it's like, okay, where are you going to focus, NIP? Like, where are you going to play on the map? Because we're putting pressure on every single lane. There was some absolute carnage. One of those games extraordinarily fast from Weibo as well.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, it was that game 3 where they're like the gold lead.
It's like an 18k gold lead or something crazy.
It was ridiculous. And then they kept that confidence and consistency going into this last game. Like we said, Light on the Nila, able to pump off. And that Weibo Gaming bot lane has just been so impressive this split. But that brings us to the bracket. Like we said, domestic champions on every team, international champions on every team. And then these series today deciding who's going to make it to the double elimination portion of the bracket.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, right? Whoever wins today makes it to the double elim. Whoever doesn't quite go home. Every single team in our top 6 will now be making it to regionals at least. But you're not just fighting for, obviously, trying to win the LPL, which I think is the most important thing here, but you're also fighting for seeding when it comes to that regional bracket as well. So still absolutely crucial for every single win here, but also getting that lifeline, being able to potentially make it towards the finals in that double elimination. It's Top Esports versus EDG though here, Lyric, and I have to say EDG especially, they've done so much better than I anticipated for them coming into playoffs, like beating out WE, beating out OMG, now up against Top Esports, and I feel like increasing difficulty of opponents here. We'll see what they can do against this powerhouse squad on your screen.
Yeah, Top Esports definitely having a good split. I think having not really a slump, but having some like bad series, you know, somewhere in the middle, but definitely picking it up towards the end. TN looking rejuvenated by the end of the split, Rookie as well, and then Jackie Love's been solid all split long. Seriously,
yeah.
Like a lot of the memes and a lot of the undue criticism that Jackie gets for his past splits performances and like his up and down nature, that really hasn't been the case this split whatsoever. He's been a consistent carry for TES.
Yeah, honestly, it's been one of his best splits ever in my mind, in his consistency and his performance. Feels like he's permanently at a peak. I'm looking towards the jungle matchup as well, though, because as you say, TN has had a very good split overall. He's actually tied for MVPs on the team. Him and Rookie and Jackie Love all on 7 MVPs. He's up against JJ, though, and JJ against OMG looked absolutely phenomenal the day before yesterday. He had a fantastic series, especially his Sejuani games.
Which, I mean, there were quite a few Sejuani games. Honestly, maybe even all of them except one. He was going to that pit consistently. And EDG, like you said, really stepping up in playoffs so far. You know, at the end of the split, they tried to bring in Fisher in their last series. Maybe see if that can work better than Fofo, because Fofo was definitely not having the best split of his career. But coming to playoffs, Fofos look solid. JJ's been great. In bot lane, I think in team fights, incredible. Have been delivering. In the 2v2, maybe that's where we see them get punished. Because in that OMG series, they did get 2v2 killed in both games 3 and 4. Yeah. So Jackie Love and Mark, I think, definitely can put on pressure. And here's the matchup. Jackie Love against Uzi. The last time these guys faced in a playoff series, 2018 Summer Finals. IG going up against RNG. That went all the way the distance, all 5 games. At the end of the day, it was RNG who came out on top, though.
Yeah. I mean, this is just going to be a treat, isn't it? But look, I mean, across the board statistically, Jackie Love topping those numbers. And he has been, like you said earlier, phenomenal across the course of this split. Uzi is going to have his work cut out. And I feel like Uzi, across the course of this year, has had ups and downs, right? He's certainly not come in just outright as the best. I feel like a lot of people had hyped up like Uzi was going to come in, just be the best AD carry in the league off of the bat. He's definitely got competition here. And I feel like, you know, Uzi this split, and especially in playoffs, has reminded me of this really old interview with Chowster from playing with Doublelift. And he said that Doublelift was one of these players that doesn't always make the smartest play, but had the mechanics to just pull it off anyway, or would win a 2v1. Or I feel like that's kind of the way Uzi has been approaching League of Legends this split, where he's playing super aggressive. And so many times he catches players out and gets a bonus kill off the back of that. But a lot of the time, he's also caught out of position because of that. He's trying to get that extra value out of a play, gets caught out of position, and often that ends up being a game loss for EDG. So watching how Uzi positions is going to be, I think, crucial in this series.
Yeah, I think those team fights are going to be incredibly important, especially like we said, because I wouldn't be surprised to see Top Esports finding a lot of lane leads. Like Jack and Mark have had a better split than Uzi and Mako overall. Even recent series, like it's not like we've seen again Uzi and Mako become like 2v2 machines. Mid, you have Rookie against Fofo, and like, you know, Fofo's seen better days. You think back to 2021 on RA, where he was, you know, definitely a top 3 mid. I think it was even in conversation for maybe best performance in the regular season out of a mid laner. Not that time. Top lane maybe being the one area for EDG that they have to look forward to, right? Ala going up against Wayward. Wayward, I think, has been one of the more kind of criticized pieces on Top Esports, fairly enough.
Yeah, well, let's find out. We're going to head over to the arena and welcome our players onto the stage.
欢迎上单 Wayward， 欢迎打野天，欢迎中单 Rookie。 欢迎下路 Jackie Love。欢迎辅助 Mark。欢迎主教练点。接下来，让我们欢迎上海 Edward Gaming Hiken。欢迎上单阿乐，欢迎打野徐杰，欢迎中单夫妇，欢迎下路 UZI。欢迎辅助 Miko， 欢迎主教练茂凯，LPL 夏季赛季后赛第5日的比赛，滔博对阵上海 EDG 合创汽车即将开始。LPL 5位进巅峰。
So there we have it, our two teams stepping out onto the stage and both looking and feeling confident. I love the massive cheer that comes out for Uzi when he steps on out and like, his big old grin. I feel like the crowd loves him just as much as he loves the crowd.
Oh, 100%. And I think that's another just exciting thing about today's matchup, right? The amount of fan favorites you have on the Rift.
True.
And it's like one of those ones where I feel like a lot of these guys, it's hard not to be a fan of. So you're probably a fan of both Uzi and, you know, people like Rookie, Jackie Love, and these guys who've, you know, brought kind of prestige on the international stage to the LPL.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fun one. Definitely going to be a passionate one for both sides. Hell, even though we've gone a lot into player stories, even both these organizations last year in summer, they played each other twice, went to 5 games, one of the times with Top Esports coming on top. The second time they played, though, TES did 3-0. So 2 orgs that are known for being at the top have faced each other many times, but I feel like Top Esports usually get the best of Edward Gaming.
Yeah. Historically, yeah. I want to quickly mention as well, like, I talked about in the first EDG series of playoffs, I mentioned the fact that Uzi has only ever actually won major tournaments in 2018. He was so close to the Golden Road. Won Spring, MSI Summer, and Asia Games. The team that stopped him getting that Golden Road was IG back in 2018. They were the ones to win Worlds. Guess who the mid laner and AD carry on Top Esports? Guess which team they were on in 2018? That's right, it was IG, of course. I feel like this one is more than just this best of 5 for Uzi. This is like an opportunity for personal revenge. Knock Top Esports away from the double elimination. That would be really a moment for Uzi.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways, though, because, you know, 2018, the story was that Golden Road year for Uzi. But IG were actually the best team in both regular seasons of the LPL. They went 18-1 in both splits. So I think for, you know, Rookie Jackie Love coming out, wanting to show that they can get the best of who many consider
wanting
the
to
greatest
remind him.
Yeah.
Wanting to remind Uzi who they were. Put some respect on the name. Yeah. I'm excited for this one. I feel like there's so many stories between the two teams. One thing as well, when we look towards the draft, I feel like both Rookie and Fofo absolutely love that Azir. I feel like we could see a lot of Azir bans coming on through, but if not, a higher priority than usual on the Azir, just because of the players we have in this server.
Yeah, I think a lot of it will come down to what TES want to ban, because there have been 2 things EDG have kept consistent in both of their series. They've banned Rumble and Vi every single game. Now, again, the questions being like if Wayward is someone they're afraid of bringing out that Rumble because hadn't brought it out in Summer Split just yet. Of course, we're seeing it a lot more on the playoffs patch. Things like the Vi, which I feel like teams are starting to figure out hasn't been looking as dominant as it would. Of course, it didn't have the biggest nerfs coming onto 13-13, but it definitely feels like Top Esports might have more wiggle room in the draft phase than EDG do. So I think kind of pending on that is, will we get to see this Azir traded back and forth between these games?
And will we see more shenanigans in the draft? I mean, Mako brought out a Maokai support. Yesterday, we had Light bringing out the Neela and the Callista. Like, we've seen top lane shenanigans happening. We saw a Quinn fairly recently. It wasn't in playoffs, but, like, there has been all sorts coming out on this patch. Here we go. Bans coming on through already, though. Tristan, Jax, and Xayah. I mean, the Jax ban against EDG, I feel like it's mandatory at this point.
Yeah, I like Top Esports bans. Even the Xayah, something that we've been seeing Uzi heavily lean on. It's his most played champion so far in this playoff story. And EDG keeping their ban stock and standard as well. We said they banned Rumble and Vi every single game of playoffs so far, and they're going to keep that one going. Kai'Sa being the big thing in my mind that's left open. Top Esports will see if they want to go towards that, or, you know, again, is that Azir priority now going to be there for EDG, or do they default to maybe a stronger laning champion like the Jace? And it looks like that will be the case.
Yeah. And what a strong combo for EDG's first rotation in the draft. I will say, Top Esports, a little flexibility there. I was going to say the Kai'Sa could be showed as a flex. We saw Cream playing it mid, but with the hover of the LeBlanc, you would assume that Kai'Sa is going towards JackeyLove in the bottom side. But, man, still an exceptionally strong rotation. If they go for the Kai'Sa into, like, LeBlanc plus a strong jungler, they'll be feeling fantastic.
I would love to see that come out for TES, especially just thinking back to, like, some of Rookie's best LeBlanc performances. I mean, 2020, there was so many of them. So now we're going to get to see if the combination of Rookie and JackeyLove can really take over. But now, EDG's time to answer. We know the Maokai is a flex pick, right? I feel like you'd expect it more to go in the jungle since it is paired alongside that Jace. But if Sejuani makes it further down in the draft phase, that's something that always could be paired with the Jace as well. So for now, EDG not going to want to show their cards completely and will just lock in the Varus. So definitely going to have the strength to try and match in that 2v2.
Loving the signs from the fans already. I just want to mention as well, the Varus Jace, this is like classic Top Esports. When you think of 2020 Top Esports, they love these poke compositions. If Uzi does end up going lethality, we'll have to wait and see what build he goes for just yet. Very likely the Static Shiv still available for him. I just want to quickly mention that LeBlanc as well, because for Rookie, historically a big pick, but this split, he's only played LeBlanc a single time and they lost that game. Like, even though LeBlanc has been rampant in the LPL, Rookie has still very much lent on, like, the Ahri, the Azir, the Jace. He's not really touched the LeBlanc all year.
I think it makes sense, though, right? He's leaned on the meta, and it's something that Rookie's usually done well, is where I feel like when you compare with other top mid laners who do have champion oceans, Rookie's usually kept it more compact to what is strong in the meta and not strayed too far from it. So you're going to see if he still has what it takes to maneuver on this LeBlanc. I like EDG's band quite a bit. Yeah, it's you never doubt Rookie. But taking away the Lee Sin, you know, the thing that would pair so well and giving them some of that early aggression. We saw Shadow have a great performance on that one yesterday, as well as no Sejuani on the card. So I'm curious what Tien's going to lean into. We still have things like the Viego up that you always could go for. But now for EDG, I like the bans towards top because then as EDG, if you pick top here, you can still keep that Maokai as a flex going into your last pick. We still have, like, generic tank top laners open if they did want to try and get more of a front line. You know, things like the Ornn still being up there, Sion, which we haven't been seeing as much of. But no.
I feel like Gragas as well. Wayward has been still playing a good chunk of the Gragas over the course of the year. Like, fits the tank champion option.
I think it'd be a little too AP heavy,
Gwen ban does
though.
say, like, yeah, that's true. That's true. I feel like the Gwen ban, though, it does scream like, I want to play Sion.
Yeah, right? It definitely feels like for Wayward wanting to go one of those routes. And Gisante has been Wayward's bread and butter. That being taken off the table means he will have to default to something like the Sion. But now Tien going to get his hands on the Nocturne, so you're going to be able to put a ton of threat on side lanes with, you know, playing around Rookie. And even JackeyLove won't have that hard of a time of answering for, like, halfway through River, being able to follow in with the ultimate. So people like Fofo on the Jace are really going to be given a tough time I think I'd actually like this even a bit more than the Scion, just having the Call of the Forge God, a long-range engage where you don't need to commit yourself, to like double down. I guess it'd be like quadruple down on the amount of range they have to find an engage from.
I mean,
but they also did kind of counterpick themselves.
Well, that's true. Yeah, I mean, Allah has Fiora open in a tank matchup. That's not too bad for them.
There also was a Braum.
Yeah, oh, true. True. That really sucks for Ornn. Well, we'll have to see how that one goes. We'll keep an eye on the Braum during these team fights. Is Poppy going to be the final lock-in for that top lane? I'm looking forward to the team fights, though, because we have two drastically different styles. I feel like full dive for top esports and kind of full anti-dive, right, with the Braum and now a Poppy coming in, plus the disengage from Maokai. EDG, they are staying at arm's length, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It is going to be interesting because I definitely feel like Uzi's gonna have to go probably more of an on-hit, higher DPS route, just from the fact that you do have things like the Ornn you're gonna have to worry about, and that's gonna mean you are gonna have to play a little bit closer. Still, with the amount of CC that EDG have, it's gonna be about being able to single out targets, lock them down, burst them out before anyone's able to get there. But it definitely feels like 4TS having a little bit more wiggle room by having a multi-threat comp with the LeBlanc, the Kai'Sa, and hell, even the Nocturne's gonna be something that, if Tien gets a few kills under his belt, this is going to be another thing you have to worry about.
I'll have to see how it's going to go down. One thing I will say as well, Nocturne, a champion notorious for just farming up till 6 and then getting involved in the game. Against like Ivan, Maokai, these champions that are a little bit weaker in the first couple of levels, Nocturne's a great duelist. Like, you get the fear off, you get your attack speed from your Q, like, you can shred through that tree. So we'll have to keep our eyes on those solo lanes, who's getting priority, whether Tien tries to use and abuse that fact. I'm excited for this one, though. I feel like the Kai'Sa has a lot of setup for JackeyLove. He has been playing immaculately across the course of the year. He's got his own skin on the champion, and now he's bringing it up against one of the greatest AD carries of all time, who built his reputation on that Kai'Sa, who's midway through a miracle run. Or perhaps he's at the end of the miracle run. We'll have to find out today.
And I mean, you talking, right? I mean, 2 AD carries, probably the 2 most historic AD carries coming out from the LPL, especially if you aren't counting like way back in the day when, people like Wei Zhao's name have to be in that conversation. If you just think of like LPL AD carries, these would be the 2 names that jump to the forefront. We said Uzi Mako haven't been having the best time in 2v2s, but Varus Braum should be completely fine in being able to handle the 2v2 lane. And hell, if JackeyLove and Mark over-aggress, they're going to be the ones getting punished from that Braum passive.
He certainly will be. I'm curious how the 2v2 is going to go as well. I feel like JackeyLove and Mark have been pretty on it in the 2v2s, whereas Uzi and Mako have shown some lane weakness. I feel like, not necessarily weakness, lane volatility, I think is the best way to describe the EDG bot lane, because they've also dominated 2v2s, they've dominated 2v3s, but they've also had some really rough laning phases. So I feel like that 2v2 in the bottom side could be a massive way to break this game open. We're headed on Summoner's Rift, though, as round 3 of playoffs begins.
EDG, definitely with the louder Gyos.
Yeah, we've got some powerful Gyos today. Some
we
powerful ones. Like, the fans are out in force. So we said that coming in. Like, these are 2 teams with plenty of fans. JackeyLove in trouble at level 1 here. Needs to dodge the Q, but Mako holding it. Forced to flash, and you couldn't ask for more, could you? Great start from EDG. Now answered on the top side. I think JJ will be able to just walk this one out.
Yeah, if Rookie started E, I think there's a chance there where you're able to force flash, but then, of course, wouldn't be as ideal for lane. So not going to go with it, just going to get a bit of damage coming out now. But I think forcing that flash on JackeyLove is huge. And we've been hitting on so much about who's going to dominate this 2v2. Now an obstacle, setting them back. And hell, when you're going up against Maokai and Braum, like, they're going to be able to chain CC well together so easily and maybe start finding some early ganks on JackeyLove and Mark.
Mako already starting as he means to go on, getting a little bit of damage down. Buying space for Uzi in the lane. We'll be keeping our eyes on who hits level 2 first. I'm also looking towards top, where we've got Allah on the Poppy. Toppy, not something we see super often in the LPL.
Much. We have Poppy versus Sorn. Are we really looking towards top at all? Is anyone killing anyone here?
Look, Poppy's the hero, okay? So I feel like she deserves some attention. I'm just saying that EDG bringing out some flexibility in the draft as Mark slightly wide on that hook as they hit the level 2 first. Uzi and Mako will have to give some respect over in the bottom lane, that third wave. Looking towards the jungles as well. We already mentioned Tien on the Nocturne. He has to be a huge part of this early game for Top Esports.
Oh, he really does, right? And like you said, it's all about when he hits that level 6 mark. And then, I mean, EDG's 2 big carries are both immobile. It's going to be very easy for Rookie and Tien to try to punish these. Hell, it's even the reason why I feel like Wayward went for the Ornn, despite the fact that Mako already had the Braum, just to more of like fit the composition, even if he did kind of self-counter himself, right? Just very immobile carries. You have so many different ways of attacking them from a range. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on Tien and Rookie and what they're able to do. JJ, though, maybe having the ability to influence the early game first on this Maokai. And like we said, I feel like the best area of attack for him is going to be that bot lane, which is luckily where he is pathed anyway.
I'm surprised Wayward didn't commit harder to that. Ala taking multiple turret shots. Will walk away with his life, but Tien's on the top side of the map. Just finishing his clear here. Still has that smite available if he wants to look to going towards top lane. Wayward, good little combo onto the Poppy, but Ala trading it back. Good start to the lane, though, from Wayward.
Now, Wayward winning out, like you said, those turret shots doing so much. Ala even trading where he is in the lane close to Wayward's turret, not going to be able to pick up a lot of those buckler shields, which is one of the areas where Poppy's trading strength is so strong. So I think Wayward doing a nice job so far, and we can see on the minimap, Tien going to look for the opportunity.
And rightly so. Ala blocks the knockup, but then goes in for the fight. Might have just caught himself out of position. Flash goes through, but the fear still hits Tien. Tank in the tower, but he walks it on out. Wayward barely gets out too.
Still finding the first blood. It is going to go to Wayward, not to Tien, which I think would have been a little bit more ideal. But even getting Wayward tankier as soon as possible, I think is going to be huge.
Certainly is. Rookie, a bit of pressure. There's actually a hook from Mark at the bottom side. Mako's in trouble. Very low on HP. The Ignite burning away, but Uzi, threat enough to push Mark back away from this one. They've got to be cautious, though, because Jackie Love is posturing aggressively. Uzi steps forward with a heal. They jump onto Uzi. The damage is there, but he's 1 HP. He goes down, and it's a 2. Double kill for Jackie Love at level 3.
3-0 at 4.5 minutes. Not the start you wanted. If you're an EDG fan, dominance in the 2v2 already beginning. Tien finding impact on the map. This is everything you want, is Top Esports.
Who needs some of this? Who needs some of this? Jackie loses his flash at level 1, and they still win the 2v2, but my god, it couldn't have been closer, could it? Jackie was, what, 1 HP? Coming out of the back of that one. But hey, it just matters who gets the kills. 2 kills this early on a Kaiser of all champions.
Yeah, you can already see having the Kerchai Shard and the Noon Quiver picked up. So, going to have a small component advantage, going to have more damage that he's able to put out. And we're going to see exactly how this one goes from Jackula's point of view. The W, it had just been used on cooldown now. Nice hook comes out from Mark. And I like the way the Top Esports are playing this, kind of playing it far back from a range, allowing Uzi to get his cooldowns out, waiting for his to come up before he goes back for the re-engage. And I feel like a lot being done by Mark there, flashing in, pulling Uzi back in to make sure they get those kills.
Yeah. Really on a knife's edge. The cleanse on the exhaust there, absolutely the difference maker. But Wayward has died during the replay. Did Ala just get a solo kill on Poppy?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no.
So, denying the dash away from Wayward. And we need to remember that Wayward used his flash in the previous play to find the kill, escape the dive, and not go down to turret before. Already finding the value in this Poppy.
The fadeaway shield. Oh, it's beautiful. Fofo's in trouble as well as they jump on forwards. Can the chains connect? Rookie doesn't even throw them. Or if he did, I missed it. Dragon started by EDG to answer some of the topside presence, but Tien is in the river here. This could be a little dicey for EDG.
Yeah, we see Jackie making his way up now. Rookie having level 6 to play with.
Rookie jumping forwards to try and get some damage out. Tien's still only level 5, so he doesn't have that dash, but he's got Smite available and Flash. as Mark moves in, looks for Mako to start it off, and Mako already chunked out massively from that one. JJ going in onto Tien, but in the meantime, Rookie's got to finish. Mako off, Uzi's next, and Top Esports are demolishing EDG right now. Forced away is JJ, his Fofo goes down, and my goodness, they're making it look easy.
Yeah, and you know, I think a lot of us are wondering what kind of top esports would show up in playoffs. An incredibly volatile team that can look like the best team in the world one day, but then also can just look like an absolute fiesta the next. We're gonna see here, I feel like a lot of small things working in EDG's top esports favor. First, the pinch, which allows them to go on one side of the fight, and then Tien with the spell shield, so he doesn't actually get rooted. While that was happening, Rookie finds kind of a small chink in the armor where he can go and find that burst. And this was what we talked about top esports composition. It just has such a great way of being able to dive in and single out a target. So I feel like a lot of small things there is what allowed top esports to isolate targets and get that pinch on EDG.
And you're talking about the Braum being kind of a counter to the Ornn. Well, it can't counter the Ornn if Ornn's not part of the fight.
Oh, no.
Smart play from Top Esports.
We already got double static shiv finished up.
I noticed as well that Jackie running the minion dematerializer, so the shiv will still one-shot those caster creeps. And Top Esports, they're looking to control lanes, I think it's fair to say, with this kind of build paths in multiple lanes.
And we're at a point now where, like, last fight, we didn't have ults up. Now, Mark, level 6, Tien, more importantly, having that paranoia online. So, Uzi still doesn't have his flash for a little bit, but Tien's heading up towards top side for his camps.
I love the way that last fight went as well, where Jackie Love ended up positioning. It looked like he was level 6. It looked like he'd used his killer instinct. But that was actually just him flashing aggressively, doing kind of the classic Jackie Love thing of being aggressive in those team fights, going for the extra damage. But like you said earlier, this year for Jackie Love, not so many customary mistakes. Will get slowed by Mako. No flash available for him. Chain of Corruption cleansed away. He will walk away with his life.
You know, I was just going to want to bring up the fact of, like, hey, fans, if you haven't watched Top Esports this, but Jackie Love has been very consistent, hasn't caused pretty much any problems. But I felt like if we said it, something like that would happen. Takes a bit of a greedy path back down to lane and gets punished.
The timing was immaculate, wasn't it?
It was.
Immediately walks into two people. But he's fine. Gets away with it. Clen's going to be on cooldown, as Herald was taken up on the top side by Tien here. And, I think Mark expecting those minions to go down just a split second faster. That could have been a huge hook, actually. That would have pulled Mako under the tower.
Yeah, and even if it wouldn't have been a kill, right, getting some nice damage onto him. Uzi, as we can see, also has no mana, so it would have just been an outright one trade for TES. Yeah. And now, I mean, with Tien having Herald in pocket, like, maybe you look bot, but with how much work Rookie's getting done mid, I actually wonder if you'd even need to use the Herald there, because Rookie absolutely dominating. Look, 20 CS lead.
Yeah, this is kind of solo lane obliteration right now from Rookie as he gets another combo onto Fofo as well. Zips away so he doesn't take any tower damage. He's already got 2 plates. He's getting close to finishing off a third one here. He's, like you say, 20 CS up individually. Both him and Jackie Love in a fantastic spot in this game as Drake back onto the map. Never actually got finished off in that initial play. Mark trying to fight for vision. Doesn't feel like Top Esports will give this one up without a fight.
No, and it makes no sense to, right? When, I mean, you now being at kind of stronger points, you have completed items. Things like the Paranoia still haven't been used yet. I guess now Uzi does have his summoners back up and Fofo hasn't used his flash yet, so it's not going to be as easy to find those picks, but still, that can only help you reposition from one person. But if Top Esports kind of stagger their engage, Rookie having the distortion to jump in is Jackie Love.
Yeah, Ala's already moved over, and this is a huge pick. There's steadfast presence to stop the killer instinct as well. That's a massive pick for EDG onto Jackie Love. That's a bounty in pocket as well. Herald immediately slammed down in the mid lane here. That'll be 4 plates taken with Demolish from Tien. I think they could finish this tower off. And they're not going to be able to do it. Not from Tien, sorry, from Wayward there. But it will just be the 4 plates taken in trade for the Drake. So little opportunity there for EDG, but they're still 2,000 gold down.
And here, like, I mean, Top Esports just waiting for Wayward to make his way down. Jackie Love wanting to get a little bit closer as the rest of his topside forces were making their way up. But definitely can't be having this. especially not even having tri-brush control, right? Don't have a pink in there. You know EDG were just a team that pushed the wave out, so they can have wards anywhere in the area, ends up getting punished.
And Jackie Love getting caught out there, perhaps a little greedy on his positioning. Ala good to catch him out, but overall, Top Esports still finding advantages. Rookie continuing to push in the mid lane. He's still got 2 minutes to work away on this tower. With the amount of priority he's had all game long, he's going to finish it off. No, he's not. It's 1 HP. 16 on the mid lane tower.
I mean, this guy can come back anytime he wants. You know what I mean? This turret is false. It is an illusion. And if you see it right now, I want you to get it out of your mind. Because, yeah, there we see Fofo backs off, and Rookie is going to take this one out. Will end up coming back with his Duskblade, so he's going to, find a decent bit of power. But at this point, Rookie's going to be able to do a lot to just evade him. And now it's going to be so hard for Fofo to walk up and clear out the lane, which is why we see Uzi, Mako making their way over, right? Because that extended lane up against the Nocturne, it is so easy to be punished by Top Esports composition.
It certainly is. Fofo going to have a hard time there. Jackie Love now finishing off a 3rd plate as well. These static shivs already paying dividends. They've basically paid themselves off. If you consider the cost of the shiver debt in the early game, well, the plates that they've gained has certainly paid that off at this point. Fantastic stuff from Top Esports. 4,000 gold lead almost. We're only 13 minutes in.
Yeah, and all of this just coming from the first 5 minutes, right, where we are at a 3-0 lead is... We're just going to get some nice trading for now. I feel like we're getting close to the point where both top laners are tanky enough to where no shenanigans can come through. So now it's going to be a lot about what happens.
I don't know. This is Wayward and Ala you're talking about here, man. I feel like you can never quite count out shenanigans. We did see a Poppy solo kill at Ornn this game. Like, I feel like that's pretty shenanigan-y. Right from the word go.
I feel like if the Shy was here, I would be certain that more solo kills would happen. These guys are like just under that line where I'm like, okay, maybe we're safe.
Good bit of trading here from Rookie. Nice use of the chains to make sure he can get those extra autos in. Has the fleet, has the shiv. He's finished off a Night Harvester as well at 14 minutes. Ala wants to walk away. I think he will get out with his life here. Worth mentioning as well, the Spell Shield interaction with the Steadfast Presence. TN can ult towards the Poppy, even with the Steadfast Presence. You can shield that initial knockup.
And I want to highlight on the minimap what was going on during that play. This is Jackie, Love, and Mark making their way into the enemy jungle, starting to clear out some of the defensive vision that EDG have and getting their own wards placed down. Looks like EDG are going to be quick to react and make sure those aren't there. We can see Top Esports already wanting to make sure they have a strong setup for this next Rift Herald. They'll at least be able to maintain control around the top half of the map, which could make it hard for EDG to have an avenue to enter in through, so they might have to actually just try and contend with the pressure that Top Esports have taken in mid lane.
Yeah. Honestly, the way that Top Esports are playing on the top side of the map and the... Oh, hang on, Jackie Love. You've stepped way too far forward on this one. Has to flash. And a TP actually going to come out as well. Jackie Love, the root's going in towards him. Cleanse dodges away from the queue, and here comes the cavalry! Jackie Love baiting the whole of EDG. He goes down in the end, but it is so unbelievably worth it. And Mako has Top Esports members punted at him by Ala. He's doomed at this point as he heads towards a blast cone, but you ain't going nowhere. TN will finish the kill off. In fact, Rookie over the wall could even do the job. That's a Herald and more domination.
I was going to say, that's not only 4 kills. That's a Herald. That's Rookie pushing in top lane, potentially denying that, getting some turret damage down. That's Top Esports keeping control of mid lane. Those kills turn into so much control for TES. They're going to start getting some of their resets off and even get on the Rift in time for Dragon. Here, man, I am so disappointed after the split Jackie Love's had that we're seeing a lot of the mistakes come out in this first game of playoffs. But Mark and TN there to save him. Paranoia first to try to deny some vision. And then this ult doing so much multi-man knockups. And then the coordinated dive from Rookie and TN really doing a lot to save the day. It's already a one fight at this point. But then like you said, Ala, I don't know if he has some unfinished business with Mako, but it looks like he does.
Oh dear. Well, EDG off the back of... the resets and whatnot, will be able to at least get themselves a second Drake. It's a Cloud Soul this game. Not really ideal for them, especially when the rest of the map is being taken apart by Top Esports. We're only 16 minutes in, and they're pushing a tier 2 in the mid lane. JJ going to be forced away. The Herald coming down will guarantee that tower. My goodness, the pressure that Top Esports are putting on, the speed they're accelerating this game at.
And we said it, these guys faced off last year in summer playoffs. Top Esports won both times. And yeah, you know, rosters are a bit different coming in, but still, I feel like the spirit of both organizations, especially Top Esports, doesn't matter how many roster moves they've had over the years, they really have kept a similar play style through and through. And showing us here in this first game why. They just are able to find such a good level of early game domination. And look at the minimap. These like aggressive ward lines have been able to persist throughout the game. I love that Top Esports have been fighting to take and try to keep aggressive control of vision and deny EDG any space on the map.
And a lot of that coming down to TN, who's having a fantastic game on this Nocturne, been given a carry. This is the first Nocturne game we actually see from him this year. He's played carries, but not typically the Nocturne this year. But having a great game. And we were talking earlier about TN's year, and it feels like while he's had a ton of MVP performances and generally has had a much better year than I think a lot of people were expecting when he was on this roster at the start of the year, he's still had some rough games. And I feel like TN, this series for me, the biggest thing is if he can match JJ throughout this series, then I feel confident for Top Esports for the rest of playoffs. Like, he's had some odd games, but generally speaking, his performance has been good. And if he can maintain that consistency, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and I feel like when you call players inconsistent or you say they're kind of flippy, it's like within a game they'll have good and bad moments. But Tien is like either he has a terrible game or he's a really good jungler. He's a jungler. You can see why he's picking up MVPs and why he made the All-Pro teams list. So, yeah, Tien definitely feels like a defining point of Top Esports performance in my mind. You already know what to expect out of Jackie Love rookie. And even Mark, I'd say, you know, is a very consistent player. It's kind of Wayward and Tien you're looking at to be able to perform.
Mark's in trouble underneath the tower here. Oh, no way does he walk out of this one. Oh, God. EDG so close, 30 HP. Mark, I don't think even Mark could believe he walked out of that one. He's got a big old grin on his face.
And while that was happening, Rookie actually got a wave into turret on top side. So they're losing gold. They're losing experience. We're already at a 7K gold lead for TES. And it's only getting forced more and more by the fact that Top Esports are pushing out their side lanes.
If that W hits from Jackulov onto Uzi there, it was already half HP. You know he's going down. Jackulov is starting to feel confident. He's fishing for kills. He's on 2 items on the Kai'Sa. Like you say, pushing in every lane right now. Top Esports. The pressure is never ending. I love how Mark is emoting at the start of the play and gets away with it. It's just beautiful.
We've always said that, like, Mark is one of my favorite players to watch his, like, expressions. He has the most, like, edgy boy band attitude there is.
Oh, no.
Rookie escapes.
Oh,
no.
God. I feel like EDG can't catch a break this game. Like, Mark walking away on 1 HP. They thought they had the pick on Jackulov earlier, but it was all just a bait, and he ults onto Uzi instead.
You know, we were talking before the series, and, like, we were talking about our predictions, right? Because I predicted Top Esports 3-2. And I was telling you how I actually wanted to predict 3-0, but TS just have those moments where they do something silly. And, you know, EDG is good enough to where if Top Esports throw a Baron, EDG will catch it, and EDG will win the game. But, man, if Top Esports can keep this up, like, this might be a quick night, which I don't know if a lot of people were expecting because of that flippy nature of Top Esports, because of that, the ups and downs that we've seen throughout the split.
All of the Forge God. Mako can block it, but they're quite happy to just target the Brawn by the looks of things, although Wayward may have stepped too far forwards here. Stun comes in, JJ comboing on top of it as well. Wayward down, an opportunity for EDG. Man advantage for them if they can find more in the fight. Jackulov would be the target here. Aloe on the Poppy, it's difficult to find and engage. Knock up onto Jackulov, Killer Instinct to keep himself safe here. Mark forced to flash. They will walk away.
Wayward getting picked, not what the team can handle. And a lot of it's coming down to that, right, they're playing the map very wide. Like, Rookie is not leaving the side lane. He's really trying to use, like, Static Shovel LeBlanc to the fullest of its ability. But at the same time, just it leaves a lot of members and areas of the map unprotected. As we see here, right? Just trying to make sure there's presence in mid, trying to find this opening pick. Call the Forge out. We see why Braum does counter this one out, but then just opens up opportunities like this for them to easily turn. They already have more members in the general vicinity since Rookie isn't here, and allows for EDG to find that first pick.
So good stuff from EDG. at least capitalizing on a mistake. That is literally what you were just saying. Like, top esports might make mistakes. EDG, a good enough team to capitalize on them. We literally get a case study of it in front of our faces. But the one kill they got was onto Wayward. None of the bounties taken over there. None of the big opportunities that you would hope for. If they could pick, like, Rookie right now, 500 gold bounty on him. The problem is, anyone walks up to Rookie, he's on 3 items at this point. He's going to one-shot a Squishy.
I was going to say, and like, even picked up the Lich Bane, right? So only going to give him even more pushing power and threat in that side lane. EDG, though, they want to find a fight. JJ flashing, not able to find anything once again.
That was a little awkward from JJ. Thought he had the opportunity. TES just dives in here, and the rest of the team with the follow-up engage. Look at the damage across the whole of EDG. Top esports, it doesn't even feel like they've committed just yet. Now the hook in onto Ala as Jaculov free firing. The shifts are getting so much value. Jaculov 1v4 in the backline, and in goes Rookie to finish the job. Ala is next. Fofo surviving, protecting his top laner, but top esports smurfing in the fights.
2 for 3 in favor of TES. This should open up the Drake for them. And I'll be honest, I don't even feel like the setup for the fight is like exactly what top esports want to go for. That was so incredibly rushed. And they still come out ahead. Makes sense when you have a 7k gold lead, but going to be able to pick up their first dragon of the game and not even going to get time to breathe. We're going to head straight into the replay. You know, pulling this when they're so clumped up, I feel like actually benefits EDG and benefits the formation of trying to peel back with things like the Malk ultimate like we just see with the Braum shield coming up. But they just have so much damage. You can see Rookie going in and out with those distortions, slowly whittling them down. And it's going to be here where he finally finds a moment to go in, coordinates with Jaculov. Jaculov pulling their focus allows then for the jump in to come back from Rookie, and sadly not able to finish up Ala, or would have been even a more beneficial fight for TES. But like I said, that was very like haphazardly trigger pulled. That was even the best setup TES could have looked for, and they still won.
I feel like there's a part of me that thinks top esports were looking for a way to get Mako's shield out before the Ornal so it could hit multiple players. It didn't actually work. Mako's shield was up. It still hit multiple players anyway. But yeah, I mean, Rookie was looking down the barrel of a pentakill right there. If he'd just been able to finish off Ala, that would have been the quadra. Fofo would have been on his own. Speaking of Fofo alone, takes a chunk from Rookie again. It's Jaculov trying to find presence in the mid lane once more. Ala wants an opportunity, but won't be able to find it. And look at this, the mid lane tower. There's been so much presence here from EDG all game. It's still full HP.
Yeah, I do say the longer this game goes on, though, it's going to be a little bit annoying with how much frontline EDG have. Top esports can't take fights like they just did, of just like, you know, Rookie, Jaculov, everyone being front to back and just kind of throwing out your abilities over and over again, relying on the fact that you're this far ahead. We're going to rely to, like, see Rookie play over walls, use terrain and fog of war, and find angles straight on to Fofo and Uzi.
Well, it takes a chunk, trades it for damage onto Wayward here, and like you say, playing side lanes, very much the way forwards. Rookie taking a tier 2 in the top side. In case he wasn't ahead enough, he's going to head back with a Blighted Crystal in his inventory. You know, I mentioned Jaculov having a skin. Rookie's also on the champion that he has a skin for. You know, like, very much reminding Uzi of 2018, our Rookie and Jaculov here.
Like we said, the last time these guys have faced off in playoffs, Jaculov and Uzi, is Mark. Yeah, they're kind of top esports are kind of playing their comp as a poke comp too. It's like, you know, fish for a hook, get a bit of damage done with like a distortion, maybe into a mimic from Rookie, throw it a W from Jaculov, then you back off, rinse and repeat.
Trying to use these shivs to maximum efficiency, that's for sure. It does feel like you know, the way that EDG drafted, it does feel like you say that it's hard to pull off that actual outright dive. It's really good for top esports that they built such a tremendous lead for themselves early on, because you can imagine if this is an even game and you're going into the late game against this comp from EDG, it's going to be really hard to finish any carries off. But they did manage to build a tremendous lead. They did manage to pretty much outlane across the board, aside from Ala, who did manage to solo kill Wayward, but
yeah,
both Jaculov and Rookie building huge leads in the laning phase. TES as well, getting a massive lead.
I feel like we're at a point where sure, top esports can keep side laning, pulling them apart, and like try to break down that inner turret bot lane. But beyond that, they now need to start, you know, making a plan to find picks to get a Baron. Because if not, like you're saying, we see how the game is stalled out with a 6K gold lead for TES. So if it just keeps going and they're getting items under the belt, this is going to be rough.
Mark has to flash away. Does have Hex Flash, so not the end of the world for him, but does feel like EDG are starting to gain control of this Baron area. And Baron has very much been the bread and butter for EDG across the course of playoffs. It feels like a lot of their wins have come from that Baron pit. As they control the river, they're denying vision. And remember, Top Esports, this is them 6,000 gold up. They've lost control of the river. They've lost control of the Baron pit. Rookie pushing in the bottom side with his TP available. Top Esports feel they have to contest. These W's from Jackie are really starting to chunk out EDG. But the TP has been forced from Rookie, and that's enough for EDG to back away.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Rookie was using to use that one so quickly. Didn't even get the wave in bot side yet, but Top Esports trying to threaten a pinch. Rookie might take mid lane into it.
Rookie's just pushing mid. Now the engage comes out from the side of EDG. Everyone dives into the back line. And the dive finally works out. Rookie into the fray as well as Fofo surely falls. He's in the back of Krug pit and will be taken out. But suddenly answering back. Allah versus the world. JJ throwing saplings from a distance. But I'm not sure this is a fight EDG can win anymore. Chains onto Allah here. The knockup should come on through, but he flashes to keep himself safe. Rookie wants a little bit more. Trying to get them damaged down under the tower, but Allah threatening the stun forces Rookie away.
Still, I mean, even trade, right? 3 for 3 at the end of the day. Top Esports, you would call the victors of the fight. They force the enemy team back. They're the ones pushing waves in, denying gold and experience. But still, this is getting incredibly close, as we're going to see here. Right, Rookie pushing in mid lane, but Top Esports still decide to start off a fight. We see a pretty nice ult come out from Wayward that isn't blocked, and it opens up for Jackie to go in with the Killer Instinct, find his way onto Uzi with the help of Tien, and then they try to finish it out. Problem is, now your AD carries left up against this massive Poppy. So Allah able to find the one, and then sadly, Rookie not really having the damage to be able to take down someone is big. Someone is thick, we'll say, is Allah right away.
Look, Allah did the most damage of anyone in that fight. JJ as well on the Maokai doing some work. This top side, they are tanky, but they have got Sunfire Capes. Well, that's not true. They've got one Sunfire Cape. JJ having, obviously, the Demonic Embrace as well to get those saplings, chunking people out. Feel like it is Rookie doing most of the heavy lifting here for Top Esports. 7-0-3. He's got the upgraded Night Harvester as well. And it feels like, to be honest, I was a little surprised to see Top Esports commit to the fight. I feel like they had a great setup for Rookie to just push mid.
I agree. I definitely feel like they could have threatened mid more there, but who knows? You know, could have been a breakdown of communication or just thinking that was the best time to get on Uzi. Still, though, we'll be able to get the second dragon.
For Uzi, this is like a Survivor Teamfight Challenge, brackets impossible. Like, how the hell do you, as Uzi, get out of a fight? Because even if the anti-dive comp works, it's like you win the fight after Uzi's dead. I don't think it's possible to actually protect Uzi in these fights.
Munchie has a stopwatch this time. You know, he's a little bit better.
That's very true, honestly. And Varus is one of those champions that the longer the fight goes on, certainly will be able to get massive damage out. What are you giggling away at?
Just noticing, like, the game of dodgeball that Uzi has to play against Jackie Love. Jackie Love, he's so close to connecting these so many times.
The amount of poke on both sides is obscene because Fofo is starting to really chunk out with these shock blasts. Rookie returns to the mid lane, finishes that tower off. No TPs available for Top Esports, so they can't really play the full side lane game.
No. Now Rookie also going to be spotted out by this control ward. We're going to see if Allah finds value.
That's Baron. Massive ult from Allah. Gets the Baron for his team. Rookie trying to get some damage in. And that's some huge damage out from the Static Shiv. But EDG get themselves the Baron. They get out with it. It's in trade for a tier 3 in the mid lane, but the inhib doesn't go down. And this composition is slowly but surely winning the battle of attrition for EDG.
Remember earlier when I said I wanted to predict a 3-0, but I felt like it'd be a 3-2 because of how Top Esports is? I feel like this game actually might be the perfect example of why. It felt like maybe they just committed to playing sides a little bit too long when they already had such a massive advantage early in the game, and they could have pressed it harder. And now we're seeing the full force of, again, the durability coming out from EDG. Gargoyle Stoneplate now picked up for Ala. He's only going to be even harder to deal with for the members of Top Esports.
He certainly is. He's going to be practically invincible. And that's one thing AP Kais is not great for, is trying to get through tanks.
There it is.
I mean, Rookie actually kind of jumped into that one a little bit. Zips back to it after the ult, but it was enough. They got Tien out of there, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, now going to be able to use these Baron Up minions to find a push. So we're going to see, I'm going to say a potential pick going to come out, but EDG actually bringing more forces here faster. They do, of course, see Fofo on top side, so if EDG overcommit here, nope. Actually, looks like Jackie and Wayward are going to decide to back off in the end. So at the end of the day, we'll just be one turret going over to EDG. And Munch, we both know where we're at. We're at the point where you know, potentially one big team fight going to be able to decide this game. But it feels like Top Esports are going to have to be the ones to pull the trigger. And it just seems like that's not how they want to play it, right? They're trying to bank on the Static Shiv, Lichbane LeBlanc finding presence in sides. But that might just give the opening for EDG to start a fight of their own.
And I want to take a second and talk about the big picture as well here, because we're talking about Top Esports getting this massive lead, not quite being able to actually finish things off here. The winner of this series is going to go up against BLG. So for EDG, like going this far behind in the early game, that's a scary sign against BLG. For Top Esports, not being able to finish this game off, that's a scary sign when your next opponent is BLG. I feel like both teams today needed to come in looking absolutely dominant. They needed to come in looking incredibly confident. So far, I feel like both leaving a little to be desired.
Yeah, there was a part of me today that wanted a 5-game banger for the excitement, but there was a part of me that also wanted a confident 3-0 for either of these teams, so we at least have hope when they go up against BLG. Like you're saying, not a ton coming from either side. Rookie does spot out Ala. But again, the name of the game is finding Uzi or Fofo.
Yeah, they're just muscling their way in right now. Fofo is getting big damage out. If you group up as Top Esports, those shock blasts will wreck that ward. Incredibly valuable, showing that they're backing away here. And EDG move to the mid lane. Baron not going to be up for a little while now, but Drake up in a minute's time. It's 2 apiece, but you feel like EDG pretty much just have control of the map at this point, so the third one probably should go their way.
I mean, anywhere Ala is, it just feels like it's too hard for TES to be able to deal with. I seriously do not think they have the damage to be able to take him down without him making an egregious mistake, overstepping and getting chunked out super early before his team's even around. But he hasn't been making mistakes like that in this game. A lot of those mistakes have been coming from the side of TES.
And you can see MR starting to come online. Just finished off a Negatron cloak there. Headed towards some MR for himself. You'd assume a Force of Nature. And that is going to mean that, like, we've seen Rookie chunking him out, but even that's not going to work once he finishes off that next time. Even just the Negatron cloak is going to do a lot of value versus Rookie. Void Staff finished off. You can see now potentially a pick onto Mark. Has to flash away. Ala on the front line. He is tanky, and that shield getting big value. Chain of Corruption. Mark is going to be the target. And EDG, this death ball, paying dividends. Denied on the ultimate here as everyone tries to dive in. Jackalov still alive as Rookie threatening on the back line as well. And Top Esports, they flipped it around. The death ball, more like a death circle at this point. And Top Esports, they've drawn a pentagram inside it. 21-11. Another triple for Rookie and a flawless game.
I can't believe that TES were able to take that fight. Inhib's exposed, and it looks like they just want to barrel down mid and try to find the game win. That should have been theirs all along.
EDG so close to the glorious comeback. It would have been a miracle win for them. And it would have been the beginning of a miracle run in the series. But Top Esports, after a dominant early game, they do put a bow on it. And Rookie, my goodness, 10-0-4. His second game of LeBlanc since the middle of the split, and showing that he's still very much got the skill.
Yeah, and I believe the difference maker in that last fight, it was crazy. I'll be honest, I would need a replay to be specific with it, but I feel like the thing that turned the tides was Tien getting close enough to Paranoia onto Fofo and Rookie jumping onto Uzi at the exact same time. So immediately, those two carries are removed from the fight. You now don't have a ton of damage coming out onto Jackie Love, as, you know, Mark was initially the one being focused, and that really allowed the tides to be turned. So even things like that, so hard to deal with when you have like both Rookie and TN are both stronger than like the opposing carries on the EDG and 1v1s. So then you can kind of pool focus, and it kind of allowed Jaculov to survive, which should have been a doomed situation for TES.
Yeah. And I feel like it was quite intelligent that Top Esports called the Forge God. What a weird way of saying that, but it kind of makes sense. And they called the Forge God, and EDG were kind of focused on like Mako being able to block that and protecting themselves from that. But Top Esports just went in before the second proc. I mean, I don't even think Wayward finished the second proc. I'm pretty sure he was denied by CC. But
I think so too.
like they dived in before the second proc anyway, so that EDG had to have this split focus. And like you say, hitting different carries at the same time felt like there was just too much going on for EDG to actually be able to protect Uzi, protect Fofo, and the death. I mean, Ala did a great job on the Poppy, but there's only so much Poppy's going to be able to do in that kind of a fight.
Exactly right. We definitely saw the value of the Poppy come through, and Ala looked like the best performer on EDG in that game. But, I mean, props to EDG for being able to keep it that close. And again, TS, it feels like they had to be more willing to aggressively search for picks and not just try and commit to like playing the 1-3-1 and pulling them apart in that mid game to really be able to get as much value as they can. But still, I feel like kind of good and bad things to learn about both teams in this first game.
It feels like lane domination versus discipline. Honestly, seems like the story of game number one, where Top Esports ran away with the early game. You can see they had the lead pretty much from, what was that, 4 minutes in or something? Absolute domination early on from them. The 2v2 going great for Jaculov and Mark Rookie having a great time in the early game. But then, as you say, stall out from EDG. They couldn't quite put a button on it, though.
So close, right? I was sure once that engage came through on the mark that the game was over, just in the opposite direction. And it would have felt a bit soured after all the work that Top Esports were able to do in that early game, how they lost. But luckily able to pull it through, like you're saying, Rookie on the LeBlanc. We've seen it time and time again over the years. There's so many great highlights of him on this champion. And now you wonder if this is something that EDG are going to have to ban out going forward. We know it's the pick that Fofo plays. He's pulled it out in playoffs so far. He pulled it out in the regular season. I even know him historically in the LMS. I think back to his debut. I believe his first game in the LMS, he played LeBlanc. It was LeBlanc or Azir, played the other one in the second game. But point is, it's a champion that Fofo definitely knows well as well. So draft is just so interesting, even going back to before the series, Munch, and like you bringing up the Azir, the LeBlanc, the Jace, both of these mid laners, I think very much liking like the same pool of champions.
Yeah, and even stuff like the Nico, like very much available for both, very much willing to play on both sides. So if we do see more mid lane bans, that could be an option. Although Rookie has pretty much been an Ahri one trick across the course of this split. Like he's got 15 games on the Ahri over the split, and it, you know, just because of the mobility it gives him, the ability to play with TN and work as that duo. And I feel like that has been the way that Top Esports have kind of lived and died this split. And we got to see that in the early game here, where TN and Rookie really working together to control that early game. And, you know, I mean, Rookie individually just having a phenomenal performance. Like the lane difference from Rookie in this one was absurd. How often do you see mid lane tier 1 taken as the first tower of the game with all 5 plates? Like that is so incredibly rare in professional League of Legends, and that is just a testament to Rookie's performance here in game number 1. We're going to jump into a break and we'll find out what EDG have, because they showed us a lot here in game number 1. I'm hoping they've got more of that in the tank.
抢到了宁王，而且大招攻击直接开钻。哇，这人队已经打得很混乱了，左右在疯狂拖伤害，256点到了格温，但正面还有个满血合力加小猫咪，为啥有点不太够？被震回来了，256这个点还有点高，这里还有第二周目，但我没有把厄斐琉斯击倒，看厄斐琉斯有击宝还在拉扯。 厄斐琉斯再点个人头，要5杀吗？就在夏季赛第一天5杀，想要滑上去，开大招开点了，猴子给技能往前推出了闪现技巧了，一步之后就是生存的秘籍，手上跨
杰克这边还在正面 ，Mark 为他们保上，刀子大，这边虎刀直接吸，我们过来了，有这个厄斐琉斯直接拿到一个3杀，3下端过平位。 身体 掉乐言在后排的人名，乐言丝线直接被秦伟业你给击杀掉了，而且后续赖特利用计划解决对方控制之后，回头在5连开始来大输出，4杀夸抓到手，5杀吗？最后人头是由小虎给拿的。再战线双招交出来，但是想留更多的人，
就要开了。
AD 想开后排，想开 Rookie，直接秒杀了 AD， 卡莎直接对位的杀断 AD。
这波只要看后部其实就可以了，在2下之后开始的收割模式，能收割起来吗？交闪电会把9号剑点死了，这波是一波机会，后部感觉可以收割，再打一个中间人头 ，Rascap 正老不进能，但没有任何办法，一击能抵完之后一个 Triple Kill 到手，那应该是有夸抓了。
这个位置自己也没定在原地，秦辉业已经向前狂攻 ，Alpha 再次支配了战场，4杀到手。卡莎瞬间切到战场，4转卡莎，他带来个刺客的转职，直接收到一波 double kill，瞄准奎桑迪，奎桑迪看清了自己的大招，他没有大招，大招是没有了，卡莎直接一波3杀，39身上还被套了一手重度粉，哇，卡莎再一个巨风锁定，直接切进去猴子反杀了，但是被小刀给推走了，这个刺切被处理了，嘎啦飞上去了，1切2，拿下3杀加了4杀到手，这个5杀是可以稳稳的做到嘎啦的身上，本塔 kill， 来了，想跳一下。欧亚这边很脆，直接被融化了，第一场已经招了，而且塔已经被点掉，双 J 在打前排，但是打不动，这边欧亚已经死了，这边开了5个人啊，我开的还不错，但这边的话李飞的血量还是挺健康的，瑞尔已经被秒掉，李飞拿到一个双杀，小炮跳应该闪 A， 李飞已经拿到一个第3个人头了，
机会5杀，
要5杀了，最后优卡被斩整到，你把偷币的 Q， 本塔 Q，
打伤害，欧亚这边先被解决，北川也被卡在了前面，所有人都在集火出妹，非常绕打了一个闪现的原地，牛头死了，瑶瑶反身开一个大招，但是被乌兹给躲开了，乌兹还在输出，乌兹这边是有闪现跟大招的，但双方打成一个，这一波还要飞吗？再一个系统进攻了，乌兹回来，卡西亚少女带走了瑶瑶，闪现过来，彪把他锁住了，最后剩下一个过来的优口过来飞被乌兹已经卡到大招，闪现得到了最后一下平 A。
Through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. So come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I think of my baby, that summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living
因为下一赛季后赛我觉得是非常重要的，希望自己的状态能非常好，然后希望能跟队伍走得更远。其实大家状态其实现在都还可以吧，然后希望季后赛能一起打得越来越好。目前的想法就是碰到谁都得赢吧，也没有特别想碰到对手。我觉得我们队伍整体来说，不管是对线还是运营方面，觉得都是不会有太大问题的。然后我们有时候会在前期和打团的时候出现就是比较大的波动，然后我觉得这些地方需要稳定一点才能走到最后。BO3和BO5区，我觉得是 BO3就是给你失误的机会不多，它 BO5的话整体容错率会高一点，会给你更多调整的时间。我觉得职业打到现在，每一年的队友和对手都可能是不一样。我希望在我现在状态还算比较稳定的时候，去抓住每一次机会。
Welcome back, everybody. Jackie Love there saying, you know, in best of 3, you can't really afford to make many mistakes, whereas in a best of 5, you've got more time, which explains him playing a little bit looser in some of those rotations across the course of our first game. I'm much joined by Lyric as we head towards our second game here as Top Esports finishing things out against EDG at game number 1, and Rookie a deserved MVP, but this wasn't as smooth of a game as it may look on the scoreboard.
No. But Rookie definitely the one to step up for the side of TES. But they were off to a dominant start, right? Great early game. They find 3 kills. It's 3-0 at like the 4-minute mark for them. And Rookie's demolishing in the mid lane. He gets like 3 plates by himself before they bring the Rift Herald over. The map's open super early on. And then it looked like Top Esports, you know, were being too hesitant. Like they were sticking to the split push strategy, right? Static Shiv, Lichbane coming out for Rookie. It makes sense. You have a Nocturne, but they weren't finding picks onto EDG. So EDG were able to stall out the game, which to EDG's credit, they were giving up side that's pretty much staying as a 5-man consistent deathball unit. But they were only able to keep it up for so long before Rookie, before TN were able to split up the fight and find their way on to the key carries of EDG.
Yeah, this play especially was like heartbreak for EDG. They thought they had Jackie Love, and while they do kill Jackie Love in the end, it's at the cost of 3 players. Really tough one. So many of these fights, honestly, felt like they were going EDG's way until they weren't.
Yeah, and we even see like so many missed skill shots coming out from EDG just because of the amount of mobility on TS's comp, right? Both Kai'Sa and LeBlanc having that mobility there. You have a spell shield as Nocturne to potentially eat up an ability, and it just makes it so hard to find the stat you're looking for. And this is why draft gets so interesting going forward and seeing what things change, right? Like, is LeBlanc now worthy of drawing a ban? Is LeBlanc maybe just higher on the pick list for EDG and for Fofo to get his hands on? There's going to be so many small things like this that, you know, we're going to find out going into game 2. Because it definitely feels like this is a champion that now you have to respect going forward in this best of 5.
Oh, you absolutely do. Rookie, he's been an absolute machine on the pick. And again, like you say, not something he's been playing across the course of the year in general.
Oh.
But showing up
just
later on.
Just on that fight, the flash knockback coming out from Ala onto Wayward. I don't know if that's who you used that on, but yeah, I'm just glad that this fight happened super fast. We didn't get a replay of it in game because the game ended, but you know, now seeing it back, it makes a lot of sense how this fight ended up in TS's favor.
Yeah, and it's what we were talking about after the game, right? Where it's like the call of the Forge God is like almost a big distraction. It's like, hey, everyone focus on Ornn. He's doing his big ultimate. And in the meantime, everyone dives on the carries and just kills them. So
yeah,
bit of a rough one for EDG to finish the game out, kind of baited in a little bit by Wayward. But all things considered, Top Esports, phenomenal early game and pushing that one forwards. This like weird sort of pokish, dive-ish comp. Like,
yeah,
it felt like mostly a poke comp until they get them low enough and then commit to a dive. The way that they played it out felt quite strange, but I think against the composition of EDG, it kind of had to be a bit strange how they played it.
I mean, it was not only a poke, then into like a re-engage or a dive. They also played 1-3-1 for a long time, which,
Yeah.
you know, LeBlanc side lane is one thing, but using the Ornn is kind of a component in that 1-3-1 as well. You really got to see, like, the full flesh of many different metas from TES within this one game, which only leaves you excited going forward, because we already hit on, we've seen a lot of different champions throughout this playoffs. Hell, even Uzi bringing out a signature Vayne in their last series, right? So we might get to see that going forward. But on the opposite vein, we have a lot of consistent things. Like we said, the Vi and Rumble bans staying there from EDG throughout every game of playoffs so far. Feels like that lack of wiggle room maybe is going to be one of the things that could punish them in this series.
I'm kind of curious as well, especially the Rumble ban. Like, we've not seen Wayward play Rumble. Granted, this is the first game we've seen Wayward play on 13.13, so, you know, it's highly possible that he's been practicing in scrims. We'll see if EDG do consistently respect, like you say, the Vi, the Rumble. The Vi ban is fantastic against TN regardless. Like, EDG have been banning it anyway, but TN has loved that Vi across the course of the year. Let's see how things are going to change. Is EDG going to be on our blue side for game number 2? That should change priorities a little bit in the draft. We'll see if that LeBlanc makes it through the bans, and if EDG prioritize it in the same way that we saw Top Esports do, although the Kai'Sa was the first pick.
Yeah, I think the Kai'Sa first pick makes sense going forward. I'm curious to see if Uzi gets his hands on it. I would expect so. Top Esports, I don't know how much they'll think they have to change their bans going into the second game. I definitely expect things like the Jax to stay a priority, but there it is. Kai'Sa immediately taken offline. So that answers one question. Not going to want to deal with that. Tristana, now it's either that Xayah or the Jax coming through. I guess Xayah would make it much more uniform of just completely banning out Uzi.
Yeah, true. Just try and remove all of those potential picks from the bottom side. It does open up for a very interesting bottom lane if Xayah would be banned as well. That would certainly change things up. The LeBlanc taken off by EDG. I have to say, the Rumble, with them banning it on blue side and red side, it does feel like Allah just does not play that pick, and that can be really tough making it through playoffs when you've got a pick that's just not, like, you'll respect banning it, but you're also not willing to play it. That can always feel like an absolute crutch.
I mean, you have 2 permabans, right? They literally have 2 permabans in playoffs. We are going to stick with the Jax going through. So now I'm curious, because the Jace still being left open. We know they favored that one going into the first game. So they are just going to opt back into it. Once again, FO1 a strong laner, and I guess just hope that this time around without the LeBlanc, you aren't going to be able to punish him as hard in the 1v1. I wouldn't be surprised now if we saw Rookie just end up going back to the Azir that we were hitting on earlier, though, and just providing them some lane presence once again, while also cementing them in late game team fighting, something last game around which was starting to get more difficult for them.
Yeah, the Azir certainly on the cards, but the Xayah going to be locked in first for Top Esports, prioritizing getting themselves a strong AD carry that they can play around here. Now, whether or not they want to, I mean, there's an argument for locking in Rakan. Whether or not you prioritize that combo over like jungle and mid, though, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an argument to be made for a Rakan, or if you wanted to go jungle and get your hands on like a Maokai or Sejuani sooner. But it seems, I was going to say, if they did lock in the Azir, it would just to be guaranteeing it, right? Because you don't expect EDG to put the Jason topside. I guess it is possible, but just not something we're really seeing it all these days. But still, wanting to make sure Rookie guarantees his hands on a comfort pick and a very strong pick in the meta. So this time around, Top Esports is going to be the ones who can kite back, who can play from a range, have tools to peel and disengage.
Yeah. The Maokai coming on through, I feel like was a foregone conclusion. Jason Maokai, they're like...
the best of friends.
Yeah, they're like peas and mashed potatoes, you know? You can mix them all in, and you can get the little green bits, you can get little pockets of flavor in your mash. Fantastic.
I feel like they're the beans in the toast.
That's a weird thing to say for an American. I agree with you, but I've never heard an American say beans and toast is great. Beans on toast is legend. It's an institution.
I love it. I love it. It's something that, you know, I know a lot of people who don't, it doesn't make sense to them, but it makes sense to me.
Do you know what else is an institution? Blue side Renekton. And EDG gonna lock that in. LPL loves our Renektons. I'm struggling with sentences today. As TN gonna go for the Sejuani as well. Interesting to see JJ very much focusing on the Maokai in this series when we saw in the previous series, he was all over that Sejuani.
Yeah, right. And I guess just wanting to have kind of more potential early game skirmishing presence, you know, the AP ratios you bring pairing alongside the Jace as well gives you long range, engage, and disengage, which I think makes sense with a Jace as well. But I like, you know, moving into the bans, Zavaris ban being taken away. EDG, I think that's what they would have loved, to have some more early game aggression in their composition, because that's where it's really centered to me so far, early game skirmishing around that top half of the map. I'm interested to see what Uzi's even going to lean back on. We've had a lot of weird picks so far. Again, we've even seen things like Ezreal coming out. The Aphelios, despite the nerfs, has been brought out a few times to lack of success. But I feel like maybe one of those directions are where you'll be looking for EDG, especially if you're going to be having, you know, potential more focus around mid or top in this game.
Certainly could be an option. Rakan, not a surprising ban considering the Zaya's already there for Jakilov, so wanting to deny potential combo. Although Nautilus can certainly tick boxes, and we know how much Mark loves the Nautilus. I feel like Mark and Nautilus are synonymous at this point. Let's see how EDG went around this composition out, because game number 1 didn't feel like Uzi could really function on that Varus. This time Varus is taken off the board, but Ashe would be available.
Yeah, Ashe, like I said, Ezreal is something that I don't mind seeing into the Xayah, and we've already seen in the playoffs a couple times. Is a lot of strength to play out from a ranger, not have to deal with the feathers as much, especially if you intend to, again, look to be a bit more skirmish heavy in the mid game. Gonna bring out the Braum right now, so now everything's in Uzi's hands. Mako did do a phenomenal job on that one in game 1. Please, Bunch, please.
When I saw the Braum locked in, I was gonna say Lucian, because it is Uzi as well. Obviously, Lucian got changed since Uzi's days. Now his passive is based on being with an enchanter. This is not the same strength Lucian that it used to be with Braum, but still going to go for that. I guess that counts with the stand behind me.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely does. It does count as, you know, you are definitely being shielded in that situation. But I just love it. We get more aggression than whatever the alternatives would have been for EDG, because everything we were listing, I guess the Ashe would have been aggressive too, but things like the Ezreal definitely would have leaned more into the passivity coming through. And Wayward and TS just don't care about the Braum. They feel confident in trying to bait the shield out and get the Call of the Forge God. Or like you were saying, just use the Call of the Forge God as the, hey, the big distraction, pay attention to me, and then have their carries pop off. So the script is flipped this time around. More early game aggression coming out from EDG and the Lucian and the Renekton. Top esports built up for those full-on 5v5s. Though we know people like Rookie on the Azir, they can find those moments to go for the engages in the flank. Hell, Xiaohu was doing a great job of it yesterday.
He certainly was. Let's see what Rookie can do on the Azir. I've just reread Lucian's passive, and it includes immobilizers within 1,000 units. So Lucian's definitely going to get the buffs. I take back everything I said. Braum turns out fantastic. Still very good with the new version of the passive. But this is a much more interesting look, as we saw an aggressive 2v2 in the bottom side. In game number 1, it was Jakilov on Mark that came out on top. Now Lucian, Braum, known for how dominant that 2v2 can be. With Uzi getting his hands on very much a classic pick for him. When you look at Uzi's all-time most played champions, it's his second most played with a 65% win rate over 73 games. It's a huge amount of Lucian over the years and a huge amount of 1 lanes.
And we know for EDG, right, like they showed us against OMG, they can bounce back. Doesn't matter if they're 1 game down. Maokai, great coach. Get them in the back room, game plan with them, and figure out where to go from here. So we're going to see it. Hell, again, already the direction is so different from game 1, where they're going to be the team trying to dictate the pace of the game. And I'm also curious to see how top esports can do in a more controlled style, right? TN especially. It's about covering for your lanes, spotting out where JJ is, and really making sure that no fires get set before the mid game. Maybe some individual advantages can be found around mid once you get the Emperor's Divide online, but going to be a much slower pace coming out for TES in game 2.
It certainly will. And to be honest, like, I feel like there's a view of top esports that they're a really fast team all the time. That's not always been true, to be honest. Like, top esports have been quite happy in slower metas where they can win lanes, build small advantages, and then gradually build leads over time just from being the stronger team. See if that's going to work for them here today. Great stuff in game number 1. Can they keep this rolling in the series? Remember for Uzi as well, this is the first time he's made playoffs in 4 years. Obviously, a lot of that time he was not actually playing in LPL, so it's not necessarily an indictment on him. But he comes in, first playoffs in 4 years, all the way from round 1, now in round 3, 1-0 down. Wants to make sure that he's showing up in playoffs, wants to keep EDG into that double elim, and now brings out the Lucian.
You know, not to rain on the parade of the story, but, you know, we haven't been told anything yet, but there definitely has to be, like, you know, maybe the lobby has to be remade, and then, you know, I'm sure there's probably no picks changing, but sometimes you have that where it's like, oh, there's some problem, remake the lobby, pick the same champions, and then send us in. And it's definitely one of those. And I don't, you know, JJ, I don't feel like this is a laughing matter. I feel like there needs to be some respect put on the name of a lobby being remade. Tien, we're looking at you too. Same fun and games.
Yeah, you think
League
this
of Legends.
is games? You think this is video games? This is esports, I'll have you know. Get a serious face on, fold your arms for the camera, do some finger guns. None of this laughing about.
Bring back Y4, and then Sam D stealing his finger guns.
I can't
Bring
believe
him back.
he did that. How dare he stood? How dare he stand where he stood? It doesn't really work when you're using he for both, does it? Ah, dear. It looks like maybe we're going into game, though. As the camera's doing that big old pan that it does. We're looking at a Mercedes logo. That's usually a good sign that we're heading towards game number 2 here between Top and EDG. And it's going to be an interesting one with Wayward going for that Ornn once again, but the carry is very much changing for Top Esports. A very different way of playing out. Looking towards the team fights that Jackie himself criticized in the pre-game interview.
I love how much EDG are leaning into, you know, potential level 1 aggression when they have this Braum. We saw in game 1, they got a flash from Jackie Love at level 1. Weren't able to turn it into anything, but could have snowballed into something more. And this time around, it looks like they were prodding, hoping that someone from Top Esports would overstep and that Braum would be able to find huge value once again.
Yeah, the Braum can be so incredibly impactful in the early game. I love as well in the Gyos, I feel like there was one dude that was a lot closer to the microphone than everyone else during those Gyos. Getting his voice on stream.
I love, like, when you have the Gyo chants and there's, like, one person who's super loud and, like, up front, and they're just owning it. No embarrassment in the universe.
No. They know that they're here to support, and they're wholehearted. You know, that used to be Dagda. I feel like I think it was Sheen as well. Both of them went to LEC and became notorious for their chants in the crowd.
I actually remember tuning in when that happened.
Nice. I thought there was going to be more to that story then.
So my stream completely lagged out and gave me robot noises as I was saying it. And I assumed either me or you were donezo. But point is, if you can find whatever year that was or like what week of LEC games, if you tune in, you hear the whole like Irish entourage just going absolutely wild.
Yeah, they were having a whale of a time, as they always do.
It's fitting when you bring up Dagda that I get the robot noises coming in through the stream.
The Dagatron still haunting the LPL. Yeah, I feel like that is destiny at this point. Let's return to League of Legends for a moment here and talk pathing. As we've got our junglers going to opposite sides. I'm moving away from the Dagatron because I daren't talk about it in case we manifest it. We've got TEN though, headed up towards this top side. Ganking an Ornn doesn't seem like it's going to happen, does it? But for THA, could move into that bottom lane potentially to try and set up Uzi and Mako.
Yeah, I think a big thing is Tien not, pathing away from what is going to be his incredible weak side. And, we can already see what Uzi and Mako are doing, just keeping them in full force. To know he can get a crab somewhere, maybe expecting that JJ is going to want to play around the strength of that Lucian. And, despite the fact that you don't really care to gank Yorn, it's like if Ala oversteps and you can see an opportunity to flash and maybe alleviate some pressure from Wayward, like that is always an option. So I think it makes sense coming out. I expect both to just trade scuttles, but we'll see if Jackie and Mark over-aggress and give JJ an easy angle to play around.
And one thing I will say, while gold on tanks isn't necessarily as valuable as gold on carries, when you're against a Lucian Jace that are going to be spiking very hard at like 2 items, having an extra couple of armor items on a tank is definitely valuable. And you've got so much AD on one team. JJ behind enemy lines here, potentially trying to set up a dive. I don't think they're going to commit to anything here. They just don't have the minions.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. But going back to what you're saying, right? Things like you know, a plated steel caps a bit sooner. If it ends up going, he's like, hey, look at all the AD. I want to go with Thorn Mail, and like they have some healing. Deny that. That's going to get so much value the longer this game goes on. Again, I really think the name of the game for TS is trying to get some neutral vision down early on in River, spot out where JJ is, and just really deny any action coming out for EDG. Like, sure, maybe there's opportunities like this where you can find a gank, but even just allow Jackie and Mark to get the wave in and find resets, that's huge.
Tien moves forward. Mako hooked back into the fray here. Jackalov trying to get the damage down. Stun flashed away by Mako, but they dive underneath the tower. Jackalov goes forward in trouble from Uzi, but can't threaten the re-engage. First blood for Mark.
I'm saying all they need to do is be defensive and deny any plays coming out for EDG, but that's not the top esports style. You got to go on the offensive. They do it beautifully. Jackie Love flashing forward. Would have been great had him or Tien picked up the kill, but still, you will take that any day of the week, getting the wave in and finding a kill, getting yourself off a good reset, and now moving forward.
Yeah, let's take another look. I mean, I love how Tien played on the edge of vision here. And then the route from Jackalov to start it off, it means that Mark can get his full combo very easily. Perfect CC chaining.
Right hook into the passive hit coming out from the Nautilus. Then you have the stun from Tien. Jackalov very easily able to follow up with the flash to make sure they gain another one. Looks like EDG gonna hope to find something on Rookie, but I was gonna say, as you're always just gonna be able to zoom away. Even has the Emperor's Divide online. Had it gotten a little bit more spicy, can always knock them back and look to play from a safe spot. But now this is where Fofo's actually going to be under threat. Level 6 is where he actually starts coming online in this lane, and you can always Shurima shuffle him into tower or start setting up 4 ganks for Tien to be able to come through. So Fofo definitely going to rely on the vision that Mako is trying to get him around mid lane. So all of that going to be around the bot side of the map. Going to need to see Fofo respect and not really hover around that top side. But with Herald coming up in less than 2 minutes, that's where the game's going to start flowing too.
It would be really tough for Fofo if he does end up dying in lane, if he does end up falling too far behind. You can see minus CS lead in that mid lane. But JJ wants to answer what Tien was able to do in the bottom side. He's spotted out though, won't be able to pull it off. This is a fantastic wave position though for EDG. Like they could freeze this all day long. Jackalov is really going to struggle to farm and he's already behind in CS.
But you can see Top Esports making the right call. When this happens, you call the jungle down. So Tien looks like waiting in the wings at first, but just wanting to hope and show that they can push this in.
Both junglers are here, though. JJ moves in to try and answer, but the route onto Uzi is huge. He flashes to stop the stun coming on through, and it's Tien stunned instead. Uzi with big damage, and Tien knocks right into his open arms, but Uzi gets the feathers, and suddenly it's turned around. Jackalov's still full HP, as Mark threatened by JJ, but there's no way to chase it, and Mark walks away again. How many times this series will Mark get away with murder?
And I feel like this trade's slightly in favor of Top Esports, just for the fact that Jackie Love is still up. He's able to catch the wave and get that gold. He even manages to get the kill for himself. But still, with the fact that Uzi's been up in CS this whole time, it's not like he's going to be down now. So ultimately, at the end of the day, it was just a 1-for-1. So really, Top Esports only keeping that advantage in mid, which is actually outweighed by what all is on the top side. But we're going to go into the replay now. It looked like at first Tien just wanted to help them get this wave pushed in because, like you said, EDG could have held this for days. They do find the route to come through, which is why they want to go forward with the play. But this opens up for a counter gank to come through for JJ. They do a great job at first, but I think it's here where Mark realizes, hey, I can flash in now, use Tien getting knocked back as a distraction. The feathers come back up once again for Jackalov, so they find one, and luckily for Mark, that W coming up just in time to make sure he doesn't go down.
Somehow walks away with it. This time it's Top Esports to get the first Drake. Game number 1, it was EDG getting 2 of the first Drakes as kind of consolation prizes for what Top Esports were doing early on the map. This time Tien just permanently on this bottom side, making sure that Uzi can't pop off too much on the Lucian. That previous play kind of closing the CS advantage that Lucian was starting, or Lucian, that Uzi was starting to build for himself. As JJ We'll get the answer on the top side of a Herald.
Playing around the strength that Ala has built up, right? 20 CS leading that top side is what you'd expect in this matchup if you are playing it as well as Ala is. And then now you can see, I'd love to see them actually just show more presence in top side jungle. If they're going to do that, keep it up. Try and get some aggressive vision placed down, spot out where TN is, and they might be able to start enable Ala to start roaming around the map more, because that was so close from connecting.
That would have been real scary for Uzi because no flash available either, but he dodges it, keeps himself safe as Fofo wants to try and take these chickens. Tien does get the big one, and that's the most important one for him. Gets the heal off as well as Ala. He's feeling confident in this lane. He started proxy farming at this point. He's very happy to continue to build this lead against Wayward.
Only as the Iron Spiked Whip, we did just get a reset coming out for Wayward, where he picked up the new Chain Vest, before they just have 2 cloth armors. So he's going to get tankier. He's going to be able to deal with some of the heavy trading that Ala is putting up a little bit more. But with more crucial items coming online for EDG, like the Demonic Embrace being finished by JJ, they're probably positioned well, getting close to that, that first item power spike where Lucian, a Jace, Maokai poke is going to hit so hard.
TP down in the bottom side. Jackie Love in trouble. Featherstorm available for him and used immediately. Ala trying to get onto him, but Mark with the body blocking. Clean play, and Ala pulled back in. Jackie Love, so many feathers down. The health bars are low for EDG, and he goes on forwards. Uzi low. Ala diving forwards as JJ here to protect his carries, but my God, Top Esports are indomitable.
I cannot believe they were able to turn that play. Everything looks so good. Ala positioning, flashing forward a bit to be behind Jackula, but not able to work out. Now Top Esports getting Wayward some much needed gold on top side. Jackula, you are still going to have to back off, my friend, because you cannot deal with JJ with this amount of HP. JJ might find him.
Dead? Yeah, he's dead. Yep. Bramble Smash finishes the job. You can't walk away as Rookie his TP to answer it. And JJ, unfortunately, will just give his life for the play. Still, plate gold for Uzi. Honestly, I've lost track of this play. I don't even know who won.
This play is definitely in favor of EDG, as we see here. Fofo going to be able to get into mid, get this one down a little bit more. You just got to wave push and bot, so some gold denied. But it's going to be here where Jackie Love just is doing great TP play coming out, cleanses the initial CC coming through. But I love the positioning by Ala, because he puts himself right behind the Xayah. But there, Mark walking forward, able to get in with the body block. Even body block, the Q coming out from Mako. It's what is the difference maker, and both able to survive just on 1 HP. Uzi, the one auto isn't enough in the end. Even gets the Blade Caller, the root coming through. And I think EDG are lucky that Moore didn't go down.
Yeah, I mean, Mark and Tien both just about walking away. I feel like in this series already, we've seen Mark walk away in fights where he really has no right to survive. Like, that's 4 times, is it? Across these 2 games? Mark very much knowing the limits of Nautilus. All of those years of playing almost exclusively Nautilus really paying off.
And hey, that is I think, something LPL supports in general. You put an LPL, Nautilus, or Leona up against anyone, I feel like they are among the best. Just from how anytime even Enchanters started to become semblance of meta in other regions, we just didn't care. We just didn't care one bit.
Even at like the height of Yuumi, we still saw a lot of like Nautilus lanes. Like no matter what the meta is, he'll still at least exist in the meta. And again, JJ now moving down to try and punish that Nautilus. I guess they're really trying to punish Jackie Love, but that didn't quite work with the previous sentence. Mark moving over to make sure his AD carry's okay. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, and it feels like both teams want presence here.
I feel like EDG in the advantage, though, because Jackie Love has no flash. You also have item advantage with Kraken Slayer for Uzi. All of that coming from the amount of plates that EDG have been able to get in that bot lane. So definitely some significant items there. Sure, we have Crown of the Shattered Queen on Rookie, but doesn't feel like it evens it out as much as like Demonic Embrace plus Kraken Slayer on the side of EDG. And again, the lack of summoners on Jackie Love.
And I feel like Kraken Slayer is just such an insanely strong item, especially on Lucian. You can proc those true damage hits so quickly. Jackie Love being a little cautious. But he died to that Maokai once, doesn't want to die again. As Rookie doing a great job in the mid lane, like you say, he's Mythic online at this point, but Crown, not necessarily the biggest early game spike out of all of those first items, but Wayward's moved over, and Top Esports certainly don't want to give this Drake up without a fight.
No, and I think we're looking at Rookie to see what he's able to find. Last time around, Top Esports, was EDG actually being the aggressors.
Mako trading a lot of HP to move in there, but that's good damage down onto TN. Uzi moving over after catching that wave in the bottom side. Top Esports still posturing for this one. TN moving over from the top side of the players. EDG deciding to retreat. They don't want the fight right now. They let Top Esports onto the Drake. Roots coming across the team here. JJ needs to get into that pit, but the Azir can do so much. Drake taken by Top Esports, and EDG full respect.
And I'm surprised, even the amount of posturing. Top Esports bought enough time where Jackie Love's flash had coming up, like, hadn't engaged come through, he would have still been fine. So hesitant coming through. It looked like just wanting the perfect setup, the perfect flank to come out from Ala, because they know if they just run front to back, are they really going to get Herald off?
They're going to get Herald as well. This is going to be absolutely huge for Top Esports. Not only do they get the Drake just the posturing alone, they get the mid tower, they move it into a Herald as well, and you could even just instantly drop the Herald top. I don't know if they'll go for that play necessarily, but
probably not.
Massive little spin here for Top Esports.
Great play. I feel like if they did instantly move top, you're giving the enemy team too much tempo in terms of their resets coming out so much sooner than yours. Like we see now Dustblade picked up by Fofo, so they're going to be incredibly strong. So definitely going to want some resets to come out for Top Esports. 3 of them already have. Do you expect TN to be following up quite soon? Maybe pick up a couple more camps if he's a little bit gold off. Some more items coming out, but you're right. It felt like they're really nice fluid movements coming out for TES. Sure, EDG are still in the advantage in terms of gold because of some of the CS leads we have coming out in top and AD carry, but that was just some great map movement from Top Esports.
And it just feels like it was all so well timed for them as well. Like Herald just respawning perfectly after the Drake. Like it all lined up very nicely. But look towards Cien as 3 players aggressing onto him here. EDG want to try and find a pick, but Rookie's here too. But this jungler, this is a 4v2. Mark is moving into the area as well. Rookie with that ultimate available, with his crown. You don't expect them to pull this dive off.
No, not going to be able to do it. Even noticing that Wayward had walked over Ward up towards that top side, so he's ready to join at any time with this teleport. So I like to back off, but instantly coming back. Top Esports seem like they're kind of reading it.
Rookie's having none of it, pushes them in. Fofo, his target, but Rookie is down. Pulled back his Mako, but JJ is tanking for the time being. Call of the Forge got to get the knockups. The health bar is so low, and there's one for Top Esports. Even now, is Jacula forced to use his Feather Storm, but Uzi barely dashes away from Tien's ultimate. It's a 1-for-1 in the top side as everyone gets involved.
Low health bars on EDG. That could have almost been more beneficial because I believe Mark had started to walk back up towards the turret before the dive happened, then started his recall like right as the dive came through. It's like, oh gosh, like I got to get up there now. Had he gotten up there a little bit sooner, maybe by a bit more time, Rookie's able to survive with the amount of CC coming through, but still, I think it's very fortunate for TS to be able to turn that into a 1-for-1.
Certainly was. Rookie TPs into the mid lane. Tien defending that tier 1 tower.
Yeah,
so
right
Rookie
there.
starts it trying to find Fofo.
Yeah, but still, like Mark was making his way up, then started his reset. Of course, with the numbers advantage, they're able to find the first kill, but Mark still gets close enough for the ult to come out, knocks up both Mako and JJ, and that's how they find that return kill. So, honestly, EDG, I think, a bit lucky that Mark had decided to start channeling his recall, move up there and just kind of recall from there. Or then maybe Rookie would have survived, you find even more.
I feel like Uzi as well kind of saved the play from EDG, even though he doesn't actually get anything with his culling, he just traded ult for ult there. Like, if Jackulov isn't threatened by Uzi, if the rest of the team doesn't have to move over and help Jackulov, like Fofo and it was either JJ or Isla was so incredibly low in that top lane. I feel like more could happen as Jackulov was caught out in the mid lane, forced to cleanse while all of that was going on.
So once again, lack of summoner. Last time around, EDG didn't punish this, despite the fact that it felt like they had control and that they would have won a fight. Our posturing our dragon last time, Uzi not only had item advantage, he'd flash advantage, right? That felt like the perfect time to force a fight, but it seemed like without a good flank angle, they weren't confident in taking that. And I wonder if it's going to be the same thing here, because we can see them now, again, wanting to make the map bigger, wanting to play out through the 1-3-1. I think noticing how strong Top Esports front to back is with the amount of zone control, with the amount of peel that they're bringing to the table. So it's a bit of a flip script from last time around. The only difference is EDG don't have the huge gold lead that Top Esports did when they had, a comp that was playing out similarly.
Yeah. And it's moments like this where that small gold lead that they have, this is where they've got to use it, because people always seem to forget when we're talking like in esports terms, people talk about gold leads all the time and CS leads in lanes. It only matters when you have more items than the opponent. And right now, Uzi has converted that to 2 items. JackeyLove does not have 2 items. This is your moment, especially with a Lucian. Lucian is like the prime example of item spikes are massive for the pick. EDG need to find their fight.
You can see it's actually top esports now trying to pull pressure and force something here in mid lane. Ala going to try to pull them back towards top side with that side lane pressure, and honestly, it works out. Despite the fact that EDG aren't the ones forcing anything, they've muted the push from top esports. And I think what they would hope for is, again, clear out this vision like we see Ala doing now, try to wrap around and try and just get him right onto JackeyLove. Even then, though, it just feels like they have so many tools to get away.
Yeah. I will say Fofo is starting to chunk. Like, this, like, long standoff is perfect for Lethality Jace. Like, that is his dream scenario. Just a long standoff where he can keep getting these shock blasts out, consistently hitting multiple members. Does massive damage onto JackeyLove as Ala dashes over the wall, keeps himself alive, and Blast Cone back to the right side of that wall. I think top esports slowly but surely seeing better of the play with JackeyLove half HP, poked out by Fofo. EDG will claim their first Drake.
EDG's patience paying off in the end. Like you say, just literally all off the back of the Jace. Nothing else to rank his build. I guess maybe some saplings in there as well, you know, being a bit of an annoyance, but those shock blasts doing everything. And the fact, if JackeyLove can sidestep them, you know, maybe you can posture a little bit longer. Again, try to open the call to Forge God, throw out a Sejuani ultimate, find your pick. But at least top esports can be able to try to find some gold on the map as a consolation prize. But Munch, when you were just hitting on how much Fofo was doing, the fact that he's once again finished up another item, it's going to be an annoyance for TES.
It certainly is. Rookie, you would anticipate will probably finish an item as well when he heads back to base. Just finished the tower there, got a few waves. He's going to go for his reset. We'll see if he does hit the 2 item spike for the Azir as well, which is a pretty big moment for Azir in the game.
Yep,
and there it is.
Yep, Nashor's online, so going to be able to put out some consistent, nice DPS if they ever do find a chance to get a front-to-back team fight. Problem is EDG, again, in our last sequence, did a great job at just kind of dodging it out, pulling them around the map with the Renekton, and making it so that they couldn't fight anything.
So a very tempered game from top esports, and this is what me and you were talking about before the series. The top esports, they've been a much more, like, or at least JackeyLove has been much less top esports than previous years. You know, I feel like this team has been willing to play more standard League of Legends games, and I feel like this is a good example of that, where they're not just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at EDG, understanding that they don't have the advantage right now, so playing it a little slower. But a slower pace of game is exactly what EDG loves. This is a team that lives and dies by the slower paced game. And I mean, Uzi, even though he's on that Lucian, I think people often think of Lucian as an early game carry, but Lucian scales exceptionally well when you're building crit.
Yeah, and you know, one thing is, like, even regardless of if his DPS doesn't outright hold up to some of the best in his role, you're still bursty. You're still incredibly bursty, right? If you ever find JackeyLove or Rookie, you can just outright take them out with, you know, a solid combo coming through, maybe a bit of supporting damage from, like, Fofo or JJ from a range. So, like, Rookie and JackeyLove will always have to be on their toes if Uzi can be caught in a good position. And another thing that Lucian provides, right, is the later the game goes, you know, once you get, like, that culling all 3 ranks, you throw that one out, not on the longest cooldown, and you kind of can, like that Jace, poke people out and force them away from an objective fight.
Yeah, it can be really difficult to deal with, especially when JackeyLove going for the Navori, not the Gale Force, which, you know, is standard build on the Xayah these days, but it can mean that Uzi, when he goes, you assume, for the Gale Force himself, he can reposition. He can make sure that culling is hitting, force the Featherstorm out from JackeyLove, which is a much longer cooldown. You can trade those ultimates. That's always going to be a fantastic position for EDG. But a reasonably quiet one here, Lyric. And after the absolute chaos of game number 1, I feel like both teams here taking a deep breath. This feels to me like the calm before the storm, especially with Baron now on the map.
It's really interesting, right? Because as TES, you really don't feel too frantic about forcing anything. Like, You have the Azir, you have the Ornn. Ornn items are starting to come online right now. You're kind of fine if this game just keeps going. But at the same time, like you said, EDG, I feel like are not one of the most, like, bloodthirsty, ruthless, like, they're not going to turn it into a bar brawl. But there we go. That's the culling that we talked about.
Culling.
Yeah. Force them away, and then you can maybe try and turn it into an objective. But right now, angling. So being a bit more aggressive, but still, I don't know if EDG are going to be the team that are going to be like, all right, lads, let's pull the trigger, go in and force the fight we need to find a Baron. And that just puts them on a timer, and top esports love that.
And at the end of the day, as much as, like, Jace can still be good late game, Lucian can still be good late game, it's not as good late game as, like, an Azir and a Xayah, right? Like, even if they do still exist later,
and a better
there is
front
that
line
comparison to be had. And like you say, Ornn scales amazingly. Sejuani's going to be fine in the late game, gives you that hard engage.
The Ornn items.
Oh no, they're going to sneak a Baron as well. Jackie Love, not as sneaky as you would have liked. Just walk straight on. TP going to be forced out here.
Double TP. Both Fofo and Ala using
two
those.
TPs out of that?
Yeah. Yeah, oh, actually huge play for TS. Sure would have been better had, like, the sneak been successful, 100%, but they will take that any day of the week. Now, things like the wave rookie just pushed in mid. I mean, right, which I come in 20 seconds, don't think you'll catch up, but you're losing gold, losing experience.
I feel like that's been consistent in this series as well. Like, EDG don't have the same side lane respect as top esports trying to start the fight. Stopwatch going to be used here to buy space and time. Mark taken down just about. Almost went away with his life there. Wayward over the wall. Stun disc to disengage this one.
At the end of the day, EDG bringing more to the table. Mark getting absolutely obliterated in that fight. So this will be a dragon for EDG. TES, I'm actually surprised that Jackie Love, Rookie, and Tien are even still showing so much presence. Maybe try and see if we can clear any control wards that EDG have up towards that top side.
Maybe try and pick someone off if Mako went in solo to try and get vision, for example. But the ward's going to be spotting this one out. And I think top esports realizing that the jig is up. They're not getting away with this one. Tien, little scary on his pathing there, but can just jump over the wall, so he'll be fine. And EDG, like you say, the culling used beautifully here to get themselves a Drake, and that's 2 now on the board.
It's still so tense, so much. Like, I don't know why it's this tense. I don't know why top esports. TS still looks so ready to fight this. Like, they're, like, slowly trying to encircle EDG. But EDG not giving up just yet. Come on, guys, are we going to fight or are we not going to fight? What are we doing?
That's what I love about top esports, is it always feels like they're willing to go for the fight. It always feels like they're posturing like, yeah, we don't necessarily want the fight right now, but if you walk into us, we'll give you the fight. Like, they're not going anywhere. As a hook comes out from Arc, no, I take it back. They do want the fight. They just straight up want the fight.
Like, Tiana's camps up. You guys can go, you know, catch waves if EDG ever actually catches them, because, well, like you were trying to point out earlier before the fight broke out, it feels like TS has done a better job managing the side waves in this, you know, 2 games so far. So I guess right now there actually isn't a whole lot for top esports to pick up on the map other than the 3 camps that have spawned, considering that all the waves have been on EDG's side.
But massive CS lead up top for Ala. He's, what, 60 CS up at this point. As you would kind of expect, Renekton versus Ornn is always going to be Renekton favored, but that is a sizable lead for him. He's on those 2 items, which Renekton definitely very strong. Top esports just going to start the Baron off again, and EDG have to slowly but surely make their way through vision. Mako moving forwards has to be the one to face check the culling onto Mark once again, and Mako unbreakable. The roots force out the Featherstorm, and now Wayward is going to be abandoned by the squad. Top esports, they start a play, but they're the ones punished.
Yeah, it was surprising how, like, if you were watching the backline of top esports, it's not even like they were hitting Mako or anyone else in the extended play. It was literally like, all right, Wayward, see you later. Now it looks like EDG, just get this Baron.
They're just going to get this one with no contest. Tien can't even walk in, and it's 4v5. Rookie still there, dashes away, but Tien will be the next target. Shock Blast hits the slow hits. He's over the wall. Can he be protected by the carries of top esports? Mako tries to find that slow, but again, the Sun Disc will be the disengage for top esports.
And it feels like TES kind of being their own downfall, not needing to force these plays. This time around, there were waves that they could catch again, get closer to some of those like next items coming on through where you know your comp scales incredibly well. Force himself into a play. They look so timid and half-hearted with the play as well that they don't commit to it. So we're going to see here go immediately onto Mako. Great calling by Uzi to force Mark so low and get him out of there. And then Wayward left on his lonesome. And it looks like Allah's presence is what actually forced Rookie and Jackula back and scared them from really being able to walk forward and hit either Mako or JJ.
Yeah, the top difference in that fight certainly going in favor of Allah, despite the fact he's 0-0-0. Still having a huge presence in the skirmish.
Look at the CS lead.
I know, it's absolutely insane. He's headed towards a Flame Horizon at this rate. There's, I mean, Baron in pocket now. EDG, slow and steady, wins the race, apparently, even with a Lucian and a Jace on your team. I mean, Jace absolutely loves these siege scenarios, doesn't he? More than happy to just poke away. 3.5 items on Uzi at this point, too.
I mean, they're just so big, right? We were hitting on in the mid-game where it was when they only had a 1K gold lead, and it felt like TS were kind of poised that this game was just going to go a slow pace and they were going to take it at the end of the day. But plays TS have been forcing. If caused EDG to win these fights, find huge gold leads, EDG showing they know how to work around them magnificently. Is Allah now even has the Guardian Angel. They now are getting some like nice survivability to make extended team fights work.
Because this is the thing, like, the late game team fights, when you're talking scaling, a lot of the time people think of, like, what happens at 6 items? We're a long way away from 6 items. This Renekton is still very much a beast coming out of the top lane. Jackula loses a good chunk to the culling, as does Wayward. Hook in from Mark, and Mark has to flash away, taken down. As the double shot comes in and a double kill on top of it. Double for Uzi as Fofo chimes in. Allah's gone too deep, but he's got a GA, so it just doesn't matter. Jackula has to carry here. Wayward gets a knockup, but Jackula low, and he's taken down with Uzi grabbing a triple kill. EDG, they put a nail in this series, and they might just finish the game.
EDG showing us that they can still keep it competitive. They have a wave coming up. Death timers on carries are long enough, and this should be it, Munch. EDG should be able to push forward, and they should be able to make it 1-1.
What a strange game in this series as EDG managing to slowly but surely push their way to victory, snowball these leads, and Uzi's Culling's doing so much damage. Great setup for the Lucian. Great follow-up from Uzi as well. 1-1 now between EDG and Top Esports. And a weird pace in that one. And like you say, Top Esports, theoretically better scaling, but it didn't feel like they were looking towards that.
Like, it just felt weird, right? Because it felt like the pace suited them well. EDG, like they were the ones in control of the map, but it didn't feel like that was really affecting TS so much. They're still able to catch waves on sides. They're farming just fine. Like nothing's really going down. And then they just decided, like, huh, we need fight Baron. And then, like, they just keep... Well, I mean, we had that, what, like, 2-minute pretty much posture. Even when, like, they recalled, they went right back to Baron side river. And they're just, like, hoping someone from EDG walks into them. They do, and immediately they're like, you know what, guys? EDG are really strong
Actually,
right
maybe
now.
we don't want this fight.
Uzi's a whole item up. Let's peace out. And it's like, what? I don't understand. It felt like the pace was so fitting for what they had drafted. But
the funniest thing to me is, like, game number 1, we saw like this weird comp from Top Esports, and they found this creative way to play it in fights that somehow worked out, and like really creative problem solving in the game. Game number 2, I feel like their composition is super straightforward, and they're like, we've got to creatively problem solve this mid game. It's like, guys, just chill, just clear some waves. Like,
no, Muncher was a huge problem. They're like, guys, we don't have a 5K gold lead at 15 minutes. Like what do we do? All right, boys, let's stack the brush, and I don't know. Right? What other problem can they feel like if they're not like it's a problem that we're not at 5K at 15 minutes? What's going on?
It's like Mark sees that his team is 5K down and decides starting a fight is the way to close the. It's the old MLXG copy faster. I feel like coming to haunt us once again here for Top Esports. But hey, EDG like really controlled game from them. Yeah. Even like during that mid game, just complete river control. Top Esports trying to contest, trying to posture, but EDG doing a good job of calling the bluff of Top Esports in a lot of those situations where Top are posturing aggressively. And Fofo's just hammering out Shock Blast. JJ obviously getting saplings off. Uzi with the big cullings. And EDG saying, look, we know we're not that far ahead in gold, but actually we are just stronger than you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, right. They really sort of play out very well, especially at first. You can tell at first they were hesitant about just going to an outright 5v5, especially when they gave up that one dragon to TS when they again had an advantage, an item advantage on AD carry. They knew they should know JackeyLove is no flash, but they were respecting TS and playing through that, relying on things like the accelerated shock blast, using like the great culling. So you said it best. Like they were just magnificent because he was constantly chunking people like Mark. 20% HP, and you've now lost a member. Even if Mark isn't dead, or I believe once he got Tien as well, even if they're not dead, they're now not part of the fight. That is such like an underrated part of Lucian's kit that can be utilized to just outright take someone out. And they did such a great job of playing off the back of that, and also playing off the back of TS being TS. It seems like EDG knows very well that top esports do get a little bit antsy about wanting some action to start, and yeah, they didn't need to force the cogs of the games forward.
No. I feel like, you know, we were getting to the point where the Xayah and the Azir were online. Like, JackeyLove did finish a third item right at the very end of the game. But Rookie's still on 2 items as we finish that one out. Like, Ornn items who are starting to come out, but still only 3 on the board. Like, there was still a lot more that this composition had to offer later, but Top Esports kind of forcing the issue. And EDG doing a really good job to punish that fact. And, like, is that 100% of the Barons they've got so far in this series? I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if there was a second Baron in the first game, but EDG managing to get the first Baron in game number 1, getting a Baron, and winning the game instantly in game number 2. Like, feels like Baron is very much the bread and butter for EDG. That is their secret recipe.
Yeah, definitely, right. And again, just at least knowing their limits of like when they have to commit around it, or like you said, when they know, hey, this is just a bluff, we're doing fine, we have the tools to deal with it, and some nice vision that game as well. That's one of the reasons why a lot of those times TS were posturing, they weren't able to find picks because EDG knew, or like when TS tried to sneak the Baron, EDG knew.
Yeah, I mean, sneak is a strong word for JackeyLove standing on the red scuttle. I feel like Xayah doesn't have a dash. There's only so much he can do there. We're going to jump to a break and find out how on earth this one's going to continue. This has been a strange old series so far, but I like that we've gone one-on-one. Let's see how game 3 goes.
如果你心里就该叫我格拉斯克。
带他走位啊，但这边还是倒刺到了，大齐2个人队友的跟上伤害给了一个踹。带着交个大，但是这边的话，这个大招放的非常不错，反身一锁，
后面那张塔的恶意收购位置放的还不错。
杀掉之后选择交了一个大招，但是没有办法到这帮人。但是主要后续的团战是开到了国豪，国豪在第一时间背后交了一个羊的吃席。Angel 这是
再看过来一个人还不够，我sword art 的这波技能有点失误啊！他这个技能全扣掉了，
还有攻守技能，
前到了，没扣，
再遇到一个应该是有了，最后人头给到猪妹。
还是要针对这条大龙找机会，又是海格斯闪出来，要出钩了，勾到 AD 了，又在被勾过，全被秒掉了，差一点点。明珠给了所有技能，依旧被来保的上来，这边撞到了对面的梅克，
站住了侧翼的位置，那安妮并没有着急选择点塔，而在后方持续的观望。看一下在侧面，艾邦蒂进场把所有人留在了原地，马上向前输出闪现过去，艾卡下到暴雨，奥文再行留住。
这个眼。 希腊坤逼不是开宁，宁这边交得出技能吗？闪现锁厄斐琉斯配合阿卡丽直接进场，厄斐琉斯这边交一个闪现拉开，没有只差一道平 A， 波锁住了，回身还想再操纵鳄鱼，鳄鱼被魅惑，哦，被吉勇给吸住了，
对，伤害好像没有打出来，
对的，
就差
TP 尬的立大功这波。
并且浩的这个留人也很漂亮啊！强哥过来的中是直接被一勾加上一个大招，然后强哥回到队友身边，那个大招是大起了很多人啊，好像全都大起来了，而且大陆金角想抬，最后没抬到，反而被 A 加 Q 勾过来打了一下。
然后反手倒勾到，但路也没 W 了。
啊，有些人闪过来，哎，金甲被挂点燃了，这波要死了，完成一个线杀，又是 A 到了霞，控制一下，等下一个勾，看要是交闪现勾过来，哦呦，速攻这2勾。好，中国甲现在还是主 CD，
感觉 OMG 得开呀，不然他们要被玩兵线玩晕掉了呀。
闪现开上来以后，小牛被开到了，被大招炸起，狐狸大招没办法就遭到秒杀，但可以被胡子给找到，被嘲讽到，
有雪球的机会了，又个孤单一地了。第5之恋的危险，又开一下，打一下，
看一下。
哇，这打到死血要回家了呀！不回家了，先打一套。美狗这边是一级的，
一勾，
很有机会，闪现勾到了！我的天哪！
这样子玩。
You slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want and that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's
我觉得赢了2场嘛，但是我觉得季后赛的对手越来越强嘛，强度也是在提高。我觉得我们自己在那个决策上面的东西要做得更好吧，然后后面就会好赢一点。TES 的话也是一支很强的队嘛，然后我感觉就是看我们在那个跟打野配合上面吧比较重要，然后如果我们配合的比他们好，然后下路打出优势的话会更好一点。我觉得就是 JK Love 选手他的进攻性也是非常强嘛，我感觉我们这次在对线上面要更小心一点，然后多去利用打野来帮忙吧。我们现在已经赢了2场嘛，我觉得状态也是会越来越好，然后希望大家走得越来越远吧，就至少赢一下下一场吧。对，我觉得 TES 下路也是打得非常好嘛，然后我觉得这一次季后赛的交手的话，我们会做得更好吧，然后赢下他们。
All right, we're back, headed towards game number 3. Mako talking about the bottom lane of Top Esports and how strong they have been. And across the course of this series, Top Esports bottom lane has looked good during the laning phase. However, it's Mako that's going to walk away with an MVP off the back of that one. The Braum doing so much to deny every single play that Top Esports were trying to make.
Yeah, Mako had a solid performance. Really never allowed anyone any entry onto the backline of EDG. Would walk forward aggressively, give room for the accelerated shot blast to come out from Popo, give room for the culling to come out from Uzi. And we saw Top Esports just really no way of getting past this supportive raid boss. So I don't know if that's a thing, but you know what? Mako's going to make it a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess. He managed to protect Uzi during these plays, like setting up the pick onto Tien with his stun. Very nice job from Mako across the game. Honestly, we were coming out of the game, we were like, who is going to be MVP? I feel like there was a few options here from EDG. Uzi having some great ults, but look at that. Mako stepping forwards, triple knock-up on the Braum to set up the fight.
Yeah, and even here, where it looked like he was going to get picked off, had a great ultimate pretty much across the whole of TES. And then I love that it immediately runs forward past Wayward, knowing he's going to go down. And again, kind of prods to see if there's any more potential room to find any more picks. So we're going to be looking at Mako and Uzi to keep doing great jobs in mid-game, in team fights, because like Mako said in his pregame interview, but even we've seen here so far, it does look like Jacob and Mark should have the upper hand just outright in the 2v2. Hell, even outplaying, the earlier gank, like TP flank attack from all. Like, they've done a great job in that 2v2 lane. But we know in the mid-game, this is where EDG's bot lane duo can really deliver. And Munch, I have a theory. I have a theory why EDG are going on this run. So Uzi's looking around the world wondering, hey, are there any other, like, boomer esports friends I have? He's like, hey, wait, Double Lift's back. So he's just, like, hoping that 100 Thieves and an A go on, like, their lower bracket run, and then EDG will go on their run. They're going to lose their next series after they might win this, do their lower bracket run, and then bam! Both of them meet each other at Worlds, and that's
He's hoping Reckless gets drafted back in for Fnatic. If they make it to Worlds, he can hang out with him again. Like, I feel like there's a fair few like legendary AD carries that are potentially on the table. We're maybe running too far with that one, but EDG.
Where's Piglet? Where's Piglet, Munch?
Where is Piglet, actually? I have no idea what the answer is to that question. Oh, God, that's a long time ago. Where's Imp, man? Rolling around in the grass, like, legendary. Absolutely. I love that Twitch skin, by the way. Anyway, moving on from old AD carries. Game number 3 of the series, I feel like EDG, Uzi has been set up later on. Uzi's been looking good in the fights and stuff later on. However, this early game, EDG have got to figure something out, because if Top Esports now on the blue side, they draft more aggressively again, like the way that this bot lane, like 2v2, almost 3v3 with the amount of jungle presence is going, like in the grand scheme of the series, that's a really scary situation for EDG. Top Esports, they can just rinse and repeat that.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because we've now seen kind of two differences in compositions, where in game 1, EDG were kind of playing, tons of front line, kind of kite back. They have things like the Poppy to deny the dive, and just scale, play team fights. That game, Top Esports were playing proactive, have LeBlanc in the mid lane, Kaisa and bot side, look for aggression, look for dive. And it looked a little bit dicey once we got to mid game. Game 2, you flip the script, teams play the pretty much opposing styles of compositions. And I thought that's where EDG would falter. Because as we saw, like EDG aren't a super like bloodthirsty pull the trigger type of team, but the problem with top esports is, so that didn't work out. So I feel like there's like positives and negatives for both teams, and like either style of draft that they kind of decide to go towards. Because if top esports again go for more early game aggression, go for more lane dominance, it's like cool, they're gonna get the lead. The problem is, will they be able to close it out?
I'm curious if top esports go for another scaling composition. I feel like that will literally them be going backstage in between the games, and it's that scene from Peaky Blinders. The coach is just there like, no fighting, no fighting, just shouting at each player, just stop fighting them, for God's sake. We'll see. We'll see how Top Esports is going to draft. Obviously, they're moving back to the blue side, so you would anticipate something more similar to game number 1, I guess, but game number 1's draft was so weird that I would be surprised if we see a repeat of it.
Yeah, especially if, EDG now might elect to keep this LeBlanc ban, right? Maybe you leave Cassante open in 1-2-3 because that was in their first phase of bans in that game 1, and you change it for the LeBlanc, and you don't really make it possible for the same composition to come through. We'll find out right now if EDG do end up banning that one out. TES, I wonder if they go back to their Xayah ban as well, right? Because they did take that one away in game 1, obviously got their hands on it in game 2. And they do.
And one thing I want to mention as well is Top Esports still 100% win rate when ahead at 15. Like that game number 1 of the series where EDG started to answer back a little bit. Could have been dangerous for Top Esports in terms of that statistic. But you draft early game for Top Esports, and across the course of this split, it's been absolutely true that they win those lanes, they win that game. That is just how it's gone. When they get that lead, they convert it. The LeBlanc certainly a good way to start that off with the absolute lane domination. We saw Fofo still going to go for the Jace against it.
It just seems like they're happy. Like they have a style of composition they like going towards. It's something he's looked comfortable on. And honestly, unless he's going to like change and bring out like, let's say a niche counter, you know, I think someone early in the split like was still willing to bring out like Lissandra into LeBlanc and like move back to that. You could always win the cards. But now that you have a Maokai, I wouldn't expect it as much. Of course, this can be a flex down to bot lane. But if it is jungle, you wouldn't expect like double AP mid-jungle to come through.
Where's the static shift TF at? We saw, I think it was Niski played that in LEC. Like, you've got the classic, like, you can match LeBlanc no matter what she does, plus you can build Shiv and one-shot the wave faster than LeBlanc can one-shot the wave. Obviously, you're not going to play it with a Maokai anyway, but I feel like there are counters available. There's creative ways to play into this LeBlanc, but so far, EDG just going to go back to stock and standard. They have been loving this combo in the series, but game number 1, Rookie demolished Fofo in the 1v1. This time, Top Esports going for a Varus as well.
I like this if it comes through. Again, double down on kind of the strong early game that these champions bring. Varus also fits, I think, better with LeBlanc. I guess not better, but similar to Kai'Sa, where, right, you have the ability to just play this out from a range and kind of whittle them down, but then having things like the Chains of Corruption to re-engage, now pairing it with the Nautilus. So it looks like TES started going for a very similar style that they had in game 1. Just this time around, JackeyLove won't have that full ability to dive, and that was one of the defining things that led TES to winning so many fights. And my God, are we just going to get Mako Braum all day long?
I guess so. EDG, they do not want to fight. They want to hold you at arm's length, they want to poke you down. I'm curious what on earth AD carry we get out from Uzi here, because like, you know, Kai'Sa works with this poke style. Varus is another option to go alongside that Jace. But we could see Top Esports just banning out AD carries here. You know, ban things like that Ashe that we have seen coming through occasionally. Even things like Aphelios.
Yeah, I feel like Aphelios isn't really a big worry, considering you have so much CC to lock him down and burst him out. I was going to say Lucian's definitely one I think you can look back towards with the aggression that comes out. I'm still kind of curious if we ever see Uzi lean back on something like an Ezreal, because we have seen it in playoffs so far. If you did just want to scale and match like the range of our springs, you also always could go Jinx. Uzi's already played that one in playoffs so far. And then you are just kind of farming out. You have the range of that Rockets for later on. Works well with the Braum. And then, yeah, your team fighting later on would be absolutely disgusting. So it still feels like there's quite a few options, even if they are all a little bit more niche. It kind of just depends on where EDG are looking to index into.
Certainly, niche is something Uzi's willing to go into, right? He's a player. I mean, look, at the end of the day, he brought out Vayne the other day. So,
yeah.
Like, nothing's off of the table just yet. Uzi's still willing to play all sorts in the bottom side. And it's actually going to be Ala getting his Renekton banned away instead. So, focusing on that top side. I'm wondering who the counter pick will go to. Oh, there we go. Brings out the Sivir. We've seen it this split. It's vintage, but it certainly works. It certainly sets up for those team fights. Like, the ultimate combines really well with Maokai.
It's something I haven't loved to see so far this split. Just it feels like it can give the enemy so much room to pressure early on. But you also have the spell shield to deal with things like the Chains of Corruption and just try to not get locked down. I think the Lee Sin would have been incredibly fun to come through. You have the pairing with the LeBlanc, and this is something that we know. I mean, back in the day, this was, and not even back in the day, right? Like in recent years, something still TN has brought out, shown great performances, and now. Is this really just it? Mako just keeps picking the Braum and Wayward just keeps going towards the Ornn?
I would love to see the Gnar instead. A bit more, you know, ability to play the game up top. We'll see. I mean, this is blind pick as well. And there we go. The Gnar comes on through in the end. Renekton taken away from Ala this time. His Jax banned as well. K'Sante taken off of the board. What are you picking? I mean, Yasuo.
I mean,
That's the classic counter.
I think Wayward's expecting the Camille, which is why he flashed it, right? Because you have a Maokai in the jungle, so AP80 top side. You have like an immobile backline in the Varus you can try and jump on. But Kennen would give them more team fight presence, which would be quite nice, right? Things like the knock-up coming out from Mako. You have a huge route from JJ into the slicing Maelstrom. So the 5v5, if this goes later on, like the boomerangs bouncing everywhere from Uzi, slicing Maelstrom, everyone's locked down from JJ Mako. It can be insane, but once again, Wayward, Tien, Rookie, they're all going to have so much mobility. They all need to be looking to play flanks and come off on different angles. So a lot of it's going to come down to some of that kind of execution later on. And we already know for top esports, they're going to want to be finding a lead with this Lee Sin and LeBlanc.
They certainly will. I mean, Tien, we've talked about, like, he's had really, really great games this split. He's also had a couple of sideways games, but I feel like he's set up here with the LeBlanc alongside him. He's on his Lee Sin. It's a classic. We're talking about players that have their own skins. He's going to have his own. I mean, like, that's one of the things about top esports. There's just so many world champions on this one. If he goes for his own Lee Sin skin, that'll be 3 of these world champions bringing out their own skins in the first playoff series here in summer. That would be something funny, to say the least.
EDG almost has as many world champions in them. They have 2.
That's true. And Viego's pretty playable right now.
Yeah. Oh,
Yumi?
I was thinking, like,
I was trying to think who the other one was. Yeah.
I'm like, what's Mako's skin again? Then I was, no.
That always throws me off. I know he's got a cat. I know he likes cats, but like, Yumi, man, come on, bro. Surely there's better champions.
I'll be honest with you. I think he did it for the money. I think he knew people are gonna buy that Yumi skin.
Yeah, I think you might be right, to be honest.
That's the way to do it in my mind.
Right?
Yeah.
He's got his own Moggy on the skin. How cute is that? It's kind of like a very different version of what DoinB did. DoinB did his girlfriend's favorite champion, or a wife, I guess. Was it wife at the time? I can't really remember.
Wife, fiance, one of the two.
Yeah, something like that. Mako doing a similar thing, but for his cat. Very cute. We're not going to be seeing a Yumi, despite how much we're talking about Yumi here. We're headed towards game number 3 between Top Esports and EDG, and Ala bringing out the Kennen. We've got a Sivir there, like solid team fight here for EDG, and a lot of ways to engage that team fight, to run the enemy down. Top Esports, though, have the tools to find an early lead. And I mean, that's their bread and butter. That is what you think of when it comes to Top Esports, is early domination. See if they can pull it off again here in game 3.
You know, I don't know if EDG's Giles are louder, but their like main cheerleader is definitely louder than the one leading the Top Esports chants.
He is going for it. There's no way he can talk tomorrow. I guarantee. I hope he's drinking hot tea between the games, because he's going to need it. A little bit of level 1 shenanigans from Top Esports in the bottom side, but they won't find anyone. Uzi protecting the jungle. And it does mean that we start off even, which I think Top Esports maybe just expecting EDG to be aggressive at level 1, because both games so far, they have been aggressive, like getting the flash out from Jackal game number 1, using that Braum to try and go for an invade in game number 2. But here in game number 3, EDG play it a little bit safer to start us off.
And like we said, Uzi has brought out the Sivir once before this split. It was actually up against Weibo. Did result in a loss, despite the fact that he had like an all-right game on it. Never really got to a point to where it was able to do exactly what it wanted. But in this game, you see EDG went really close-knit, grouped-up team fights where things like that Ricochet are going to get tons of value. But first, they have to make it through this 2v2, which, like we've said, so far in this series, Jackal and Mark really have just been getting the better of them. Even this time around, I feel like Varus definitely bringing some more tools to trade against this Sivir. A lot's going to be down to Mako and what he's able to do, but Mark has just been so willing to throw out these hooks. Looks like they're kind of poised to hit level 2 first once again.
Halo Blades there for Jaculov as well. This could be lethality Varus, honestly. And it makes sense with how much early game presence this composition has. Lethality Virus certainly great for snowballing. Another hook lands from Mark, and another level 2 spike 1 for Top Esports. Ignite out from Mako to try and threaten Jacula, but my god, this 2v2 from Top Esports is just destroying EDG.
They seriously have just been so good, so terrifying, which is why, you know, it's going to be exciting to see what other bot lane matchups we get, but TN trying to make his way around. Ooh.
He doesn't know that he was spotted, but they certainly know he's there now. He just goes in onto JJ. He's like, look, they're winning the 2v2. I'll win the 1v1. TN with his own skin on his own champion. Almost went for the dive there. Doesn't commit in the end, but look at this. Already a plate will be taken in the bottom lane for Jackie Love and Mark, who continue to layer the pressure down. Top Esports are here to play.
Oh, and TN maybe gonna look for mid. The question is if Rookie's all his cooldowns up. He does. Chain doesn't connect, which means play won't be able to happen. But Munch, I was so scared that TN was gonna get collapsed on there, that Uzi and Mako were gonna run up, and then everything was gonna go awry for the Lee Sin. Good for TN, ends up not being punished.
Oh, Mako's in so much trouble. Flash forced out, heal forced out. That's 2 summoners for nothing. Top Esports continue to win out this 2v2, continue to put limitless pressure down. Now TN toying with the idea of a dive. Uzi and Mako staying under the tower. They don't have the defensive summoners. The dive kicks off. Uzi flashes out. Mako low, but his first blood for Uzi here. And Jacula just about flashing to safety, but Fofo here to punish as well. It's all gone pear-shaped, and Fofo grabs a double.
And the difference being that TP. Rookie just TP'd back to mid lane, so not able to try to answer on the bot lane play. Fofo gets there in time. I guess, hell, even if Rookie did have his right, he could just TP to his own turret at this point in time, so wouldn't have been able to have much of an impact. And now Wayward going to be under some pressure, but that ward there going to protect him for now.
EDG pressuring on both the weak side and the strong side. As like you say, Rookie moving up, but Ala flashes that way with another auto will finish the job. Ala with the solo kill. TN is having none of it. He finishes the job here, but that's a huge wave that Wayward will miss.
Luckily, Rookie gets here in time to pick this one up. We'll see if he makes it back to mid, or if Wayward might even have TP to get there himself. But here, we see the flash come in. Stun initially goes out onto Mako, it looked like. And then, I mean, they were already low, right? Some of the members of Top Esports already whittled down, and then Fofo TPing in, really being the difference maker. But I don't know if I missaw that, but it looked like the initial CZs from Mark went to Mako and not onto Uzi.
So, I'm not sure, or it might have
spell
been.
shield?
I feel like I need a super slow-mo, but yeah, I think he might have spell shielded the route that came out from Mark. I mean, it happened so quick. Even in the replay, I didn't quite get to catch which one he hit, but either way, most importantly, Uzi grabbing that first kill, grabbing first blood. Still slightly behind in CS, still definitely down in the bottom side, but Fofo, a massive benefactor. And after how well this 1v1 went for Rookie in game number 1 in this exact matchup, Fofo having some extra kills early on is huge for EDG.
It really is. It's just crazy how things have gone so wrong. Once again, plays Top Esports are making, coming back to bite them. EDG not necessarily having to be proactive, but just having the perfect reactions to answer whatever TES is going for. Now we're getting to a point where some of these crucial ults are coming online. Ala just picking up his slicing maelstrom, so you know, with Herald less than 2 minutes away, that EDG might be finding a huge impact, sooner than later.
What? Mark, what are you doing, man? Will hook himself away to safety. Look, if there's one thing Mark's got, it's confidence. Nobody can say otherwise. Nobody can persuade me that this man does not have the most mojo in the league.
He really just doesn't care. Doesn't care about anything.
Just limitless swagger. He's got it on tap, honestly.
He really does. His facial expression never changes.
He don't give a monkeys.
It might need to change now as we... Okay, I was wondering if Mark would check. Looks like he will. This will be a 3v3.
Certainly will. Mark surviving for now. Walks away with his life. Tien gets the Q in, but I don't think this is one he wants to follow. We'll just disengage from both sides here. JJ gets his reset denied by Jacula. Jacula might just go for the hail of arrows into that brush as well. Just try and keep him. Yeah, as long as he wants. JJ, like you say, could engage, but Jacula playing it very, very safe from a distance here. Tien starting the Drake off.
Yeah, I think that's what JJ was hoping for, but because he didn't have vision in this brush, he didn't know if Tien was still around, so he didn't want to overcommit onto an engage onto Jackie Love before being sure. Then he gets forced back, so TES gonna at least be able to benefit off this. Is Ala slicing Maelstrom?
Oh, no. Not again. Wayward's in so much trouble. Another W, and Auto will do it. And Ala, for the 3rd time this series, solo kills Wayward.
And I mean, just having the better top lane performance today. And it's what you'd expect, right? I feel like Ala having the better kind of top lane performance overall this split. And despite throughout his careers, having some ups, having some downs, his tenure on the EDG roster, I feel like it's been one of the best things for his consistent performance.
Yeah, he's been looking fantastic this year. And like the permanent Jax bans that have to be thrown out to him at playoffs. And Wayward just disrespecting the potential all-in. Like, just walks into it.
He's nowhere close to building up his Narbar. You see Ala not even waiting for his cooldowns to come back up yet. Just pop slicing Maelstrom. That's enough to get the stun down. And then just waiting. Actually, not even having to wait for the final Q. Oh.
Just autos him. Tien gets out. Yeah, the passive, I think, was what procced the stun at the end there. Just finished the job. And Ala looking fantastic. I mean, we all know how great Ala's Kennen is. When you think back to that LNG run with Ala on the roster, the Kennen was very much the crux of that, the World Championship.
Not again, Munch.
Oh, God. The ward comes out in time. He'll walk away this time, but my goodness. I mean, look at the CS advantage that's already built up for Ala with a huge wave under tower as well.
I think he's lucky that EDG are respectful, right? And we said that they're a more respectful team. They aren't going to really gamble. Because that was a completely free play for EDG. Sure, he's in Mega Gnar, but no one's around. Problem is, EDG don't know that, right? For all they know, like, Tien can be, like, standing in one of the brushes behind him, allowing for him to push out. It seems like because of that, with Ala not having ulti, they don't even want to risk it. They got the objective, and they're fine just getting the hell out of there. Doesn't matter that Fofo got those 2 kills. Rookie is still putting up monstrous levels of pressure.
How do you play against this? Rookie is just so terrifying in lane. Fofo getting absolutely bodied by the LeBlanc once again. And that's with 2 kills in his pockets. He's still 20 CS down. Tien and Mark trying to make a play towards the top side, but they're spotted.
Just imagine if he was on Orianna. It'd already be a 200 CS lead, 3 solo kills. It'd be done.
Yeah, Rookie's Orianna. Truly something special. I always remember that 1v3 play in top lane. I forget, it was against maybe LGD. I can't remember who it was against, but it was just beautiful. It was immaculate. Dodging absolutely everything.
I hope if top esports make Worlds, Riot buffs Orianna for Worlds.
Oh,
like,
man,
come on.
I'm here for it.
And people who maybe aren't familiar with Rookie Orianna, they're not like, why do you want Orianna back in the meta? No. Rookie Orianna is absolutely built different. Rookie Orianna is the most aggressive, like, alpha laning Chad in the game. It is insane.
I think, like, the way to describe it is, like, most people think of Orianna in terms of, like, using her ball as pressure. Rookie thinks, like, Orianna's passive. That's probably the most important part of her kit. Like, just the threading the autos, consistently getting that extra damage down. Rookie is caught out by the Maokai this time. Still has that Mimic available, so should be able to get himself out over the wall if he needs to. Uzi forced to flash to the meantime, and Mako has stepped too far forwards here, low on HP. Jackie Love still going. Rookie at the back of the pit as Ala jumps in, and Jackie Love is doomed. Ala is taking over the map, but Wayward looking for an answer as Uzi goes down here, and Rookie still alive. Fofo stunned up and taken down by Tien, even without Jackie Love. Top esports coming out on top here. Rookie flashes over the wall to try and answer for his jungler. Ala taken down, and Rookie is having none of it. JJ forced underneath the tower as Rookie dominates the rift.
Rookie and Tien popping off in this fight. Now 2-0-2 on the LeBlanc. He was already winning out in the 1v1 when Fofo was up in kills. Now gonna be able to do so much more. Tien picking up the Gore Drinker off that. And we're gonna see here, the first awkward thing that really sets us off is like, sure, Rookie gets engaged on, but it's Uzi left by his lonesome. Forced to flash immediately. It's going to be very hard for him to re-enter the fray. And then we see Rookie getting some good damage off. Tien waiting for his moment. But at first, it looks like it's going to be top gap Munch as Ala gets involved in the fight first. He gets on top of Jackie Love. He can't join in. But then from here on, it's all about Rookie and Tien just taking over with the setup coming through from Wayward.
And a crucial bit of redemption there for Wayward as well. Like, really, really impactful fight from him. And he needed it to be so, but Rookie's the one to finish the job. Rookie is the one to turn in favor of Top Esports. They got that Drake, and now second one spawning onto the map. JJ forced to flash. Answers it for Marks. But I think him forced out might be enough for the Drake to start off here. Herald in the bottom lane, but Rookie's already cleared that wave.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to go for this. No entry going to be able to come out from EDG. I also want to highlight Ghostblade picked up by Jackalef, so he is going to go the lethality route. Earlier, you know, we'd Hellblade's Varus in the series. It was the AP Varus going with that build.
If that charge had gone off because Mark missed the hook, that would have been the funniest thing all day.
I would hope he would turn to Rookie, like pull out some sunglasses and say, deal with it, and then some non-broadcast appropriate words to follow that. You guys can imagine.
Yeah. Just drop the Pengu dab. Just walk away. They're like Squirtle with sunglasses. It's the only thing for that kind of situation. Okay, let's get a recap where we're at in this game right now, because it's been a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic. Top Esports, a minor goal deficit here, as EDG do actually have themselves a lead. But that said, it feels like the gold very much in the right places for Top Esports. We said that this LeBlanc and this Lee Sin needed to take over early, and they are both in phenomenal positions. Rookie and Tian, both on champions that they won their respective world championships with, and dominating this early game. Two Drakes to work with as well. EDG, it feels like they're the ones with the onus on them to come back in, and Allah leading the charge in that regard.
I feel like this game will really come down to the next 10 minutes, because Top Esports are definitely going to get outscaled in teamfights this game, right? Like, I mean, you have Lethality Varus coming through, you have a LeBlanc, a Lee Sin, all these things up against what is a great 5v5 from EDG. The thing is, if Top Esports can maintain a lead, they can be on objectives first, and then how do you get into River against Varus and LeBlanc? It's almost impossible. So that's going to come down to this Rift Herald, and then especially around when Baron spawns. If Top Esports can force EDG into like an awkward Baron fight and you know, win off that, it's just their game. But if not, EDG should be able to come back. I mean, hell, not even come back, right? They're the ones up in gold right now.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like it on the map, though, as Tian and Mark going to dive in onto JJ here. The hook comes on through. Alan needs to be the target as he does get his Maelstrom off, but it's only really onto Mark. Low on HP. Can they finish the support off here? The Shuriken lands. And Allah with his 4th kill of the game. Top Esports. Their own plays being their own demise once more.
And it's one of those things that's weird, because you look at Rookie split pushing down a bot. Sure, he is TPing to join in, but Jackalev's alone pushing mid. He has no way of walking either into River, or he'd have to walk like all the way around his jungle to join up in any play or any contest. So I think a bit of a weird play coming out from Top Esports, maybe hoping they could just pick one off quickly enough.
Mako moving forwards towards Tien here, just buying space for JJ. I think EDG will get out with this one, but Mako maybe has been left alone. Allah should be able to get his support out of dodge. Tien won't be able to find anything here. Rookie finishes that tower in the bottom side. And you're right, it feels like discombobulated, doesn't it, from Top Esports? It doesn't feel like they're on the same page as a team right now.
No, and it feels similar to game one, that like, you know, Rookie in his mind's like, guys, I'm on the Blanc, I have, you know, static shiv, we also have a Gnar, like, it's split push time, baby, we're 1-3-1-ing. And then, like, I don't know if it's Tien or Mark Rowe's like, no, they're doing Herald, we gotta contest, and it's a little bit disconnected, but still at least able to pick up some structures on the map. Is this turret, anytime TS group up, they should be able to break this one down. And to re-go over stakes, whichever team loses here, they are out of playoffs. Next round is double elim, but they still have a shot at Worlds, as all the teams left in playoffs, of course, are at least qualified for a regional gauntlet.
Jackie Love. Oh. The bro minion keeping Jackalef safe. Uzi actually used his ultimate for that as well, but Mako denied by the enemy minions here, and Jackalef will be able to just farm up. And one thing Lethality Varus is good for, like, he's probably as good as Static Shiv Varus at just clearing those waves, keeping himself safe. Fantastic in a 1-3-1 composition, right? Because you've got the pressure in top, in bot from Rookie and Wayward, and Varus can just clear away. It's very difficult to siege in the mid lane to answer.
I think the problem is, if they do just want to commit the sides, is that Allah should still be in a pretty solid position up against Wayward. So I want to see if EDG invest any more resources into helping him out and kind of expand on this 4-2-1 Kennen, who right now is huge.
Yeah, Fofo's pretty big as well. Like, even though he's 40 CS down, he's like actually over 1,000 gold down, but he's still on 2 items on Jace. He's still got a damn good scoreline so far. Actually, I take it back. He's not on 2 items just yet, but he's almost on 2 items, so that's exciting. Hopefully, he finishes a second one at some point in this game.
Ala was about 2,000 gold above Wayward, so I wonder how much money he's sitting on with, you know, the fact that they're on similar items right now.
Yeah, I mean, Triforce being the more expensive item as well. There's a possibility Ala resets in a minute and just picks up a full tier 3 item, honestly, which is kind of terrifying to think about. Uzi with a spell shield keeps himself alive there as Tien found a Q onto Uzi. That could have been very bad news for EDG. We know how clean Tien's Lee Sin is.
Yeah, it is disgusting, but this is where top esports comp should thrive, right? Lethality, Varus, and LeBlanc poking and prodding over walls. The problem is we're not seeing any poking and prodding coming out just yet, which is going to give EDG the opportunity to try to take this space back.
Trying to get some wards out. They know Rookie must be in the area somewhere. Rookie does have to be cautious because JJ can always follow him with a twisted advance. Tien feeling a similar problem right here as he's chased away.
Oh, there it is. Much Void Staff picked up outright.
Void Staff picked up and TPs into the action as well. 2 items for Ala. He could be huge, but the stack Shiv is getting so much value here. Mako forced away. And once again, top esports just out posture EDG. They back away despite this monstrously huge Kennen.
It's a 4v5.
They don't want the fight.
It's a 4v5. And top esports somehow pushed them off. It looked like the only person who even really got whittled down was Mako. I'm so surprised that EDG...
Sorry, go on, finish here.
So, wait. For context, during the break, I was telling Munch that that last game felt egregious for me, the top esports lost, because of how hesitant EDG have shown that they are all season long. And I think that play was the perfect example. You have a 5v4. You TP'd your Kennen in.
Yeah.
You don't even, like, just so timid.
I feel like top esports are the ultimate, like, mind control team, aren't they? They're like the snake oil salesman of the LPL, where EDG just, top esports tell them that they're stronger. Tell them that you can't fight us right now, despite being a 4v5. And EDG actually still being pretty much even in gold. Top esports just somehow get the Drake and the top tier 1 with no combat even happening. And now they're in a phenomenal position. They're on soul point.
Yeah, I still feel like if this game gets to a point with 5v5s, EDG should be able to look pretty solid, should be able to come out on top. Again, that's kind of pending on things like flanks, on the visions that are there. Like, top esports definitely have their opportunities and ways to win fights, but EDG showed in game 1, I think it's a very similar style of kind of everyone sitting on top of your AD carry and your mid laner and running at them as a group. But if EDG are just going to end up giving top esports kind of free control on the map, then you take it. Already on soul point at 20 minutes.
Yeah. I have to say, Lyric, this series is not giving me confidence for either team against BLG.
No, not at all.
So far, I'm very much on the BLG hype train for that next round. But whoever gets there, they'll be in the double elim, so they'll have another chance against whoever loses to JDG. Let's be honest. Although Weibo have beaten JDG twice in the year. Jackie Love looking for a chance onto Uzi there, but the spell shield's still alive. That's on the hunt used from Uzi. Basically for nothing.
Yeah. And we see that a few times, right? We've seen on the hunt used and not really finding any values. Now, TES actually committed the Chains of Corruption for that.
Yeah, Rookie in the meantime just running rings around Fofo and JJ. That'll be a tower in the mid lane, surely. Jackie should be able to just get a couple of waters in. Uzi's so low, but they do enough to clear the wave, and that's one of the powers of Sivir, right? You're so good at one-shotting those minion waves, protecting towers.
It's going to be so annoying to deal with EDG's comp, even if top esports end up winning this game, because, I mean, having Jace and the poke from Maokai on one side, having a Sivir to sit in mid lane throughout those ricochets, it's going to be so hard to actually, like, break down structures when EDG are on the map. Top esports, though, doing a nice job of forcing Uzi out earlier on.
Yeah.
And now finally starting to build up a gold lead, even if not much. This game has just been even for so long. You know, a 1K gold lead in any direction makes me happy.
Yeah, honestly though, to your point of like how difficult it is to siege into EDG right now, the one thing that like Lethality Virus has always offered is river control, right? Like control of neutral objectives if you can get onto them first. If there's one thing Stack Shiv LeBlanc offers, it's control of these neutral objectives. If you can be there first, the poke that comes out can be so oppressive to try and muscle into. And then you've got like potentially Meganar. If Top Esports can set up for a long Baron play and like posture EDG out, which we've consistently seen them posture EDG out over the course of this series, that is their ticket. At that point, Sivir can't clear those waves, and we've now got a Hullbreaker online for Wayward, which I think we all saw coming. That feels like the way forwards for Top Esports. That also does feel like a dangerous game. If we all remember 2020, 2021 Top Esports, they've won and lost a lot of games in that Baron pit.
I was going to say, this just indexed them even harder into side laning once again, which I feel like we already should have expected with how they played out through game one with the LeBlanc and an Ornn. Like, getting their hands on a Nara would only make it more evident. Now with Lich playing picked up by Rookie, they're really going to be able to just triple down on this strategy. But Dragon coming up 29 seconds. Like you said, both LeBlanc and Varus just kind of poke elements do better when they're on objective first and they can not allow you in. But even depending on what side of the map, like, if EDG find their way into Dragon Pit, because they're on blue side, like, both Varus and LeBlanc do a great job of like trying to force their way in and like poke you over the wall, just with how the map is structured.
Oh, Allah's been found here, but Rookie just dips on out. Wayward surviving for now, and Meganar flips it around. Was not ready for the damage, and now in the meantime, Chain of Corruption comes on through. A hook to follow it up. Jackie could be in trouble though. Hiding behind Mark is the rest of the team. Moves on in. Rookie with the chains, but Fofo still here, and EDG actually looking okay for now. Wayward getting damage over the wall as Fofo tries to push him away, but Uzi is down. Rookie finds his mark once more. He looks for Fofo next, who gets one answer, but it just won't matter. Top Esports find another fight. TN looking for Mako. He falls short, but that'll be sold.
Huge fight coming out from TS. I feel like TN and Mark doing so much in that fight to be able to just bring everything off of Uzi. Now, gonna be an easy transition into Soul for them. So we get into this play where it starts. We're actually gonna move over to the kill into Olive first, just bringing out some nice damage from Rookie, and then Olive following forward, trying to flash in and take down Rookie. Seems like it ended up being his downfall, but it's here, the part of the fight that I love, because you need to keep your eyes on Mark and Tien. Rookie's going to wrap around. They're going to have multiple angles of threat, but it's going to be here where Mark flashes in. They get the spell shield out, actually from Jackie Love's E, and this gives Tien the opportunity, he knows, to go for this kick flash onto the Sivir. Has nothing up, can't defend it, and then it becomes easy for Top Esports to try to run the other members down, and they at least do find one more on Fofo. So great job by TS to find that fight.
Phenomenal stuff. Allah is on the flank against Rookie. He wants that revenge kill from the previous play, but he just loses half of his HP and Rookie walks away. Now, Uzi comes into the play, but Allah has got to be real careful on this one. Uzi could blink back, use that Shiv, and he does blink back. In the meantime, Top Esports start the Baron off. They've got the soul, they're feeling confident. JJ over the wall. He knows this is going on. Control ward into the pit, but can he really go for a steal here? He's totally alone. The team finally arriving. Reinforcements on the way. 3K on the Baron. DPS has been halted. JJ flashes into the pit. Can they burst it down? Yes, they can! EDG find their miracle, but it's at the cost of both JJ and Mako. That's 2 picks. Top Esports can open the map.
Still, that's huge for EDG, and I would just want to know where did Tien's ult go? Tien used his ult, but JJ still very clearly staying in the pit, gets the smite, and TS didn't need to fully commit to that once reinforcements were there. They did, and I feel like they're going to pay for it because it just gives stalling power to the side of EDG. So we're going to see here some nice damage coming out. Sapling goes in. Tien, yeah, just ends up getting rooted down. And yeah, I don't see where it went.
I'm not sure, but either way, JJ honestly has been fantastic across playoffs. JJ has had a fantastic few series for himself. Steals the Baron, And you know, we were saying top esports will struggle to siege against a Sivir until they get that Baron. Well, they are denied entry to that potential win condition. It's going to be Baron on the side of the Sivir. Although, I must say, Dracula is chunking now 3 items on that Varus.
He Dragon's Raged into the Braum shield. Tried kicking Mako.
It's not ideal.
Yeah, sorry, that was gonna bother me if I didn't find out.
Well, the more you know. EDG moving into the mid lane here, trying to siege with the Baron, but potential pick onto JJ here. Tian slightly short on the Sonic Wave, but he moves in anyway. And Wayward with the triple. Nah, Uzi is found. JJ next on the chopping block as Tian goes in. Ala tries to turn it around, but he doesn't have the damage. He's 1v9 in this one. And Mako will fall. Fofo next. It's a clean ace for top esports. Rookie with another triple. They're unstoppable, Lyric.
Much EDG were the ones trying to Baron pushed out top esports base. How does it turn into top esports ending the game?
Lyric, this entire series is just a case of whoever re-engages, whoever is the one being engaged on will win the fight. Top esports pushes 2-1. It hadn't been a clean series, but my goodness, they find themselves the advantage once more.
That was... Yeah, I'm just going to call it how it is. This series so far is just, again, making me fearful for either of these teams going up against BLG. We're seeing great things. Rookies LeBlanc, my God. You know, I love it. Keep first picking LeBlanc. Anytime LeBlanc's up, give Rookie LeBlanc. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Nar, Wayward was a little bit hit or miss. Obviously, you know, getting solo killed, getting taken down the lane, not ideal, but had great moments in team fights. Like, again, was looking for those redemption arcs, like you said. It felt like really was delivering and setting up for his team to start finding success in some of these team fights.
I will say as well, like, when Rookie is like split pushing in the bottom side on LeBlanc, he's taking over the game. They're having to send multiple players to him. And then you see Tien engaging with Mark, like just in the jungle somewhere, and top esports losing fights in the mid game. That gave me flashbacks to IG with Rookie, where like that 2021 version of IG that was just kind of all over the place, and Rookie's just trying to 1v9 the games. Rookie's there on LeBlanc. He's got 3 items. He's so fed. He can take over the game if you just let him. And top esports still trying to find fights elsewhere without him. There was a few moments there where you've got to question what's happening, but JJ, huge moment. Stealing that Baron, like the DPS coming out from Fofo as well to try and set him up to be able to burst down the Baron as well. Like, good heroic moments from EDG, but ultimately just falling behind across the board.
Yeah, I mean, right, we see once again just the early game of TES is superior, which is kind of funny because when we think back to the earlier, I can't remember which player interview we had from Top Esports, I think it was Jackie and he said like, oh, our problems are early game and team fighting. You know, we make a lot of mistakes. And I'm thinking team fighting, I agree. Like some of that mid-game decision making, 100%. Their early game is one of the best in the business. And they're still showing that here, that they are kind of just superior to EDG in those first few minutes. Rookie's outlaning Fofo, and Fofo has 2 kills. Like the bot lane is just winning. Your only real hope is Ala. And this is why it's been so sad. Even seeing teams like RNG with Breathe and now like EDG with all of that, it doesn't really matter if you have much of a top lane gap, because that's not exactly where the meta's at. But yeah,
and
just a
feel
little
like
bit rough.
That's why we've seen so much Ornn from Wayward in this series. I feel like Top Esports came into the series acknowledging that Ala really is the big win condition for EDG in this kind of matchup. The Jackie and Rookie will be able to do their work. Mark has been on point with his hooks as well. And, you know, Nar, theoretically very good at neutralizing up in the top side. Very safe as a blind pick. Ala still finding solo kills. Like, Ala has been playing out of his mind in this series, but it's just not enough.
This reason is why in my mind since 2020, 369 has been my most valuable top laner. That's when people were talking about like Zoom versus the Shy, things like that. Because if you have a top laner who could play both styles well, who has shown that like they could play the I'm just going to gap you and only play Jace and only play these types of champions, but then still be great at like tanks, it is just so insanely valuable for like longevity of a career. And it's like, I feel like Ala's kind of like close to that point. Like, hell, I remember back when Ala wasn't playing tanks, and Ala was just kind of that Bin-esque guy who, funnily enough, Bin also now plays tanks. The point is, some of these guys exist, but I guess then when you have people like Wayward who aren't...
It's like you're saying, right? 369 is like the forefather of being able to play both. 369 literally sent Bin to go play tanks, right?
He really
in finals in spring, he like broke Bin to the point where Bin was just spamming tanks in solo queue so that he could play that at MSI. So I feel like that just completely backs up your point that 369, he was the guy.
You know, and I kind of forgot where my point was going, that it doesn't matter that Ala can play this carry style. Like, tanks are just in right now. It's just sad that Uzi and Mako and Fofo aren't really able to deliver to the level that Jackie, Love, Mark, and Rookie are, because that's really where the disparity is.
I feel like we're getting to the point in the series as well where it's like, stop playing the Jace Fofo. Like, the poke has been fine in the mid game. It's not like that, but like, the lanes aren't going well. Go back to the Azir. Fofo's great on Azir. It fits the meta. It fits EDG's style. Like, I feel like that is the way forward. Forget this Maokai Jace combo because it just ain't working for EDG. Let's see what they're going to change, though. Going into game number 4 of the series, it's 2-1 to Top Esports. We'll see what EDG have left in the tank.
我渴望有价值的对手。
应该不抓的，抓不了。
被看见了，甚至说过来还要骚扰你打蛤蟆。
太过分了！
3个人，呼吸哥先将 W 躲掉了自己的大招，直接向前冲锋，打出回血阵，
3个来1个被反杀吗？这波。
跳阳了，但微微的也有大招，先敲下一损，又大到了，再 A 一下的微微血量非常难，闪现补下平安插一下就技能好了，单杀了369。
这一波来的不会特别快，还在 poke W 中了，胳膊手里手晕的。
看下旁边的刺客，如来神掌拍到了对方的3个人 ，LP 在上，我能撒一发情况。岂能顶的，而且山鸡的气泡马上正好，这边想开给个加速，山鸡被刀哥勾到了，先杀山鸡，但这边一个路路大招击到了3个人，先来一个，再来一个，刀哥到手，一血续上前盾，369闪现。 山鸡反手一拦，再来个大招 ，Triple Q 到手了，一个一把斧头带领OPG众人劈出一条翻盘的道路。开心的小鸡一个人顶了进来，一个人打3个，但龙坑里面没人了。大招直接给带走了，一个 Q 弹敲过来接伤害，650到手，隔墙2个上单互望，1v1，阿乐是打不过现在开大的小徐的，得往队友身边撤退 ，Q 弹给敲回来了，继续找机会 ，W 过来再吃450。 只剩下了上下2个 C 位加小航，但是被推回去了。这边小航开大一个洞，刚刚叔叔你拉满了，3个大招穿闷了，但是大招把人给带走了。葵仓你还能再战，大招解脱2个人看到背后白了，张龙对面的汉姆还差一下，没出来，2个2的攻击把对面红给点死了，横也被处理掉，4杀的嘎啦要5杀了吗？这边的话追着对面的 Q 点，但是葵仓体还是太能打了，
但是还是敌波葵桑体呀，这个英雄
还是太厉害了呀！
其实真的很难打，魏在靠了上路，又被推过来，直接拉走一个太子的大招，上来自己的技能，在 CD 中一个红木 Q 技能回了一口，又躲了一个 W 咬住 A 接 Q 杀了，还要再去找 Harry 2个一冲过来 A 一下1v3。
下半区，德善这边跟小老虎皇城 PK 被小老虎的 Q3 带了回来，德善选择闪现天雷咬打一套，哇，这一波直接天雷咬出一套伤害，把刘伟翔秒了，而且回城还能再杀，2个都被反杀完了。Double Q， 这波再打一个纯哥甲，但这样的话看着哦这个位置，海克斯闪，这一下4杀吗？这个高配RB
下路2个人并没有过来，阿文被拽过来了，再是一个 Q3， 伤害大招交大灭了，要开始变暗一剑圣了吗 ？A1A 有个说法 ，Q1 空了 ，Q2 闪，再 A 一下，大面拉出去，又开始阿文再次完成单杀。
Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time.
春季赛的季后赛的话，整体感觉当时磨合的不是太够，然后我们准备时间可能比较短，然后就感觉匆匆的结束了，有点可惜。夏季赛的话，觉得我们是比春季赛都要做得好，所以这次应该会很有信心。夏季赛常规赛也是顺利结束了，然后我觉得我们队友都打得很好，然后比春季赛的话，感觉整体性要提高了很多，然后我觉得我们继续保持。BO5的话，我觉得我们会比 BO3做得更好一点，然后我们每一把的都要更敢打一点。我觉得我们队伍其实还有很多地方可以提升，就比如说一些决策方面或者一些临场应变的方面，我觉得我们还是有比较多进步的空间。
Welcome back, everybody, as we head towards game number 4 between Top Esports and EDG in what has been a turbulent series, to say the very least. Top Esports leading now 2-1. And I will say, Rookie, he's a man on a mission in this series. This LeBlanc has been insane.
He really has. And look. I'm a biased caster. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I always throw it out there. I need Rookie at Worlds. If you weren't watching in 2020 and 2021, like, there's a very good chance that Rookie was the best player in the world. I won't say he outright was, because we didn't get to see him on the international stage. We didn't get to see this man at Worlds either year. 2020 especially, IG was so damn close, and he just felt anchored down by his teammates, especially Puff and Southwind losing to LGG's bot lane. Just, it happened, but happened twice actually. The point is, Rookie was so damn good. He deserved it both years. He deserved Worlds both of those years. Didn't get a chance. I think you could make an argument last year for V5 as well. So, I'm glad Rookie is showing up in this playoff series. TN just said it. They feel like they do better at best of fives. And I heard Dom once talk on one of his podcasts, a great theory he had, that, like, whoever made this roster is genius, because TN can always get to Worlds, Rookie never could, but then TN can't perform at Worlds, and then Rookie steps up in big moments. It is brilliant. Let TN lead the charge, break Rookie's curse, and then get this man on an international stage so we can keep doing this.
I still find it really funny that TN has the reputation of not being able to perform at Worlds when the man literally has a Worlds Finals MVP. Like, the one Worlds that really mattered for him. He certainly stepped up, but yeah, definitely understand it. Rookie in this game, phenomenal LeBlanc. Just fantastic in these team fights. TN, really, really good kick here onto Uzi to set it up. But Rookie, very much being the one to clean these fights up. And I love that you can see Rookie clearly knows how to play the Shiv LeBlanc as well. Like, you see some LeBlancs across the world still just going in for the spell combo and an auto attack, then zipping back. Rookie stays around for as many auto attacks as he can get out.
I feel like Rookie and Xiaohu have really been the two I've seen who, like, understand, like, how this champion's supposed to play. For Xiaohu, it makes sense, the amount of side laning that RNG team was famous for. And then Rookie, I mean, a champion he's just been so familiar with his whole career, able to adapt very easily. This man just has so much longevity in showing that he can be at the highest level of play for so long. It's honestly so mind-blowing, and it's also like, how can you not love him? But at the same time, now we are swapping back EDG on blue side. Very real possibility that this can just be like a blue side wins type of series, but last time EDG were on blue side, they did a great job punishing TES, and I feel like that's what they've shown in this series. They have a lot of great, like, reactive answers to punish top esports aggression. The problem is we haven't seen them great at, like, being the one on the front foot and actually kind of imposing whatever they want on TES. So I wonder how much EDG shakeup draft. Like, do you just say, screw it, leave the Rumble open, give that to Wayward, be like, we've had the better top laner all series long, and invest JJ to maybe camping and put a bit of pressure on Wayward, take him down. You now have like a 0-2 Rumble. What's he going to be able to get done? That's how NIP were able to take down Weibo the other day. Like, we think yesterday, the Shy's Rumble going like 0-4 in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. Do the same thing here, EDG. Give it a go. What do you have to lose at this point?
Certainly an option. The question is Rumble strong enough for suddenly Wayward to start with? It all depends on the jungle presence up top. And if you do put jungle presence up top, what happens to bottom lane? Because Jackulov and Mark have been destroying this 2v2. So if you remove Cheche from that equation, that could be really scary for the side of EDG. I think on the other side as well, like, I expect Top Esports to change their draft pretty dramatically from what we saw on the red side. Like, the full scaling composition where they still try and fight in the mid game anyway, like, that wasn't it for top esports.
No.
And I feel like even on the red side, you can still go for a much more aggressive draft than that. So you can play towards that strength.
Yeah, right. There's definitely like some questions for both. For TS now, it's been shown that when you have champions that are more geared to like winning lane, I think specifically again like in mid where Rookie just was able to outlane Fofo both times is huge. So with TS on red side, you wonder how they're going to pivot, especially with things like counter pick, because when you think back to game 2, of course they did leave that for Wayward. When you're leaving it for Wayward just to end up giving him the Yorn, it's like, okay, is that worth it? Do you maybe go for that a little bit earlier and save Rookie's pick for later on? Hard to say when mid lane really has so many like S tier or like a tier above champions in its role that do just kind of outmatch a lot of the other like more niche champions. So it's all going to come down to here. I feel like EDG maybe changing their bans is the only thing we could maybe expect. But even then, maybe LeBlanc being the only real issue is what EDG decide. And it seems like it is. They're going to keep the Vi and Rumble, and I expect that third ban to be the LeBlanc.
So the Rumble's still not on the table. Allah not willing to pick it himself. But so far, I mean, Allah has been fantastic in this series. Allah has been very much the shining light in my mind for EDG. The LeBlanc ban does come out in the end. Top esports continue their reign of terror here with the AD carry bans. I guess AP carry with the Kai'Sa, but the Jack's taken away from Allah. And EDG, they still just want this Jace Maokai combo.
And I don't know if it's like a maybe tell to Fofo's form, because like we said, Fofo has not had the best regular season, where they just feel like he needs to be on this champion to be able to show any level of performance, or if it really just is like a strategy they've tailored against TES, where they're like, hey, you know, Jace Maokai with the Braum just is able to, I mean, it's a great comp for reacting, right? For re-engaging, for not allowing the enemy to enter on you. But we've seen TS have just been so good at playing so many different angles and really not allowing that one to come through. So we're going to have top esports actually pick up the Sejuani this time. They did draft this one last time when they were on red side, but they did it in the next rotation. Not even going to give a chance for this one to go over to EDG, and maybe thinking to themselves that EDG are going to change it up, but we're going to change it up in jungle and with other picks.
Perhaps. But either way, they're going to go for that Sejuani. And Rookie goes for the Azir once more. So very much on the scaling side of things for Rookie. This is what we saw from them on the red side before. I'm going to be honest, wasn't the greatest look for top esports. We'll see how it's... I mean, Rookie's Azir, don't get me wrong, was still fantastic.
Well,
but
it was offensive at how they stayed even early game. The 15-minute mark, I think they were 1k gold down. And again, then they felt the pressure. It's not even like EDG were on sole point. I believe it was like 2 Drakes apiece to both sides.
Yeah. Yeah.
It made no sense.
That was what was so confusing about the whole thing, was that everything was fine. Top esports felt pressure to...
They set their house on fire.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know. EDG, though, they go for that Maokai, looking towards the Varus themselves again. And last time we saw Uzi on this Varus, he still went for the shift build, I believe it was, in the end, because there was an Ornn on the side of top esports. But I feel like with the Jace, I really like the lethality Varus right now when you've got other poke components in your composition, assuming that the enemy team isn't too tanky. So we'll see if Wayward does lean back towards that Ornn once again, whether it's something like a Scion, or if he's on something like that, I feel like the lethality Varus really could be an option. Cassante comes out, though, early in the draft here.
I like this because we've seen EDG have been banning this once we get the second rotation. EDG banned it in game 1, they banned it in game 2, and banned it in game 3. So get Wayward on something more comfortable a little bit early on. Now I wonder if they're going to ban out, like, you know, other kind of niche top lane carries like the Fiora and these other things that Allah really loves to show. The Gwen, another one that comes to mind that can match into the Cassante. Or if you care at all about the Braum. You might not, because Mako's been picking every game, and then, like, he did pick up that MVP in game 2, but it doesn't seem like the Braum itself has been positively or negatively impacting EDG's gameplay. It's just kind of been there and been a part of the composition. So I feel like you either ban that if it has been annoying, or, again, you can ban the Gwen if you feel like that's something that Allah is going to opt into.
I feel like just banning Allah is absolutely the way, right? Allah has been very much the leader of the charge for EDG. I think try and give Wayward as good of a matchup as is physically possible with how that top lane's been going. And there we go, Gwen taken off the board. So like you say, Braum still available for Mako, which is very much the style that EDG have been playing. But that said, like Top Esports could just lock in Braum here. They've got hard engage in the form of the Sejuani.
You're right. It's going to be interesting to see what they want to opt for. I feel like typically you'd match AD carry here because then you can, theoretically get the counter pick support matchup. But I wonder what they'll even go for. If they're going to go for something like Kazai to kind of like dodge out on things like the Chains of Corruption going through, or if Chakulov has something else up his sleeve. Because right now it feels like their comp is still very flexible with what direction it would head, but this probably does make the most sense. Save counter pick for Mark, and then try and end up in a better situation than in game 2.
Yeah, somebody tweet that Peaky Blinders video of the no fighting. Like, that is the story for Top Esports here. Please do not just fight in the mid game for no reason without a significant advantage. They did such a good job in game number 2 of staying even in the early game. They've drafted almost the same composition here. They just need to last long enough for it to work out for them. We'll see what EDG... They're going to go for the Poppy again. They're pretty much just going to rinse and repeat.
And we saw what Ala was able to do on this pick before. Now the question is... I mean, hell, theoretically, this is still flexible, right? Could be a Poppy jungle on the Maokai support, so...
That's
it's all
true.
going to be
Mako
here.
played it.
Yeah, Mako playing it already. I've seen a bunch of the LPL supports in solo queue have still been spamming it, so... Does look like it might just end up being the Nautilus at the end of the day. So EDG is still going to have like some nice options in terms of both engaging and disengaging coming through from things like the Maokai and the Poppy being able to play out from a range. But Rel, the final pick for TS, so only giving themselves more engage options. I like that when you talk about the possibilities of EDG indexing heavier into poke. When you have Jace Maokai, if they did want to go for that lethality Varus, might be hard when you're up against both K'Sante, Sejuani, and even I guess Rel, even if she won't get that takey because she's a force support. But point is, you're definitely going to need that damage later on, unless EDG can put, their foot on the gas. Problem is, we haven't seen EDG really be able to do that yet so far in this series.
No, it's been... I mean, Ala certainly was putting his foot down on his previous Poppy game. That was something scary. But this time with Mako on a harder gauge support instead of the Braum, perhaps that could be the ticket for EDG to have a bit more presence in the early game. Equally, though, I felt like Mako got the MVP on that Braum in game number 2 of the series. He was crucial to Top Esports not being successful in their fight attempts with a Rel on the side of Top Esports and that Braum not being there to protect EDG. Perhaps some of those fights that Top Esports felt forced to take could actually go the way of Top this time around.
Yeah, and one big difference as well is the K'Sante. And K'Sante, like all the LPL players said when they're asked like what champion they want to lead it, is ridiculous. This champion does too much. It can do just about anything. And now with Wayward having his hands on that, I mean, K'Sante is a champion who could just outright alone take over a team fight. So this is going to be a game where Wayward is going to need to step up and show us what he's able to do.
We'll have to see what he's going to be able to do. Last chance for EDG. It's 2-1 in the series in favor of Top Esports. Looking like motivation is high for them as well. You can see a big grin on Wayward's face just a moment ago. So far, so good. If they can just finish this one out on the red side. It's been blue side wins every single game of the series. Top Esports still sticking to their red side strategy despite it not working in the previous game. But I feel like inevitably this one has to be a banger, right? It's Jaculov versus Uzi once again. I feel like these two legendary AD carries, they're going to go at it again in that bottom lane. And it has been Jaculov and Mark coming out on top of the 2v2 every single game so far in this series. Uzi and Mako, it's your time to step up to the plate. It's your time to show us what you are made of down in that bottom side as we head towards game number 4.
I love how every game so far, EDG's Giles have been like a bit louder, but now with Top Esports on match point, you can hear the Top Esports fans absolutely going wild.
Oh, look at this! is the flash engage from Ala, and they gift the kill over to Uzi. They're feeding the puppy right from the word go. EDG starting strong.
If there has been one area where EDG have been better in this series, it's been coming in with level 1 plans. TES, though, just going to be sneaky for now.
They want the camp or potentially the JJ. If he takes that blast cone in, oh, he's in all kinds of trouble. This is a Sejuani as well. He won't be able to escape from this play. They started off. The first stun will come on through here. He's going to flash over the wall. They're not going to follow it, just a summoner taken.
They're going to have to leave, though. Just be happy with that one because Ala would be able to move over. They also hadn't seen Fofo yet, so Fofo theoretically could have just given up control over first wave, you know, made his way down and try to punish EDG themselves. So you have a kill in favor of EDG, which is nice, right? Early gold lead, some pressure down in the bot lane.
Tien seriously overestimating how long he can stay for this play here. He's going to smite for the level 2, but JJ has so much health on him at this point. That's the dash away. I don't think JJ can catch him. Tien, he gets away with it, but that was by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, I actually can't believe he made his way back over. And now we're seeing fights happen everywhere.
Oh my god. Engages across the map here. The level 2 once again. JackeyLove and Mark, but Mako completely denies Mark's engage.
Yeah, Mark going for the flash play. Uzi did still use his cleanse, so at least getting, you know, a summoner out of that from the opposing AD carry. Mark, of course, getting that Hex Flash, so he doesn't feel too burdened by not having that summoner up. And it's nice, where you can see the slight favor of Uzi having that Doran's Blade as compared to JackeyLove just having a longsword. And we're going to see here, Mark hitting level 2 once again.
Oh, he
misses the initial Q. Uzi still going for the cleanse anyway. And Mark, like you said, nice hook to deny any engage from Mark.
A little bit awkward there. First rel game of the series. He's warming up. He's warming up. We'll see if that can pick up a little bit. But look at this wave that's pushing in towards JackeyLove. It's going to be in such a good spot CS-wise. You can see he's a little bit down in CS right now, but there is far more than 5 CS there in that wave. JackeyLove should be able to even things up a little bit. That said, though, Var is so good in the early game at punishing these kinds of matchups that perhaps the poke can come on through and deny JackeyLove some of that farm. Build a CS lead for Uzi, who's already ahead in the lane.
And this is the first time that they've gotten this, right? It's all from that level 1. Like we highlight, oh my god, Mark running forward with the Q. Uzi feeling so pressured he needs to flash there.
That's both of his summoners now.
I'm surprised. I don't know. I don't think TES would have enough damage to outright take him down. And look at JJ's position on the map. Like, I don't know what angle they would think maybe Tien could try and sneak behind them, or if maybe they're just afraid of a potential lane game coming through with Flash.
I think perhaps EDG are just overestimating what JackeyLove and Mark are bringing to the table on this 2v2 as well, because, like, even when the CC lands there, they don't get that much damage out. JJ has been spotted on this blue buff. Tien has smite available. Can he dash and steal this one? No! Just a split second too late, but the slow comes out to JJ. Does not follow for now. Oh, the sweeper! Just a single unit away from the ward there.
Not able to pick it up. And even though we only have 1 kill so far, we've had a lot of, like, action started and potential action across the board. We're even seeing it heavy trades in topside. It seems like Wayward is trying to find that 1v1.
And but look, I'm glad. I'm really glad of that, because Wayward has had a really tough series, it has to be said, but he's still showing up, right? He's still trying to find these fights. He's still confident in himself that he can find it in this matchup. Like, it's worst case scenario if your players don't believe in themselves, and Wayward's still holding on to that self-belief. Mako could be in some kind of trouble here. Not having to use sums, though. Tien doesn't push it.
We need to remember, very similarly to Game 2, if top esports don't fall that far behind, like, they're still going to be in a really solid position. They have a great front line. They have tons of DPS coming out. You have self-peel coming out for JackeyLove, self-peel for Rookie. And just a lot of ways to get on immobile carries like Varus and Jace, to where Rookie, of course, has mobility on the Azir. JackeyLove semi-mobile. I think you can consider him with that ulti. The thing is, we just need to see them not be their own worst enemy once again. Or if EDG can just keep pushing forward the disadvantage they've started to find in the bot lane. You know, this might actually be EDG really taking their destiny in their own hands for the first time this series.
It'd be huge for them. You can see it's lethal tempo for Uzi. He is going for that on-hit build as opposed to Or I guess AD build as opposed to on hit. I assume he's going to go actual AD with the Noon Quiver there. With the lethal tempo, you'd expect a Kraken Slayer as the first item. And again, could still be the Shiv. But
yeah, could be Shiv into AP. So we'll keep an eye on it. That's what he did end up going earlier when he brought this one out. Which again, I still feel like any build he opts into is definitely better than going lethality with what he is playing into.
Yeah.
Now it's
absolutely.
Seems like it's going to be fight for control over this Drake. I like it on the minimap. We actually just saw Wayward was making his way down too, so maybe going to try and get some vision on where JJ is. Nope, just a ward down for his own lane to try and spot out if JJ wanted to come for a gank. A little bit weird because I don't really know if it'd be worth JJ investing like play towards top side, but with Herald coming up in a minute 20, maybe that ward will actually get value soon.
Rocky pushing in the mid lane, once again with a CS advantage, and once again pushes Fofo into the play, forcing a flash here. Nice play from Rookie. Let's try and set up for the alley-oop for TN.
And you're going to have these cooldowns coming up about the time when Drake is up, so getting these summoners, so important. Going to mean that Fofo can't play that potential Herald fight as aggressive as he'd probably want. But Mako.
He's looking for it here, but Jackulov and Mark are quite happy to just throw some attacks back. The wave will slowly but surely be pushing to them as Uzi last hits these creeps. He's trying to deny as many as he can. Mark will just have to dash away.
Rookie actually looks like he might get punished. Still has the flash up. Didn't have to use that one last time, so we should be fine.
Stun comes on out. The Steadfast Presence now on cooldown. The knockup is there, and they don't have the damage. It's a flash from Ala, traded for a flash for Rookie.
Worth at the end of the day, making sure Rookie doesn't have that. As we just saw, will be able to kind of shuffle his way out if he does get any danger. But we're hitting on Fofo not having flash for the potential Herald fight, you know, if both teams end up opting to try to go for it. Now Rookie wouldn't either. I'd say it looks like there should be a slight tempo advantage from EDG with the fact that Uzi's already gone for his space. With Jackulov pushing out this wave now, he can go for a reset and then maybe walk up mid and try and make his way over. But it looks like for now, he's just going to stay around and play out in this 2v2. So for top esports, it's actually more important to play around their bot side. Hell, JJ's here too. No one cares about Herald Bunch.
Yeah, and Jackulov is in all kinds of trouble. Has the flash available. Mark has spotted the potential engage, but the minion wave should protect Jackulov. Flash forward from Mako. Instant cleanse there from Jackulov. The Feather Storm onto the Twisted Advance. And it means he gets out with his life. It costs him a cleanse and an ulti. I think he's okay with that.
But now it looks like they're going to want to start Dragon, as we just saw Fofo leaning down to get some wards. We'll see if TS are in any position to challenge now that you don't have Ultra Cleanse on Jackulov. He'd be in a lot of trouble if EDG are able to find an angle to engage. Jijja still has that ulti, so I like at the end of the day that it looks like top esports just opt out.
Yeah, decide against it for now. As Wayward currently proxy farming, I think, as he's waiting for that next wave to come on through. And so much more comfortable on this Cassante. You can see he's got a CS lead for himself for the first time in this series. And him and the rest of the team moving over to the Herald. As you can see, EDG on the map doing the Drake themselves, trading objectives here. A very quiet early game from both teams. Gold advantage for EDG off the back of that level 1 play and off the back of a CS lead in that bottom lane. But slow and steady wins the race for them. Mark has been found in the jungle. They thought that the resets had come on through, and it leads to a kill for Fofo.
Yeah, Mark, that ward kind of giving him misinformation. He puts it down, doesn't see anyone, thinks they've backed off, but they already moved even deeper than he accounted for. And it ends up with another kill going over to EDG.
Look at the scoreboard right now. At the bottom lane especially, 30 CS lead for Uzi. This is the first time in this series where we've seen Uzi taking control of the matchup. JJ pulled in by the feathers here. Jackulov is feeling aggressive. Mako's there too. As TN on the flank here. Rookie's trying to make his way over as well. Blast Cone will get JJ to safety for now. TN is level 7. He has that ultimate available, but JJ will walk out with his life. Jackulov trying to find the advantage for his team, but unfortunately can't quite make it happen.
With Mako body blocking there, you can see TS not even wanting to invest the ulti. I think starting to feel the pressure and knowing that some of these key ultimates need to result in kills, need to result in getting them back into the game. Still not the end of the world, right? We're still, it's kind of similar to game 2 where EDG have found a very marginal lead, but at least this time it's in the place you want. It's on your AD carry. So we'll see. I feel like Top Esports still in a decent position if they can keep up some like defensive vision coming out. But now with the static shift finished, Uzi can probably really start trying to push this advantage.
And I was a fool to believe we would see anything other than static shift. It was wishful thinking on the AD Varus. It is going to, of course, be the AP build coming on through. Wayward going toe-to-toe with Allah here, denying a lot of CS from him. As you can see, not a tremendous CS lead, but when you compare it to the previous games in the series, Wayward having a much better performance now that his team has focused on him in the draft a little bit, getting him this Cassante in the first set of picks.
Yeah, I think very worthwhile, especially if JackeyLove and Mark can kind of play anything and do just fine. Again, they're struggling this game, but that is off of Uzi getting that kill at level 1, came to lane with a Doran's Blade advantage over JackeyLove. So, was able to make the most of that. And now it's just about it if JackeyLove and Top Esports can do what you said you hope the coach did. The Peaky Blinders scene of no fighting, calm down. They've already gone for the lane swap, which I like, avoiding out on the 2v2 that's been causing them so much pressure. But Wayward, there's not much even turret left to work with.
What can he do here? All out still available, but he's just perma-CC'd here. Damage onto JJ.
Oh,
he flashes away, and Wayward actually gets out of it. Beautiful stuff. And in the meantime, Top Esports slam a Herald up top, and JackeyLove can almost evenly trade in plates.
And that's what you want. You dodge out on the 2v2 where you've been struggling so heavily. You have this tank you know is going to be fine in the 1v2. Honestly, Wayward doing even better than expected. Why?
They let him TP in so they could try and find the kill. They won't be able to find it in the end, so it is actually just him returning to lane. He'll be able to catch that wave. Resets come out from EDG. Some of these plays have been really wonky across this series, Lyric.
And again, we need to keep building up. The winner of this faces BLG. BLG and JDG have looked absolutely indomitable. And honestly, any of the teams that are going up against them, you want to see like the most dominant series of their lives to give you confidence. Which, you know, it's not like one-to-one in terms of if you stomped here, you'd be able to do the same or vice versa, but definitely would give a lot more confidence. We see here, Wayward does get stunned up, does get locked down. I'm surprised Chains of Corruption didn't come out here, but I guess Uzi just figuring he wouldn't need it, right? He was going down so low, not thinking that Wayward would be able to use that all out and then be able to escape. But that kill was definitely in their grasp.
Uzi's from a time back before things like Cassante existed, you know. he didn't expect such an insane, tanky, unstoppable champion in the way that Wayward managed to pull it off. Demolish, gonna proc. That'll be a plate for Allah as Mark is found in the same spot again in the jungle, and he's gonna go down again. Another kill for Fofo.
Mark needs to stop assuming they're not there. You see no one on bot wave. You see no one on mid wave. Like, they're in your jungle. You know, they're in your top jungle, or they're in your bot jungle. What? It's one of two. I guess they could be in their own jungle, but they're not all going to be in there.
I feel like Top Esports needs to have a coffee after this game. Like, it feels like they've switched their brains off, half of them at least. Just getting caught out here. Not on top of the situation. The weird TP from Wayward. Now potential engage, but just ever so slightly shy onto Mako there. Wave will just be cleared by JackeyLove as they back away from this one. And EDG will look towards the second Drake.
Right call coming out from TES. You know you shouldn't fight. Like, this shows they know they shouldn't fight right now. Play for getting more gold on the map. Go in the enemy jungle, steal away some camps. If you have wards to get down, you know, deep vision around this, especially because Herald will be spawning soon, that is exactly what you want to do.
Let's see if Top Esports can continue not fighting. Do they have it in them? I believe in you, Top Esports. You can do it. Because they've got to last for a long time in this one. They are significantly behind in gold at this point. And you can see Uzi really building up, Fofo really building up. EDG have the gold in all the right places in their composition. So for Top Esports, it's not just a like no fighting situation, because they also are 2 Drakes down. Like in 10 minutes, it may well be you have to fight unless they want to concede a soul. So Top Esports might have to get a little bit more creative than just no fighting in the way that we're kind of joking about.
I mean, it's not the same as Game 2, right? Because Game 2, Top Esports did get the first 2 Drakes. So they actually given themselves a timer that they could survive off of. This time around, not able to find that same footing off the bot lane lead. So it looks like they are going to angle for now. Wayward needs to be careful. He could just get bursted.
He buffered the CC for now as Herald going to be started. Rookie taken out of the picture. I didn't even see who got Herald at this point as they all dive in, trying to get onto TN, trying to get onto Wayward. Jagular throws those feathers out. That's a lot of feathers to pull back in. Railing Rookie on top. The combo is insane. Jagular flashed on by Fofo. Blast cones out to safety as Rookie looks for more over the wall. Rookie wants to go into double elimination. His 3rd triple of the series as Fofo looks to go in, but he's got no hope in this one. Rookie takes him out, and Rookie is the king.
Rookie is playing out of his mind. Kudos to Mark as well. Perfect timing, perfect angle to set it all up. And the cherry on top, Munch, Wayward also was able to grab the Herald. Top Esports winning out on that one. And that was exactly what they needed when you said there. Again, the 2 Dragons down from EDG. We're going to see here, EDG, great job by Ala. Yeets Rookie out of the fight. You can see Fofo even knocking Mark back. So this is essentially a 5v3 right now. But some key abilities missed from Fofo and Uzi, but it's here. Flash into the Magnet Storm. 4 members locked down. Rookie with the timing perfectly into the Emperor's Divide, funneling them all into the small enclosed area, allowing for the soldiers to do their work. And then Jackie Love, great way of being able to escape and allowing for his members to come bail him out. Just a beautiful combination.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. The timing from Rookie and Mark there to work together. And look, everyone is so hyped backstage for Top Esports. And now that gold lead we were talking about before for EDG, it's gone. Rookie is 3-1-2 on the Azir. And he is so much closer to that terrifying late game state that you often see Azirs get to. And we talked about Top Esports needing to find a bridge to that late game because the Soul could be up in, 7 minutes time. Well, Rookie is that bridge.
Yeah, looking at it now, though. Second item, finish up for Uzi, going to be able to pick up that Nashers. So you still have some things working in your favor for now over TS. Uzi also actually didn't use his flash in that last play, so you will still have that one for the next team fight that comes through. I'm not sure if that one's maybe still down during that last team fight, but you look at the opposing side, right? TS, no flashes on numerous carries. It looks like those flashes shouldn't be up by the time Dragon's up in a minute. So that might be your chance for EDG to try to regain a semblance of control.
Red buff taken here by TN. Jackie Love gonna get the residual red buff there on the map as well. You have to wonder, how confident are Top Esports feeling now after winning that previous fight? Are they feeling like they can just contest this straight? Because I do still feel like EDG would still have an advantage at the time. Rookie, 8 stacks and a Dark Seal at this point. Taking all bets. Does he go for the Regis on Azir? Feels a little bit risky. You do often have to put your own life on the line as Azir for those team fights, but I wouldn't put it past Rookie.
No. And like you were saying, I wonder if they're going to opt to this fight, if they're going to wait for things like an Ivori to come out for Jackie Love and Nashers to be finished by Rookie before opting to fight anything. Because you're already hitting those 2 item marks for EDG. EDG clearly want to fight right now. And with the posturing, it seems like Top Esports are ready and willing.
This is a level of self-belief that I one day hope to have because they're half an item down in pretty much every lane, but they're still willing to go on forwards here. Herald going to be dropped to get mid-priority. It gets the charge off. It's only half of a tower.
EDG have a small window where they still don't have their flashes a bunch. They need to be more urgent.
Yeah, it's kind of now or never, and Mako realizes it, goes to the engage, but the flashes are starting to come up. Jackie Love's any second now. Rookie, probably 10 or so seconds away from his own. Top Esports are buying time for themselves. They're buying so much time, and EDG, like you say, not putting their foot down.
No, and now Top Esports having this position. Mark trying to threaten a flank, but with that control where they're not going to be able to find it. And Jackie Love forcing this wave in, so putting even more pressure on EDG.
Oh, but that's a big engage onto Wayward here. He ain't tanky enough to escape this one. And EDG should be able to grab a Drake off the back of it, but Top Esports, even 4v5, they pushed you for a fight. They ain't done just yet. Uzi doing a lot of damage. Mako goes in here. The Azir on top of it, and the Magnus Storm pulled into the enemy team. Jacula flashing out to safety. Rookie pulls the team towards him, though. It's Rookie has to carry him, but he's down. And EDG wiped Top Esports.
That did not work out. I don't know if Rookie was already trying to think of that angle before Jacula had flashed that way or what, not noticing him. But that ended up really costing TES the fight. Now, not only on Soul Point, but extending the gold lead to 3K. It only been about 1 for pretty much the whole game. And now biting them right back.
I feel like this was like Jackie and Rookie trying to set up for a big feather pull. But I think the feathers roll cooldown.
Wayward also, I mean, not coordinating with Jackie, who was pushing that wave in bot. And like you said, they still want to go for it because they know Maokai ult down, Chains of Corruption isn't up. I believe Allah's ult is going to be back up by the time this fight starts. But great Magnet Storm onto 2. Sadly, Rookie gets pinned down by the Nautilus ult, so he really can't follow up. And then here, Jacula actually dodges the Poppy ult. Yeah, it looks like Rookie was already setting up in his mind to go for that Emperor's Divide by the time that Jacula was flashing towards that area. So a bit of kind of unfortunate coincidence there that leads Rookie to killing his longtime AD carry.
Yeah, bit of a tough one there for Rookie, for Jackie. But 3,000 gold lead, 3 Drakes, EDG. This is their dream game right now, and this is their ticket to going to 5 games if they can keep this kind of performance up. Top Esports really looking like they're against the wall. And so far, this has literally just been a series of blue side wins. If EDG can keep the performance up right now, Allah might be stuck outside of the pit right here as 2 players start hitting onto him. Vision in the pit for Top Esports. Rookie TPing over, but the Baron's already gone. EDG just take this one for free off the back of the ulti from Allah. And now Top Esports once again looking for a fight. Allah could be the target, but he just dashes off. Top Esports, they're setting themselves off to be pinched here as they look for engage onto EDG. 4 members still on the top side as Mark flies in with a blast cone, diving onto the backside, but Jackie Love's already down in the fight. Mako the target, but it's a double kill for Fofo. Rookie separates Allah from himself as Wayward trying to carry the top side of the fight here. 3 members for Top Esports. The hook from Mako is good. He walks out with his life somehow, and Allah finishing the solo laners, but Wayward surviving somehow. The Q3, it ain't enough. The bleed from JJ, and EDG once again ace Top Esports.
The fact that Fofo was able to find the Jackie Love kill right away was huge for the side of EDG, and this Poppy is showing to be a problem. Both times Allah has played the Poppy, it's netted them so much value. And it's something that I think is now going to be on Top Esports' mind of, hey, are we worried about Allah gapping Wayward as much as we're worried about this pick in general? It's going to be here where they're doing the Baron, finds the ult onto TN. This is going to guarantee them the Baron coming through. And then, right, Top Esports wanting to find a fight. They're trying to run it down, but look at that. Getting whittled down, accelerated shock blast, arrow connects from Uzi onto Jackie Love in that last one. And it's going to be here where Fofo actually moves off to the side. Perfect snipe coming through. And then you can see for Top Esports realizing, hey, we still have potential to fight this with the amount of abilities that have been used. I think here, if Rookie doesn't walk into the hook coming out from Mako, maybe he can actually make this one work and it could be a little bit closer. But sadly, it does connect, and that really allows 4EDG to just completely clean up this fight with Fofo still alive.
And I feel like this Sapling's actually a low-key MVP of that fight for the side of EDG. JJ set up for the snipe onto Jackie Love with a Sapling, and then finishing off Wayward with a Sapling as well. The burn taken away, getting big value out of that Leandries that he's picked up. And I mean, this is terrifying for Top Esports. This feels impossible with these shock blasts doing so much work. Wayward buffers the ultimate out from Allah. Mark was looking for a flank, but how can you fight this team right now? They're 8,000 gold up, and it feels like it.
No, and it's one of those things where I wonder going to the next game what the you know, mental will be of TS, and like looking back at fights like that one in Round Dragon where Rookie pushes everyone into Jackie Love, like having moments like this that really costed you this game, and EDG feeling so much momentum on this, having the range to keep sieging down. even having the disengage and peel still there.
Ala goes in onto TN here, Chain of Corruption as well. Ooh. But they're not going to follow up for more. Oh my god, the shock blast damage onto Rookie. They may not find a pick, they may not find the fight, but they'll find a window to get some damage down onto that tower. Still, no minion wave was there. Doesn't mean they have to back away, and that's Baron timed out now.
You know, Munch, this one game, it's like, all right, EDG, all right, Maokai and Kenju, this is why you keep picking the Jace. I understand it now. I see it now. It is absolutely working.
I mean, this is like the Jace Maokai dream, isn't it? Look at the two score lines of the two picks. They're consistently finding that poke. They're consistently hitting their targets.
A lot of ults are down.
Jaculov's within range of that snipe if he walks into a sapling again.
True. I guess ults aren't the end of, like, Ala's ult will be up soon, so will Jeje's, but that accelerated shock blast is enough on its own to take someone out.
Dragon just going to be trying to burn down from the side of top esports. The feathers come in. They should be able to grab this one as Tien there with the smite as Mako trying to push forwards. He's low on HP himself. Dragon taken and a bounty as well. Ala scared of that engage, but it will be top esports walking away with a Drake, and I'm surprised EDG didn't try and punish harder.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to, at the very start of all the posturing, Jeje had no ult, Ala had no ult. I believe Chains of Corruption also wasn't there at the very start. And they were taking it a little bit slower, which gave TES the time to really just burn down that Drake. I'm surprised they weren't more willing on the back half of that to maybe look for a fight. But also no real reason to need to gamble just yet, especially if we can see Uzi backing, buying a stopwatch, knowing you have the goal to get some of these survivability tools when you already have the combat damage to be able to take the fight. Makes a bit of sense. And like we've said, EDG haven't really been the most proactive all series long. Again, their reactive decision-making is phenomenal. They are so good at playing off the back of whatever TES decide to do. And that's what's netted them such a big lead in this game.
Yeah. Feels like it is very much down to top esports are like leading this dance, but EDG, they got some moves, let me tell you. They've got their dancing shoes on today, and they're ready to punish every single misstep that top esports might make. Baron could be the next objective on the cards. 45 seconds until that one comes up. Top esports have closed that gold gap a bit. It's still, I mean, 7,000 gold in favor of EDG, but the Drake denied, at least for now. Jaculov getting close to a third item here. Rookie the same. If they can get those 3 items online before Baron, maybe it's fightable.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely feel like if they can get those online, I mean, you're at least now whittling down frontline people like Ala. And that in itself could make a huge difference, because we've seen a lot of these fights is left to like Rookie hitting frontline. Jaculov has been playing more aggressively. So maybe he can try and find access, but a lot's going to come down to Mark setting it up, and then Rookie, I think, being able to follow through with a Shurima shuffle like before.
Hook in onto Tien. He ain't that tanky yet. Dashes out to safety. The Poppycopter going to be on cooldown for a bit here as Baron spawns onto the map. And the Sundisk buying so much space for top esports to play with here. And that blue ward on the Baron, keeping vision for a short amount of time as Mark drops a ward over the wall as well. But top esports, their health bars are pretty low at this point. The Poppycopter comes back out and Rookie's gone. That's the go sign for EDG. Jaculov having to use those feathers early on as Wayward pulls Ala out of the fight. In the meantime, Mark is on the backside, but he's totally alone. Tries to dive into the play, but he's already down. Ala low on HP, but the roots deny everything, and the shock blast is huge from Fofo. Rookie falls, Wayward is next, and Fofo showing us why they focused on this Jace, why EDG have to be feared.
And EDG have a wave to end the game. Munch, we somehow done it. We have gone the distance. We're going to 5.
EDG managing to keep things going today in this series. Fantastic game number 4 from them. Top esports, I don't really know what happened to them in this game, honestly. They'll move back to the blue side, you'd assume, as EDG just looking for a couple of bonus kills on the back of an intense game number 4, a 30-minute victory for EDG, and 5 games in our first round 3 playoff series.
Blue side has won every single time, and how did we end up here? But momentum is going to be solidly in EDG's favor, and I think stuff like that matters.
Yeah.
Like if your series goes to 5 games, game 4 is the most important one that you can win. You really feel it when you go into game 5. I'm, talking from experience of being in the room with my players back in my coaching days, feeling that energy and then really using that. So, yeah, I feel like this one really started from level 1. And it's been the one area where EDG have been a better team, is like level 1 plans. It's one of the easiest things that a team and a coaching staff can like put time into, because it honestly takes like 10 minutes at most of like, okay, we're gonna like draft these champions, go for this level 1 invade. And if you guys find something great, we have a huge advantage. And if you don't find something, like just back off, don't overcommit, whatever. And that one is what led EDG to having that big bot advantage and then brought them into the mid game. It does kind of feel like once again TES were the ultimate like harbingers of their own downfall. Again, we think back to like the Dragon play of the coordination between Rookie and JackeyLove, which it's hard to blame Rookie because it really just was like the timing was insane. Right as he goes through the plays, like when JackeyLove flashes that one, it's like, well, boys, that's how it shakes out. But EDG were loving it.
They certainly were. I mean, Top Esports still having the crazy Baron Pit play that almost turned the game around, where Rookie got the big combo with Mark, and like there were moments for Top Esports that felt fantastic in this game, but it's not consistent. They can't.
It was a step up from game 2.
Weave this together. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. But I feel like there was a couple of fights towards the end there where it's like, Top Esports, you don't have to be here. You don't have to be starting this fight. Like Mark looking for flanks, TN looking for engages. It's like, do you really have to just fight this? You could probably poke them away from Baron without really hard committing to the play in the way that they were.
Yeah, I think the last fight around Baron was the only one that I kind of think was necessary, just with how aggressively EDG were posturing around it. But the fight before, definitely not one that TES had to take, and that was another one that they lost, the one up towards like top side that we saw, earlier on. But yeah, it just became hard, and it's good to know that like once EDG know they're in control, that's when they're willing to put the foot on the gas a little bit.
Yeah,
I still think it'd be nice if we were seeing them be a little bit more proactive, but at the same time, you are in a series that decides your playoff life. If you lose, you're out. I definitely get like wanting to, dot all the I's and cross all the T's.
And you got to remember, EDG, they came 3rd place in spring, but were a favorite to go to MSI. This was the team that was meant to go to MSI with, like, technically a roster upgrade. Depends on your perspective on all of that drama in the mid-season. But, they want to make it again. They want to make it to top 4. They want to make it into that double elim and potentially make it to those finals. So I can understand them playing a little cautiously around some of these Drakes, not wanting to overcommit to a fight, because we all know Top Esports is one of those teams that when you make a mistake, they are going to punish you. They are going to take a huge chunk of gold back off of you. So I do understand EDG playing a little cautiously in this series.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where I hate caution, Munch. When I hear the word caution, I think that sounds weak. What we need in this last game, which I already know it's going to be the exact opposite, is ruthless aggression. But I feel like game 5s are always the ones where you get the most timidness, right? Where you get the most, like, both teams stare, nature documentary style. And that honestly kind of favors EDG, if you think about it. So maybe there's going to be like a home field, like elemental advantage for EDG going into game 5. How does it make you feel?
Home field elemental advantage. I've never heard that as a sentence together before, but
neither have I.
There's a level of BS there that I'm on board with, to be honest. Like, if Top Esports are bringing in-game mojo, you're bringing caster mojo with those kinds of sentences. I don't know. Top Esports, you'd assume we'll go back to the blue side for game number 5, and blue side has looked good. They've been much more aggressive on the blue side. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to Silver Scrapes. We're going to 5 games in our first round 3 playoff series, and I'm absolutely here for it. Top Esports, EDG. Let's see who comes out on top of the pile after this.
成就你的梦想。被撞了起来，那白头的话立刻一个破裂，踩两人，预言家先行倒地，而后续的话该身后来了，骑士型回旋踢，换风动弹不得，直接倒地。
已经有晕了，夏天大招几个直接上。
夏天躲过了，再招 W 躲，往前往小文很立功，想去找高飞，第2时间招起来，双 C 都倒了，下看下一波大把火太高了，以后反开。 没有办法，这边团滔博已经溃败了。哇，这波卡纳维的这个大闹天宫，选拔了。
镜头一切，又是贝尔维斯在对方野区撒野，敌的3个人，假的，直接变大小做又被留住，回到塔前还要 Q 上去，第一时间没有刷新头方向的 Q 选择放弃，乳乐来了 ，W 再中，再次变身，你在干什么？
薛闪现 QAW 伤害差一点，但是这里有人，
哇，还敢跳过去，
有木刃，拿卷起来了。
哦哟，阿边在配合，又是一个 Q 技能，把纳尔也收割。之前开的不错，但是自己也有点站不住吧。阿卡丽被后排锁定住以后，4包1是，哦，好大！这个大神救下了阿卡丽的同时，德善在
宝蓝这个位置要被捆住了，交了个闪现下人，梦魇帮忙挡，梦魇说大哥我也没盾，我怎么给你挡啊？野辅瞬间被融化。
Scam 加了保护性大招，双条撤退被闪现捆住了，这把萨普也倒了。
不会波了。 小虎两人的人都选择晕，他只晕了一个，但是晕一个已经够了吗？把泰坦秒掉，小虎自己也倒。侧面李秋南的位置还不错，微微想捡。后牙这边交闪，被烂的跟闪拿到人头，德善闪现过去咬到的是优口闪现出来，后面的路飞流是红白刀，但是没有第一时间往前走，微微偷出魅火往前走，突破天灵拿到了一个插花的人头，再捡起来。李秋南这边手都 A 酸了，但是双拳难敌对面4个人啊！哇，
而且是找到叠了蛮多飞轮的。是的，是球力的这个飞轮叠了很多。来看看这条大龙会使用魂给拿到。那这样子的话，在龙坑里面的时候好快啊！狐狸只能是逼来正面，而且正面又有风雨的大招可以进行阻隔。
小天的拼成，
但是拼成不了，大招也被抢到了。小天也被壁咚，这样的话小天牺牲掉自己，是变成这样。
意识来帮助。
泥王的装备很好啊，这块偷一套
小心泥王，泥王伤害是很高的，泥王有闪的，但闪现死了，闪现交慢了呀，没空。
碰到了杰杰4级有护 buff，
被黏住。
这边要赶紧走，如此这边赶过来蓝也不能动。哎，在 Q 反向闪现，很帅的一个单杀。 1
常规赛的时候输给了 TES， 就是他们是节奏把控特别好的一个战队。然后我觉得对上他们的话，必须得注意他们就是疯狂进攻的节奏得守下来，然后就有机会取得胜利吧。我觉得这2个 BO5 大家都打得特别好，然后我觉得要进步的话，就是在我们原有的基础上再多练一些战术体系，然后多一些线眼结合吧。我觉得这版本的话，大河也能玩，但是工具人也不是不行，就是看这个队伍以及这个中单的选手个人风格，然后去练相应的战术体系吧。这一次面对到 Rookie 选手的话，就是 Rookie 选手是我一直以来特别尊敬而且敬佩的选手，然后也一直在学习他。这次面对他的话，我希望能打出一场精彩的 BO5 吧。其实季后赛打到现在，就是希望能一直走下去吧，就是每一把都不留遗憾，然后全心全意的跟队友一起前进。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 5. I hope you are hyped at home because Top Esports and EDG are living up to every modicum of hype that was expected coming into this series. It's Uzi versus Jackie Love. I think we all knew deep down this one inevitably was going to go to 5. It's Top Esports back on the blue side, and Ala grabbing himself an MVP, a well-deserved MVP, because this Poppy, it feels like a carry, honestly.
Yeah, and it feels like something that TES start, they're actually thinking about in pick ban because, my God, it has been so impactful. Again, the amount of mobility and dashes that Top Esports have been drafting, it's been great against with that W. His ults have been so good, whether it's getting people like Tien away from the Baron or taking people like Rookie out of the team fight. He's been so on point with finding these angles. Look at the special shout out to Fofo as well because he had a great game this time around. And again, when we were seeing it, when he was playing against LeBlanc, it wasn't working out, but he was able to step up. JJ and Mako had kind of a good performances in the series. Well, really kind of feels like Uzi, the one not showing up just yet. But if Ala can keep doing this, he's going to be able to bring him to the next round. He's going to be able to bring himself to a showdown with Bin.
And I think one of the most crucial things about Ala in this series is this was the first game where he didn't come out with a massive lane lead, right? In all the previous games, he'd been getting solo kills, he'd been dominating Wayward. This time, Wayward gets Cassante. Obviously, Ala starting that level 1 play, giving the kill over to Uzi. But throughout the laning phase, he was neutral. And then in the team fights, he just had such a huge presence.
Every single time, finding the opportunities to get involved, and sure, that ult might not have connected, but, putting the pressure on it, making people back up, creating space, creating the divides in the team fight for EDG to take advantage of. And it's been nice to see as a player who, honestly, me and you have been there for his worst moments. Back when he was on natural, me and you will always remember that Aatrox play, I'm sure. And now getting to see the heights of his career and kind of hearing EDG's interviews around him and talking about how to work with him and how to bring the best out of him, right? Kind of Mako talking about the positive reinforcement of hey, don't go for the kill, and doing being like, man, Mako's so smart. I used to say, hey, don't int, and then, he would, of course, go for the kill, and he would int, but just things like that, kind of highlighting the differences, which, of course, that is a bit of, build-up for stream from Doing B, right? But point is, clearly people like Mako, people like Kenju have been able to get the best out of Ala, which has just been so nice to see.
Yeah. He's looking absolutely phenomenal today. And Mako as well, I feel like has leveled up over the course of playoffs. I feel like Mako didn't have the greatest split of his career, to be honest, but went from 0 MVPs across the split. He's now got 3 MVPs, including the one today, over the course of playoffs. He's definitely been performing much better as an individual for EDG. Feels like this team is coming together a bit. And Fofo, I think, actually had a MVP-worthy performance in that previous game.
Yeah.
Him and JJ. This Maokai Jace combo has been very much hit or miss, and it's down to whether or not the shock blasts are hitting or missing as well. It feels like this game they were absolutely hitting. They were hitting hard.
They really were, and it just there's so many things that go into your mind in a game 5, right? Things like that, which really haven't been, let's say, the biggest problem throughout the series. We've seen TS able to deal with it before. It's but now is it in their mind that you have to ban out one of these components, or is it the Poppy, which we have seen Poppy picked in second rotation both times, so maybe you can risk saving that ban for later on. But at the same time, that would then also be a gamble, right? Of, hey, if they do just opt into picking this 1, 2, 3, so there's so many different things that are going to go into this draft. Things like either team changing around their bans. Like, I'm sure this time around, EDG probably shouldn't leave over the LeBlanc when they're on red side and let Top Esports first pick that, because they've shown they will. They will first pick at EDG, so don't even risk it.
They will first pick it, and Rookie will just win the game by himself on it. So please don't let that LeBlanc go over for Top Esports, because you just can't deal with that. I will say, if we see Rookie on the Azir again, like, I feel like Rookie has looked good on the Azir, but it doesn't feel like it has enough impact early on in the game for them to get away with playing it. Because especially with how the level 1 went in the previous game and how bot lane went off the back of that level 1, like, maybe things like the Varus could be a target ban, especially in the second round of bans from Top Esports, because I really don't think you can let Uzi have a champion that is so lane dominant when you need to win that 2v2. That seems like the crux of the Top Esports strategy.
I still have confidence, even if EDG get the strong laning bot lane, that Top Esports will be able to come out ahead. Because let's remember, this game, Uzi started off with the first blood from the level 1. So I feel like that's a big thing that Top Esports need to be conscious of. Like, hey, look back through all these games, EDG have looked for a level 1 every single time. This game we saw kill on Rookie. The game before, they sent 5 members towards bot, didn't pan out into anything. I think the game before it was the invade with Braum that also didn't pan out into anything. But game 1 also found some early success, early summoners. So be conscious of that. Things like the Varus, I wonder if Kai'Sa gets banned, if that's worth bumping up on the priority list and picking that sooner than maybe like an early mid laner and getting that under either team's belt. You know what I mean? Like, whichever team doesn't pick the Varus first, if Kai'Sa's banned, if some of these bans persist, I think that one's shown to kind of been raised in priority, even if like Uzi didn't have the biggest impact. Just some of the control it can give you in that bot lane, like you're hitting on, is so important. I think especially if Top Esports want to start trying to build a massive lead, which is where they've succeeded so far in the series.
Things like Ashe as well, that can be very lane dominant champions with the amount of poke that she brings to the table. Both JackeyLove and Uzi have played it across the course of this. Like, I mean, both of these players are on board though. We've seen them both play it. Like,
but not in playoffs yet.
Well, that's true. That's true enough. We'll see. We'll see. I'd love to see more Lucian as well from Uzi. I liked the Lucian game. Like, the amount of damage he was getting out. I understand the bans on it from Top Esports since. Let's see how this one's going to go. Top Esports on that blue side. And this time, banning the Xayah, banning the Tristana, banning the Jax. LeBlanc respected from EDG, as well as their customary Vi and Rumble. Let's see what Top Esports value the most in this draft.
Kai'Sa left through. It's like EDG not willing to budge on those permabans. It leaves it open. We'll see if TES decide that is the most smart. But no, it is getting in their head after all the amount of time that EDG have focused on this Jace. So now Uzi going to be able to get this one picked up. Still going to opt into the Maokai.
This
still want to remember to flex.
This is a draft that EDG are prepared for, right? Like, the speed at which the Kai'Sa and Maokai come through, this is exactly what they've been hoping Top Esports would do on the blue side. I'm curious, like you say, if the Maokai goes to the support and what they end up locking in for the rest of this draft. I want to see the rest of this plan from EDG, because make no mistake, this is pre-planned.
Now for TES, we said it, if you can't get your hands on the Kai'Sa, it feels like Varus being that next high priority. Now I wonder if they end up going for the Sejuani here, kind of comboing that with the Jace and getting yourself some kind of melee topside, which is pretty much standard of the meta, right? You get hints of Kennen or Gnar here or there, but just as melee top laners, and try and sync up that way. Yeah, it has actually been something we've seen EDG play, but not something we've seen Tien pick up just yet. So Tien's still just going to opt into the stock and standard Sejuani coming out.
And instantly, Fofo goes for the Azir, something we know him for. Over the years, very much a Fofo pick. Braum going to be taken off of the board here by EDG, as they're feeling confident. They've got a lot of range in their composition, but so do Top Esports. I'm curious if JackeyLove will go for lethality on this Varus. I believe we saw it game 1 of the series. One of the... they're all kind of blurred together. We're in game 5 at this point. But we've seen it before. JackeyLove went with that lethality, and it looked pretty damn good to me. Nautilus taken away from Mako.
And I wonder if that Braum is signaling that maybe EDG will look for an Ornn pick of their own and just set up for, again, everyone flying in onto the TES composition. Now for second ban, I mean, you still have things like Rel that are on the board that can fit quite nicely into that bot lane. You always Rakan that has to be on your mind. But hell, even like we said, EDG being able to put that Maokai in support, I think gives them a lot of options with what they go with. So if you're not going to ban a support, I don't really know if there's like an optimal top lane ban here. Maybe just Yorn, just from the fact that you have a mobile carries and they ban the Braum, but still plenty of other things that Ala would be able to go towards. So instead, caring more about the lane presence and the lane dominance that Ala can put up with something like a Renekton.
Yeah, I'm curious what the lock-in is here for EDG, just because the Maokai is still a flex for Mako until a support is locked in or a jungler is locked in, right? So you could blind top lane for Alice and see, what? Skarner? It's a Maokai support.
So we get the Maokai support coming out. We have Skarner. We were just saying immobile carries, and so we were projecting about top lane engaged tanks, but instead bringing this one out. Going to try and put constant pressure on Rookie and Jackie Love. Now to see how TS build around it. They get their hands on the Rel instead, so going to be able to go with that, bring more engaged to the table. And now I'm curious where where Wayward looks with this top side, because now, I mean, Ala's going to get counterpick. You could try and go back to the Gnar.
The thing is,
but I love this.
We don't actually know that this is even a Skarner jungle. It could be Skarner top. It could be Maokai support. We could still have a jungle as the final pick, for God's sake. Like, it's not like Skarner jungle is super meta or anything like that. Poppy comes through, and it will be a top lane. So it will be Skarner. You'd assume in the jungle. Please, not Skarner support. I beg you, EDG. We'll see what Ala wants to go up against this Poppy.
Yeah, he's going to have his pick of the litter. If they did go for this, I mean, they have the Azir, which could provide them a lot of wave clear, but I'd love to see them just opt into more 5v5, because that's where EDG have been looking. We need to remember that TS have kind of earlier in the series been the ones that felt like they had a better grasp on some of these side lanes. So big team fighting able to come out for EDG, but the threat that JJ is going to have to be able to put on them, right? Especially level 6 Ippius flash up. You should just be able to blow a flash from Rookie or Jackie Love outright to get things going. And for TS, I mean, interesting, right? Not going to have as much damage if the game goes on, especially when you are dealing with so many frontliners from EDG. And I'm kind of liking what EDG have picked up. I'm kind of liking what they have cooked with this Skarner. It's going to be a fun one, Mudge.
This is a hell of a way to finish out a series. This Skarner coming through. I'm channeling my inner Captain Flowers. Someone get him on the phone. We'll sub him in for the game. I'll try and do him proud on the Skarner lock-in here. It's EDG bringing out something from left field here for game number 5. Top Esports have felt like the favorite coming into the series. They were the highest seed coming out of the regular season. They've locked in a reasonably meta draft themselves, but EDG, man, I cannot wait to see how this Scorpion is going to pan out.
Yeah. And JJ's played it twice in his career. He's gone 1-1. The last time he played it was 2019 summer. It's been a hot minute since we've seen this pick in the meta. Been a while since JJ has brought it out. So I'm curious to see his setup on it as well. If he's going to go towards something like the Phase Rush, which is, I feel like, is the more, kind of meta variant in solo queue, but also could always opt into a Predator or something along those lines. I don't know. We're going to learn a lot. And this series gets you into double elim. Both of these teams wanting to keep their dreams of once again winning an LPL title alive.
Yeah, this is the fight for top 4. And also, potentially, they're in the fight for higher seed when it comes to regional, being able to instantly qualify for Worlds off of the back of that first regional series. We'll see how this one's going to go down. It's Uzi versus Jackie Love. It's Uzi versus Rookie, the two players that denied him his golden road back in 2018. Uzi is out for revenge. He wants to show everyone that EDG, even after losing out on their potential MSI in spring, 3rd place in spring, they changed their roster. Uzi comes in. Can they finish this one off? Can they get into the double elimination, into top 4 and upset Rookie and Jackie Love? A bit of revenge for all those years ago. Game 5, here we go. The Gyos ringing out true. Silver scrapes in your ears. And EDG again. Some level 1 shenanigans. This time, Top Esports have it under wraps. Nothing going to kick off from the word go here. And we're going to be looking towards these shrines for the Skarner. JJ coming out of left field here. I can't wait to see what he's got in store.
Right. And I'm just imagining, again, post 6, the amount of pressure he's going to be able to put on this mid and this bot lane. How much damage he's going to be able to get done. But you highlighted it. Top Esports, they have learned. EDG are consistently going for like level 1 aggression. Mako there probably just trying to make his way in to get a bit of vision down, but ends up getting chunked out and paying for it. And now it looked like they were going to try and like see if they can circumvent Mako on his wraparound. Are spotted out by Uzi, so nothing going to come out from it just yet.
To be honest, I feel like Mako got away with that lightly. Like, didn't have to flash or anything. Top Esports maybe could have committed a little harder, but perhaps thought Mako had friends nearby to so boldly solo invade for vision like that. And it will be a chicken start for TN as he'll path up towards that top side, you'd imagine, unless he wants to get involved in bot lane early on as Jackie Love and Mark. Once again, aggressive positioning to start the lane. They have been winning out in the 2v2 when it's been an even scenario to start us off. And they're looking like they're posturing to do the same again.
Yeah, doing a nice job finding these trades. They know they're going to hit level 2, like you're saying. And I feel like this is really going to be their win condition. Is just relying on the strength that they've had for most of the series, right? Which has been the amount of work they've been able to get done in the first 2 levels, through the 2v2s, through the 1v1 in mid lane. And then hoping they could snowball that. Because again, EDG are going to get so terrifying when this does hit later on.
Apparently, JJ's flying around the map.
Apparently, it hasn't been that long since we've seen a Skarner. How did this year? Meteor picking it up earlier in the year against Rare Adam.
Well, there you have it. Meteor has always been a player that's willing to bring out some wacky picks. JJ inspired by him as Mark moves in to invade alongside TN. JJ wants to try and contest this one. Smite available for TN, and he will take that blue buff away. So JJ denied his camp there. Despite him having a faster clear towards this bottom side, it's still TN that gets the advantage.
Yeah, just look across the minimap, right? All 3 lanes of Prio for TES. So it's giving TN a lot of room to play with. Looks like for now, he still wants to explore around the bot lane. Maybe just waiting around, trying to guarantee that he gets that Scuttle Crab because he knows that JJ is still on the side of the map. So he can try and use his presence from his 2v2, get this Scuttle Crab, then make his way up towards that top side and play off the power that Wayward's had so far in the 1v1.
And TN very much a player that has been hit or miss across the course of the year. Mostly hit, I would say, for Top Esports. As he moves towards the mid lane, yeah, Fofo looks like he'll get away. TN spotted, but he'll just move up to that top crab. He can then clear his top quadrant, and then Raptors should pretty much perfectly spawn as he finishes that off.
That's so good efficiency coming out from him to make the most of it. And for TES, I mean, despite the fact that we're talking about them being able to accrue early advantages, still a lot of it going to come once we get this online in Ala.
Ala could be in big trouble here as Wayward charges forward to try and start this play off. Flash forced out from Ala. You're going to be happy with that one. No chance of a dive coming out from Sejuani Poppy. But still, advantage taken there with a summoner spell for nothing. Tian can return back into his jungle as Mark. 2v1 trading here, winning out against Mako.
Mark doing a great job just enabling Jackie Love in the series. Going back to the previous play, though, I wonder if it's worth for Tien to commit ganks like that topside this early on, instead of just keeping up with his clear and being able to get, you know, a few more levels under his belt, try and hit that level 6 and really have presence. I think it'll be quite hard to even try and punish his flash in topside that Ala's lost.
Fofo forced away by Rookie there. I'm keeping my eyes on this mid lane matchup as well. Does feel like Rookie has had the general advantage in mid lane during the laning phase across the course of this series, getting MVP in both of the games that Top Esports won in the series. We'll see if he can do it. This will be his first Jace game of the series, though. It's been Fofo all day long on that Jace, with Rookie finding the advantage on the LeBlanc when they've been on that blue side. And that's the difference. That's the matchup that I think is going to make a big difference, alongside, obviously, this jungle. JJ moving in, spotted by Mark, though, and his control ward will be denied.
Sadly, only his one, so not going to be able to get any more information off that now, just knowing that Mark's making his way back to lane. I feel like the most crucial of information, but maybe knowing, hey, there would be no window to try to all-in JackeyLove here. And JackeyLove, for a little bit, should have been getting solo XP, so should be a bit closer to level 5 and some of the trades that are going to be available.
And instantly trading off of that level 5, half of the HP of Uzi taken away as Ala ults back into the lane here. So far, falling reasonably far behind this Poppy. Wayward having a much better job of it with a tank for Ala. I guess it depends if you count the Poppy as a tank, because the way that Ala was playing it earlier, it didn't feel that way. Felt like more of a carry, but now that he's on a bit of a weaker matchup, feels like he's being contained a little bit more by Wayward in the top side.
Like you said last game, we didn't... Oh, you're right. I'll just be able to run him down.
I think he's okay. I think he'll get away with this one here. The knockup is there, but he can't follow it up. Can't finish it off. TP available for Wayward as well, so shouldn't lose too much CS.
Yeah, getting a replay of when Ala got yeeted out of the lane earlier and having to use that ult to be able to get back. At the meantime, though, TES still doing a nice job of controlling bot lane, and it's going off of what we talked about in the draft, right? Of utilizing that Varus pressure. They have a ton of vision around now, so they'd spot JJ coming pretty much anywhere other than a lane gank, which always will be a possibility, right? Mako could always just go for a twisted advance. JJ, even if he had to utilize a flash to get in range to try to get that ulti off on the JackeyLove, it is still very doable. But Herald going to be spawning in 45 seconds, so a lot of the work that Wayward has done to keep pressure on topside might be coming out in favor of TS if they decide to rotate their bot lane up towards topside and pick that one up.
That'll be crucial for them. Top Esports, more early game tools than what we saw from them on the red side as Tien moves into this bottom lane. Uzi still both summoners available, but they could just target the support. That's a flash out from Uzi. Mako next on the chopping block. He's got no flash available to him, and he's taken down. First blood for Tien.
I love the discipline, too. Knows he doesn't need to commit the ult for the play. They have enough CC between them, so they find that. Now you can get wave in, and that's where I'd love to see them at least bringing Mark up towards topside, using this Poppy's pressure, and getting themselves another neutral objective.
We'll see if they can. Wayward does have to be cautious. That Skarner is level 6 at this point, and you know, we always talk about Nocturne level 6. Well, Skarner level 6 is even more of a crucial moment in the game. He needs to find something with that ultimate. He needs to find a way to create presence for his team, and especially with an Azir, you can find players knocked all the way into the enemy territory underneath those towers with the Skarner ult, with the Azir ult on top of it. Minion DMAT used in the mid lane to try and fight for priority here for Rookie.
Yeah, but look at the minimap. So EDG have already accepted that they can't go for this. They have pressure up in top lane. They were able to bring over the support first. So it looks like they're hoping that JackeyLove's going to stay under turret a little bit too long. We'll see how good JackeyLove's senses are. JackeyLove, no. No, there we go.
He figures it out. He knows something's up here. Mako, when he hits level 6 on this Maokai as well, just think about that. Maokai ult into Skarner ult. That is a scary combo to have to play into as JackeyLove. I would fully expect a QSS to come through this game.
They're going to go for a dive.
TP from Ala. They want to go underneath this tower. Everybody around. It's 4v2. JackeyLove and Mark versus the world here. TP in as JackeyLove trying to get himself to safety, but he's pulled out of safety and taken down. Rookie is here to try and carry the fight. Big damage onto Uzi here. Rookie protected by Mark. They're tanking the tower for too long. No, it's all gone wrong. And Rookie with another. Ala under the tower. Double for Rookie. And here comes Tien looking for Uzi. Over the wall he goes and down. Uzi will fall. One more swing at a flail. The snipe goes wide. And Top Esports find the early fight.
Top Esports finding 4 kills out of the aggressive play made by EDG. Wayward, a huge benefactor, picking up waves, picking up turret plates in this top side. And now a 3K gold lead out of thin air for TES. I mean, the plan's good. Bring Ala over, go for the side. I didn't think Rookie would make it in time to have any impact. We see the initial stun come out from Mark, a flash from JackeyLove buys a little bit of time, and JJ does ult him down, but it's gonna be here where they're not actually waiting for anything to go through. Uzi actually took a turret shot too long, Mako as well, but Mark with the crash down, locking them down for so long. And yeah, the turret aggro, the juggling just really wasn't there for EDG, and overestimating their damage. Great fancy footwork coming out from Rookie too to survive as long as he did. I mean, hell, it didn't go down at all, right?
Manages to dodge the W at the end there as well, crucially, because a kill to Uzi would have almost made it worth. But look at this gold lead for Top Esports. They're 3,000 gold up at 10 minutes, and it's off the back of EDG's play. Once again, in this series, it feels like it's been the story every single game. The team that wins is the team that lets the other team make a play.
Yeah, it's sad because we've been asking for, you know, EDG to maybe show a bit more urgency throughout the series. They finally do, and it comes back to bite them. It feels bad like last game when Rookie had the push of like games having defining moments like that could just end the game right there, right? Still 3K gold lead in tow. You now have items finished up almost across the board. Wayward tanking now. Tien gonna have his mythic build up. Static Shiv now picked up for Jaculov, so only more presence gonna be gained in this 2v2 with being able to push these waves. But Mako,
he's got his routes available. Tien is moving over though. JJ is going to be spotted here, and suddenly Top Esports will know something's going on. But Mako is behind Jaculov here. Cleanse is available for Jaculov. He's got to use it and does as the route comes out onto the Skarner, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is there to finish him off. Mako grabs the kill. Jaculov down. A great play from EDG. What else can they get?
I don't know, but this whole time, Rookie and Tien just getting wards placed in this jungle. Look how lit up it is. But they might just be between a rock and a hard place.
Tien in trouble. The Sand Soldiers come on in, and he's still damn tanky. It takes all 5 of them to bring him down with that Righteous Glory early on. But it's another pick for EDG and another step closer to an even gold slate. 2,000 now the lead for Top Esports. But certainly a good sequence of plays for the side of EDG.
There's a smart positioning coming out from Mako to make that play possible. We can look at the gold leads across the board, the most meaningful ones being in top and jungle. Looks like they were both just under a 1K gold lead. But EDG's trying to bring it back with some of these picks. Because in that play, it looked like Top Esports were trying to start setting up for a potential dive around bot lane. But the fact that Mako had that unexpected positioning allowed them to find the first pick, and then now the rest of Top Esports left in such a weird position. It allowed for the second kill to come through.
And it's so crucial as well that we see this Maokai flex that we were all so excited about from EDG. We've seen it previously against OMG. And it's fantastic to see Mako clearly has game plans around this flex. It's not just like a quirky pick for the sake of trying to have some quirks in his pool, you know. They clearly have planned around this. They clearly have strategies based on the Maokai and now bringing the Skarner in alongside it. It's fantastic to see EDG executing on some of these plays, not just letting Top Esports run away with the early game lead that they had, because that is worst case scenario.
I also like, even if one backfired, that they've been trying to get Ala involved on the map and realizing, hey, like this 1v1 in topside isn't the end all be all. Like, you know, not ideal that Wayward has been able to amass such a lead and as well as get 4 turret plates to himself. But like, let's imagine had that first play worked, or are they able to find more off this? Like, you're getting the more critical side of the map ahead if those plays work out. So overall, I like the game plan that EDG been able to put together. Now it's just about being able to execute on it going forward. With Herald coming up in 1 minute, I feel like it's once again going to be about who can get control of bot lane right now to maybe start moving their support up first.
The one thing I will say about that Poppy, Ala managed to get an MVP on that pick with a gold lead in the top side. He's given a gold lead over to Wayward. Let's see if Wayward, after, let's be honest, a pretty tough series from him so far, can have some moments of his own. See if he can have his own mark in the series. Certainly in game number 5, that's where you would want that mark to be. Across the board, pretty big advantages for Top Esports, except, you know, Fofo having a CS lead in the mid lane. The problem for him is it's mitigated by the 2 kills the Rookie has.
Yeah, it really is. It's so, yeah, about even in gold was last time when we saw the gold lead. I think Rookie might have been like slightly higher, but yeah, same play.
3v3 again between the 2 teams. I don't even know who wins this 3v3, to be honest. I guess we'll have to find out as both teams start just throwing abilities at each other. It's actually going to be AD Kaiser coming out as well from Uzi here. Goes for that Kraken Slayer first item.
And not going to be playing the same game that we've seen ever so consistently, feels like, on pretty much every Kai'Sa recently. But, again, going to have a lot of front line to be able to get through. You're going to have solid DPS coming out, AP with Fofo in the mid lane. It's at least nice damage profile coming through. And now here we are at the time where Herald spawned. So that's why Top Esports were leading 3 members down towards bot. Wasn't necessarily to find a pick. But now it's going to set up for them to get Herald, and I like it. EDG not being one of those teams that kind of gets drawn into posture, lose out, and get nothing. They are going to be able to train back effectively on the opposite side of the map.
Was that shade towards Top Esports there?
No, that is shade to like 90% of the teams in our league. That like go and like, you know, if you go and you fight and you lose, that's fine. But it's the teams that like go, look at them, they're like, oh, well, you know, I don't really want to fight this, then back off, and like it's like, well, now you get nothing. Now you get nothing.
Yeah, EDG acknowledging that they didn't want that fight, taking something elsewhere on the map. Correct play from them as Mark moves up to help Rookie try and finish this tower off. I don't know if Allah can really defend, although Sion very good at clearing those waves, but the cannon there might be too hard. But Fofo's moving over as well to make sure that this tower won't go down just yet, forcing Tien to potentially have to use that Herald up top if they want to finish the tier 1 off. And everything sort of quiets down for a little bit here, which is good for EDG. You know, they've got a Kai'Sa that's going AD. That's going to be fantastic in the late game from Uzi. And it's, you know, an Uzi signature pick for this final game as well. Got Fofo bringing out that Azir as well. Does feel like these are picks that are going to work for them later on. If they can have a quiet game here for the next few minutes, they'll be very happy with that. But with Drake coming up in 20 seconds time, Top Esports will want to make action happen.
Yeah, and EDG with the Maokai are going to be able to try and gain a bit more aggressive control with those saplings. So I like them Mako's using those to get vision down, and at the same time, all the push down pot. So having no point of entry that you won't be able to spot out as EDG and Rookie.
Oh, Rookie. He's in a really awkward spot, and there's no way out of this play. Twisted advance as well. All 5 members of EDG in the mid lane, and Rookie was not ready for it.
I cannot believe he didn't flash over that wall.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there wasn't a lot of time there. You would have really had to be fast on the fingers to make your way over, but Rookie making a crucial mistake when TS had done such a good job punishing EDG on that bot dive and finding a league, but EDG doing a nice job inching back ever so closely every time.
Tower taken down in the mid lane, so Top Esports get something, but it's in trade for an Infernal Drake. This is going to be an Infernal Soul in this game. We've had some... Hang on, Allah is in big trouble. Forced to flash, actually. I'm amazed they managed to find an opportunity there off the back of the tower. And now they'll be able to get the tier 1 in the top side as well. Top Esports kind of snowballing off of tempo.
Yeah, great job. Lewis Chains of Corruption there into the Q stun from Mark, setting up for all that damage to come out onto Allah. And Rookie being very quick with the TP, so nice fast call by TS, realizing they can pick up more on the map, steal away some of the enemy jungle, and get a bit of vision down. But EDG, 2 dragons now, getting close to that soul point, but here, I figure once you see them is where you'd flash over the wall. I guess JJ still would be able to follow with flash himself. So probably, actually, yeah, probably would be the best not to flash. I don't think Rookie would have been able to get away regardless. Yeah. Just nice collapse from EDG to make it possible.
And you know that Skarner is more than willing to flash at you, because you know he's going to be running Hex Flash. You know he's going to get a bunch of movement speed in his build later on as well. So that's not a flash that you want to commit at that point. Rookie realizing that the mistake had already been made there. And now, 3,000 gold, well, I guess 2,500 gold lead for Top Esports off the back of these towers. This bottom tower should be finished off by Wayward. He is tanking the tower currently, and actually, he's still tanking the tower. Okay, no, he managed to finish it off. I thought he was going for Allah there. Wait, what? Wait, Allah
just ulted. I don't know if expecting Wayward to walk a little bit more forward and finding it that way, or like curse over minimap or what,
I think Allah thought what I thought, which was that Wayward felt like he dropped aggro and was trading with Allah still. I thought he was... I didn't realize the shield was going towards the tower, so maybe Allah was on the same page there. Thought he could use the tower damage. Doesn't work out. Not the end of the world, though. As you can see, the cooldown for Sion Ultimate, pretty sure it's already halfway off.
It's nothing. Yeah, he's going to get that one online in no time, especially with the fact that TS not really in a position where they can like rush a Baron and try and, you know, force that down. Dragon still a little bit ways away. But now for TS, it's going to be a lot about controlling vision towards his top side like we see, and then utilizing the poke from the Jace, like we saw Fofo doing that way, not allowing entry, and then picking your fights based on that. EDG, JJ still doesn't have flash up, so not going to be as easy. You mentioned the Hex Flash, but Tien goes in.
Tien just charges forwards, totally alone here. The TP now from Wayward, who can move into the play. Mark looking for the engage, double Magnet Storm as JJ will go down. Mako can't escape either, and Top Esports pounce. Rookie once again finding multi-kills.
Like, just going in, realizing Ala's on bot lane, maybe playing off the fact that Ala didn't have ult up even had he joined the fight, and now going to be able to turn it into a Baron. That is the decisiveness you want to see out from TES.
And that is signature Top Esports. 20-minute Baron. They make a play as soon as it's onto the map, and they find themselves the advantage. They had the gold lead, and they know how to use it. Baron taken off of a couple of quick picks. And now resets across the board for Top Esports. EDG, the ball is in your court. What have you got here for Game 5?
Noticing them down, they see Ala bot side, and it's going to be here where they're just running Mako down. Glacial Prison comes out first, into a Chains of Corruption, into a Magnet Storm. Just great layering of this CC, trying to make sure no one can get away. Of course, Flashes were used to get away, but able to find that one kill at least is exactly what you want from TS. To now Baron in tow. Now it's going to be how far they can push this one. We've already hit on how big your Jace is and the poke that's going to be able to do. But EDG with some decent wave clear coming out from the Azir. And now flash up for JJ2 can maybe put a bit of pressure on members like Rookie and Jackulov trying to walk forward.
We've got to see something magical out of this Skarner. The Skarner has to be crucial because this was the wacky draft that EDG wanted for game number 5 in the series. For the series that's going to keep you in the double elimination or eliminate you from playoffs entirely. For the series that Uzi wants revenge on the 2018 IG players that denied him his golden road. Tien with an engage underneath the tower. The Magnet Storm is in, and Jij is taken out of the picture before the fight can even begin. Ala's next, and Top Esports show no signs of slowing down anytime today.
No, Top Esports just keep going forward. 2 more kills. They still have Baron for another minute and 20 seconds. They can just keep this one going, and it looks like they will. Fofo living on a knife's edge. Wayward's coming.
Fofo forced 2 flashes out there. He got Rookie and Jackulov's, but he didn't think about losing his own. He's taken out of the picture. We're only 23 minutes in, and Top Esports are breaking the base of EDG. This series has been so close. It's been a nail biter from the start, and now game number 5 at 23 minutes. Top Esports are looking at double inhibitors. What a way to start game number 5 as they move away with a huge advantage, and Rookie once again is king of the Rift.
He really is, as we're going to see in the replay. Knowing they could go for the dive with how strong they are. Look how quickly they find the opening kill on the Skarner off the Glacial Prison. And then even just how much damage Jackulov was putting in the back on Ala. As we're going to see Fofo, like you said, able to get 2 flashes down, going for the big play. And I respect it, right? You're losing so much. You need to try to find something. You're just slowly getting burnt down, but opens himself up to Wayward. Coming in, Mark going to start it off with the crash down, and then just able to continue running the members of Edward Gaming down.
And I feel like EDG feeling the pressure now. They go for a blue buff steal. And JJ just moves at the speed of light to get back out of the jungle there. He'll be okay though, he'll survive. Zonya's online for Fofo as well. Which, you know, kept him alive for a little bit in that previous fight, but wasn't enough for him to actually live through it. Now Supers in 2 lanes here. Uzi showing in the bottom side of the map. That's got to be a green light for Top Esports in this top lane.
It is. They can just go. You can already see Mark trying to make his way around. And let's remember, Bunch, Top Esports only made it to round 2 in spring playoffs. So, like, they've already made it farther by being where they are now. But they want to go to double elim. Mark going to go in. Doesn't find the engage.
They're underneath the tower, and Mark will be the first one to go down. It's a huge ult from Wayward, though, to knock a player asunder. JJ cannot participate, and they trade Mark for a tier 2 tower. And honestly, Top Esports, they've got Supers pushing into the base. They can just keep going in the top lane.
Yeah, they can, even if it's a 4v5, they have pressure going through. Glacial Prison.
Chain of Corruption to follow up as well. The combo is there. JJ thought they'd backed away, but Top Esports, they never back away. You should know that by now, JJ. And they can move back into this top side. The Skarner pick has been a disaster for EDG. They tried to be cute, they tried to be clever, it hasn't worked out. Now sieging in the top side. Ala with the ult on in. They've got to try and find a miracle play, but Ala, is he tanky enough? Fofo with a huge ultimate. Jagilov's been found. In they dive, and the fight might just be won. Uzi still going strong as Rookie tries to find him, but cut down himself. A knock-up onto Wayward. He's going nowhere on this play. Or is he, actually? I say that. He is going to waddle away from this one. But EDG, they keep their playoffs dreams alive.
And Munch, you can't just keep sieging down those turrets when you have no ultis. You had no ultimates on the side of TES, and so many members of EDG had theirs, like we just saw. And it just set up the perfect storm for the engage to come through for EDG. So now buying themselves some time. We're going to see here no ultis for top esports. Al, of course, has his. Fofo has his. So I love that he sees a bit of an opening in the armor, tries to find JackeyLove, but still giving room for Fofo to go for the Emperor's Divide. Look at JackeyLove, just gets pushed right into his doom, and now able to run it down. Rookie does manage to find one back in terms of Fofo, but then Uzi being left to free hit. And I really just feel like it was an overstay coming out from top esports when they used all those ults to find the pick onto JJ beforehand.
And you see the build now from Uzi. He's here for the team fights. He's got a 2,000 gold lead individually over JackeyLove at this point. Hurricane online and sweeping up super minions. This is the problem with inhibitors. If you can't push it for more, if you can't use them to win the game, then it can just be curtains. You can just feed the enemy carries. Uzi is on 307 CS at 27 minutes.
He's massive. They've been able to funnel gold into him. Mark still looking for flank angles, so hoping to take Uzi down. Has both kinds of flash and look. Already checking out Wayward.
This fight could end the game as Uzi is sent packing. Top esports have an opportunity. JJ forced out of the fight. Fofo, huge ultimate. Uzi's back into the play. Mark finding him with the CC. Shock blast on in, but Uzi's still alive here. Kiting away. Wayward can't finish him, but Rookie, you know that he can. Shock blast flashed away by Uzi as Mako left alone in the world. And it's Uzi versus that world. Taken down. Top esports. They find their win. It takes them 5 games. They're pushed to the edge by EDG, but they remind the world why they were the 4th seed coming into playoffs, why they are a team to be feared, and they move into our double elimination bracket.
Great to see from TES, making it further than they did in spring, making their way to double elim, getting a date with BLG in the next round. And again, with the level of experience, the level of mechanical skill on this roster, even if they're going in as heavy underdogs, it's not an impossible dream for top esports to move further in this playoff bracket.
It's absolutely not. And now with a lower bracket below them, even if they can't beat BLG, they can still move forward in playoffs. They can still fight whoever the loser of JDG versus either LNG or Weibo is, and keeping themselves in the running. They're a top 4 team officially here in summer. And I think a lot of players, a lot of people just underestimating this top esports roster, saying that they weren't consistent enough, saying that they won't be able to make it happen. And you know, it was not clean. It certainly was not clean, but top esports, they put it together at the end of the day. And it's got to be heartbreak for EDG after such a grueling series, after bringing out this Skarner pick in game number 5, and it all going so awry.
Yeah, it definitely feels bad for EDG. Again, Ala, I think, had tremendous performances today. Fofo, stepping up in that last game, and I think had other moments throughout other games that were decent. JJ and Mako, you already highlighted, I think playing much better than the regular season. It's only Uzi who I feel like didn't leave anything to be desired. The silver lining for them is, again, we saw them have to ban things like Rumble and Vi every game of playoffs. Every game of playoffs, not only this series. Now at least they have time before regionals to go back and try and figure out some of these things and try and, maybe not have like some of those limitations online, diversify a little bit. So definitely a silver lining there. They're going to be heartbroken. They would have loved to pick up another LPL trophy, but if they can get to Worlds, and I guess if they could do what rookie Ejaculov did to Uzi that year, where they don't win LPL, but they make it to Worlds and they win Worlds, it's like, hey, you know, that'll be worth something. So for EDG, it might be the end of the line in playoffs, but not the end of the line for Worlds.
Yeah, EDG could do to JDG what IG did to RNG all those years ago. It wouldn't really be the right players to punish, but hey, look, you'd take it if you get a World Championship out of it. Yeah, we'll see what the future holds for EDG. I like some of the ideas they came in today with, but not proactive enough in a lot of situations, and perhaps just a little too cautious in the series. A bit of a heartbreak that we lose our miracle run all the way from round 1, making it to round 3, and a single game away from the double elimination bracket. But EDG, unfortunately, their playoffs run is over. Top Esports, though, showing that they've still got a lot to work with. Wayward having a really rough series up in the top lane, but towards the second half of the series, I feel like he started to warm into things. Like, you know, dying less in lane. This Poppy game, fantastic from him. So I do feel like there were some positives for Wayward towards the end of the series, but definitely a lot to work on for Top Esports.
Oh, 100% right. And it's one of those things where, like I said in the cast, it's not one-to-one of like, since they struggled against EDG, like they're going to get blown up by BLG. Feels like how it should go. But at the same time, you just never know about like how styles can really make some of these games happen. The problem is Wayward's going to have a harder time with Bin, maybe at least as hard of a time, but could be harder. And then as well, like, I mean, Elk, down in that bot lane with On, they've been able to do so much. They're definitely not going to be an easy time, but at least TS get to feel good about their wins today, because it feels like for the last few splits, every time TS come into playoffs, they come in as, I guess not favorites this time around, but a lot of times they come in super hyped and then immediately absolutely deflated. So this is really the first time where we've gotten to see, like, I think good, like, macro moments at times. We had, like, the one sequence, I believe, in this game where it was, like, turn a dragon into, like, mid lane push into a herald, like, doing so much. We got to see individual pop-offs from people like Rookie, Jackie Love. Mark had some sick engages at times. Tien had some sick engages at times. Like, it was like a kind of like a best of compilation album of Top Esports. And, again, the worst moments were still there, but you got kind of highlights from everyone across the board, I guess, except Wayward's. We didn't get to see the best of Wayward. We still got some good moments from Wayward at times.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like as well, we saw, like, the mechanics are there for Top Esports. We saw barely any, like, huge mechanical mistakes or anything like that. And mostly, like, their early game was fantastic. Mostly their macro was pretty great as well. It's just like the decision-making process often felt like they felt like they had different win conditions from the actual win conditions of the game, which isn't that just classic Top Esports? I don't feel like that has ever changed. I don't feel like that ever will change. Like, we saw them actively taking 4v5s and, like, as far as I can tell, feeling good about it, Like, and they actually won a couple of them. Like, they postured EDG off of a Drake 4v5. They were like, we don't care that you killed our top laner. We'll still fight you anyway. And I feel like, on the one hand, you can criticize that, but on the other hand, you can accept that this is Top Esports, and there's always going to be a level to which they're going to just say to their opponents, we are going to hands diff you. What are you going to do about it?
I mean, I also don't think it's like a terrible way of playing. I remember, there was some, one of the MSIs at RNG won and voice comms got released, and it was a 4v5. So I was like, no, with these abilities, we're able to do it. So it's like, if you have the vision in your head of how the play works out, like, I believe it exists. I think the question then just comes, can you execute it, right? So it's good to see that Top Esports are confident in being able to execute it, even if they don't execute it 100% of the time. It seems like they execute it more often than not, and that's enough to make Top Esports Top Esports. So I definitely wouldn't have it any other way. But like we said, BLG going to be a completely different beast across the board. It just feels like it kind of, meshed better than this iteration of EDG did. Their players were in form better than this roster, like this version of EDG's was. And that, like, the coaching, the macro, like, everything's really been there for BLG. Hell, they finished first in the regular season for a reason, right? They finished above JDG despite losing to JDG.
And on top of that, like, BLG, they're a team that wins through similar methods to Top Esports a lot of the time, like winning through lane differences and snowballing that. But I feel like BLG do it without just completely disregarding their composition's win conditions and actually play towards their strengths. So it could be a tough series for Top Esports since they do have somewhat similar styles between the two teams. I'm excited to see it, though, because I feel like those laning phases they're going to be absolute bangers across the board. I feel like that series is going to be so messy. TN, though, coming into playoffs, taking that Sejuani and grabbing himself an MVP here in game number 5.
Yeah, I feel like, he had a great performance in this game, but to kind of keep projecting forward, I feel like his performance against BLG is going to be the most crucial, because when you look at like what the difference between today's series and next is that today I feel like EDG had to do a lot of like trying to cover for their bot lane's weakness with jungle and mid. BLG won't have to do that. Their bot lane 2v2 can hold up to top esports, their mid lane can hold up to top esports, and their top lane should still win. So it's going to be a lot in my mind about TN being able to get the better of Shun, who, right, when you just compare like the heights, the experience, like the levels they played at and like the peaks of all time, like that is an area where it feels like peak TN is better than peak Shun, and TN should be able to deliver. Now, current form is a different argument, but that's kind of why we're going to be looking at TN as the one guy of like, hey, like we know your height is definitely higher than Shun's, so you got to be able to outdo him. You got to be able to maybe find some of those invades like we saw him doing in this series, and setting him behind and allowing them to like find 3v2s and find 2v1s in his lanes.
Yeah, it feels like who can play through those lanes better, right? Because both teams like generally do like to play through those lanes, do like to try and find those advantages. TN, some great engages coming out from him on the Sejuani. Mark as well, I feel like on Rel today has looked phenomenal. To be honest, Mark has looked pretty fantastic all through the day. Like, generally speaking, Mark has had a pretty great day for himself. I'm a little disappointed for him, honestly, that he never got an MVP today, because I felt like he was consistently really good.
Yeah, I agree. He some great moments, some great engages, and he got a shout out. We already said this was like a top esports compilation album. Yeah, if you didn't see the series for whatever reason, just coming in now, like seriously throughout these 5 games, you're going to see some of the best of top esports. So yeah, it gives me a glimmer of hope against BLG, but not much more than a glimmer. Again, I feel like we would have needed to see a decisive stop for it to be like, whoa, these two powerhouses going head to head. But with rookie Jackie Love and TN on a roster, you never know what you're going to get.
You never ever do. It's always fun though. The journey to find out what you get is always enjoyable when it comes to top esports. They're up against BLG next, and that is going to be a banger. There's just no two ways about it. It could be a very one-sided banger, but even if it's like a 3-0, I feel like those games are going to be so chaotic that it's still going to be hilarious to watch. It's still going to be entertaining. It's still going to be fantastic. The next matchup, though, in playoffs is going to be LNG versus Weibo. And I feel like that series is very much like a question of what you value in League of Legends, right? There's a lot of people that have a lot of faith in Weibo. I feel like LNG is the more like kind of stable idea of a composition with like Tarzan and Scout playing out of their minds. Like, I feel like this is very much like a stylistic matchup of what do you value in League of Legends.
It's like, do you view being a rational human being who looks at current form and like how teams have been playing, then you vote for LNG? Are you like me, where you're an absolute dreamer and madman who's like, but what if Weibo didn't just in half the time? Then you vote for Weibo, because that goes through my mind on a daily basis where, you know what, much again, we're done now and I can be fully biased. I'm going Weibo all the way. I'm following Weibo to the end of this bracket. I want Weibo to win playoffs. Like, we're making the journey. That's what we're doing.
It's crazy to me that this is the team that used to be Suning, but for one of the first times ever, I'm actually predicting LNG for tomorrow. I can't believe I just said those words out loud. I don't think I've ever predicted LNG before, but tomorrow
I don't know you.
Scout
I don't know you to be a man who predicts off his brain. You have always been someone who's predicted off your heart, and I feel like a good amount of the time it's worked out for you. So it is weird. It is weird that you're going with your brain for once.
All of my heart has been poured into BLG. Like, all of that Suning bias that I used to have has been just taken and applied to BLG. It just followed Bin, basically. It just followed Bin. It turns out it was all just Bin bias the whole time. I have no idea how tomorrow's going to go, though. I feel like with the way that Weibo plays, you really have no idea which version of the team is going to show up, whether the Shy is going to hard carry or hard sprint it. We saw both yesterday. Plenty of time to find out, though. That's it from us, Lyric. It's been a pleasure casting with you, as always. We will see you in chat tomorrow for LNG versus Weibo, which should... I expect that one to go the distance, and I certainly hope it does. We'll find out, though, and we'll see you guys in chat.